born as the young master of the most powerful underworld family. As a child, he witnessed his childhood sweetheart being abused by her father. The little girl confided in him, saying that when she grew up, she would never marry someone like her father, and promised that when she grew up, she would marry someone as kind as him. So for these 10 years, he gave up everything, always insisting on being a kind and obedient child. Even when his classmates were robbed clean by small-time gangsters, he suppressed his anger and paid protection money for his classmates. But on this day, while taking out the trash with his childhood sweetheart, on their way back to the classroom, they encountered that group of thugs again. At this moment, he looked at Xu Zhen's troubled expression, wondering if she had been bullied. The next moment, Jiang Zhixiong glared at those gangsters, ready to fight at any moment. However, the thugs completely ignored him and directly taunted him to get lost. Seeing they had strength in numbers, Jiang Zhixiong held his anger and silently left. But halfway through, he decided to hide in the shadows and observe. If things got worse, he would call his uncles to come. At this time, Xu Zhen nervously looked left and right. Suddenly, she shyly said to one of the thugs, "Oh my, don't be so obvious at school." And at this moment, Shen Jingjie placed a mischievous smile on Xu Zhen's shoulder, making her face turn red. Then Xu Zhen pushed him away with both hands, but they were actually teasing and playing with each other. Jiang Zhixiong, hiding in the shadows, trembled. At this moment, his love for Xu Zhen seemed to completely collapse. The childhood sweetheart he had loved for 10 years now liked such a thug, and they seemed so sweet together. After returning to the classroom, he remained unsettled, looking again at the chatting Xu Zhen, still unable to accept all this, so he shakily sent a text message to Xu Zhen. He wanted to clarify that what he saw earlier wasn't what he thought, right? Before he could finish asking, the dismissal bell suddenly rang. As he was about to leave in disappointment, suddenly Xu Zhen approached him and said, "Zhixiong, we haven't walked home together in a long time." Seeing Zhixiong remaining silent, she asked if something was wrong. At this moment, Zhixiong suddenly stopped in his tracks. With a very depressed mood, he asked Xu Zhen, "Are you with Shen Jingjie now?" She was startled, innocently answering, "Jiang Zhixiong, I was going to tell you, but in the end I don't know how it turned out this way." Instantly, Jiang Zhixiong's eyes widened. "What? Xu Zhen? Didn't you like gentle and kind people?" Then Xu Zhen made an elegant turn and said, "After dating someone gentle and kind, I found it's actually not that great. Rough bad boys are more charming, Zhixiong. Don't you think bad boys are cooler?" Hearing this made his face instantly turn pale, grabbing Xu Zhen's hand, insisting, "You said you like gentle and kind people, but now you like bad boys. Why, Xu Zhen? Actually, I'm a bad boy too. I'm worse than anyone." Hearing this, Xu Zhen was confused. "Zhixiong, where are you bad? You're so kind." Jiang Zhixiong patted his chest and quickly said, No, I'm very bad. I was acting before. I have thug blood in my bones. Actually, my glasses don't even have prescription lenses. Do you want to see photos from my first birthday party? All the guests were bad people. I'm really a bad boy too. Xu Zhen covered her little mouth and chuckled. Then the two reconciled. "Zhixiong, you're worried about me being with a thug and trying to comfort me, so you're putting yourself down, right?" Jiang Zhixiong chuckled, thinking perhaps this was for the best. Then the two walked home together, chatting about their past. Suddenly, Shen Jingjie called out to Xu Zhen from behind. Shen Jingjie said, "Let's go to a karaoke bar." Jiang Zhixiong gritted his teeth. "Xu Zhen, you like this kind of guy?" However, at this moment, Shen Jingjie directly confronted him. Hey, you little punk like Xu Zhen, I advise you to stay away from her, or next time you won't be so lucky. Seeing the situation turning ugly, Xu Zhen pulled Shen Jingjie away. "We've been good friends since we were little, let's hurry up and go," and whispered to Jiang Zhixiong, "Let's walk together next time." Jiang Zhixiong waved with forced composure. From a distance, the two looked sweet and intimate. "For 10 years I've tried to be a kind person, yet you like bad boys. Woman, just you wait, I can turn bad too. Let you see what a real bad boy is like." Directly pulling open the door with one hand. With a bang, instantly all the underlings bowed and shouted, "Young master." This calm and composed stride, watch and learn well. On the other side, just as his uncle was discussing business, there was a knock at the door. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open, interrupting his conversation. "Uncle, I need your help. I want to become a bad boy." His uncle immediately hung up the phone. For him, this day had been long awaited. At this moment, Jiang Zhixiong asked him, "Uncle, are you a bad person? What about my father?" The next moment, his uncle instantly gave a wicked smile. "Young master, if we have to distinguish, that should be classified as a bad boy. But for me, your father is a very good boss, also the most powerful boss in G country. But for society and the outside world, your father should be considered a very bad person. Indeed, I have bad blood flowing in my veins. Uncle, help me. I need to turn bad." "Young master, your eyes look good now. I've never seen young master show such eyes before. Now you look like the boss's son." But uncle has been taking care of him for 10 years, so he knows better than anyone how hard he's been trying. So he asked again, "Young master, becoming good may be difficult, but turning bad is just a matter of an instant. All your previous efforts will become bubbles." But at this moment, Jiang Zhixiong was very determined. "Please, uncle." So after getting an affirmative answer, the uncles first needed to eliminate the aura of kindness that had surrounded him for more than 10 years. From hairstyle to clothing, everything needed to change. But the next second, Jiang Zhixiong quickly forgot his pain and once again showed a very happy expression. So his uncle directly patted him on the shoulder and told him, "From today on, you can't smile so brightly. Yes, like this. Very good, young master. From now on, you must always remain deep and mysterious." Then his uncle asked him to go back to his room and wait for a while. opening the door, looking at the public welfare awards on the wall for charity work. At this time, it reminded him again of their affectionate scene, making Jiang Zhixong even more angry. At this time, a minion came to knock on the door. "Young master, may we come in?" After getting an answer, a bald man with a smile said, "Young master, we will make you into a fashionable man. Don't look at me like this now. My nickname used to be Whirlwind Fashion Man." Then a series of rapid transformations. Top Nike, a complete Gucci outfit, flashy gold chains. Tada, the legendary street punk appears. The uncles, seeing their young master finally getting on track, cheered inwardly. "Damn, young master, so handsome." The next day, Jiang Zhixong followed what his uncle said. Eyebrows forceful, corners of eyes raised, eyes wide open. From the moment he left the door, he had to walk with confident and imposing strides, watch and learn well, showing off like only our brother Xiong can, instantly triggering discussions among the crowd. In terms of style, Jiang Zhixong absolutely nailed it. On a bright sunny day, 3 loser girls were also attracted by Jiang Zhixong's wild and unrestrained appearance. At this moment, suddenly a girl gave him an admiring greeting, making him slightly nervous, but remembering his uncle's instructions, he couldn't actively greet others, holding back until his mouth itched. Suddenly, unconsciously, he said, "What are you looking at?" leaving the girl completely bewildered. Then walking into the classroom, classmates all greeted him. However, Jiang Zhixong completely ignored them, directly sitting on his desk and giving them a line. "Yo, haven't you seen a handsome guy before?" instantly leaving the 4 classmates stunned, their mouths wide open. Meanwhile, Xu Shen's jealous gaze also turned towards Jiang Zhixong. Not to be outdone, she walked up to greet him. "Zhixong, let's go to the shop together." Hearing this, Jiang Zhixong immediately stood up. This was exactly what he was waiting for her to say. Then the two walked out of the classroom. Xu Shen stopped him. "What's wrong? Did something happen? If something's wrong, you can tell me. Aren't we friends?" Suddenly, Jiang Zhixong gave a wicked smile. "Friends? Yes, you ask me if something's wrong, of course there is. You better go to the shop by yourself." Xu Shen was stunned, never expecting Zhixong would reject her. "Zhixong, what's wrong with you? You seem like a completely different person." Jiang Zhixong stopped in his tracks, turning coldly. "If I don't seem like myself, that's even better. Besides, you changed first. I was the one who misplaced my feelings. 10 years ago, because of one sentence from you, my life changed. Now my life has changed again because of you." Then while skipping class, he encountered that group again, secretly observing where they would go, planning to follow them and learn. So he followed for a long way. At this time, he saw a suffocating scene. The girl directly hugged Shen Jingzhi's arm. The two seemed to have a very sweet relationship. Jiang Zhixong immediately clenched his fists. "This guy is just a jerk, Xu Zhen. Is this the type of person you like?" On the other side, the girl kept complaining. "Jingzhi, do we still have far to walk? There doesn't seem to be any restaurant around here." Soon, Shen Jingzhi indicated they had arrived. They came to a hotel. Those who know understand. Instantly, his face turned into a wicked smile. Jiang Zhixong, hiding in the shadows, was gritting his teeth in anger. But the girl also felt this was very inappropriate. Just as she was about to leave, Shen Jingzhi grabbed her hand, saying it would be quick. The girl yanked her hand away, telling Shen Jingzhi to handle it himself. Suddenly, Shen Jingzhi's expression changed drastically. "You dead girl, you want to make me angry?" At this time, the girl was also very angry. "Watch your mouth." Slowly approaching, Shen Jingzhi thought she had changed her mind. Unexpectedly, she went up and gave him a slap. Suddenly, Shen Jingzhi gave a wicked smile. The more a girl struggled, the more excited he became. Just as Shen Jingzhi's palm was about to hit the girl, suddenly a stone flew from a distance. However, it hit the girl's forehead hard. Ouch! Shot a bit off. So he picked up another stone, thinking, "Oh no, didn't mean to hit Li Yiji." But he didn't hesitate further. Raising his hand, he threw the stone and a ring together. With a bang, it directly hit Shen Jingzhi's forehead, directly making a hole in his forehead. Meanwhile, the ring fell to the ground. Jiang Zhixong didn't notice he had lost something, instantly leaping from his spot, grabbing Li Yiji. "Damn, our brother Xiong did it again." Li Yiji, covering her wound, asked, "Who are you? Let me go. Did you throw that stone? I'm bleeding because of you." Breathlessly telling her, "Follow me and run first." Instantly bewildering Li Yiji, "What's with this guy?" Then the two ran to a park. Jiang Zhixong handed her a heart-shaped bandage, indicating she should stop the bleeding first. After the band-aid, Li Yiji was very curious, shyly asking, "How come I've never seen you before?" leaving him puzzled. "I'm Jiang Zhixong from your class." Suddenly, Li Yiji was stunned. "You say you're that annoying, Jiang Zhixong? This is completely like a different person." At this moment, Jiang Zhixong suddenly asked her, "Do you also like bad boys?" However, for Li Yiji, rather than saying she liked bad boys, it's more that she was attracted by that kind of free and unrestrained charm. But she didn't expect Shen Jingzhi would be that kind of person. And at this time, Jiang Zhixong began to ponder how he could be worse. Suddenly, Li Yishi's phone buzzed, trembling as she saw Shen Jingzhi's incoming call. But to avoid getting involved in other matters, she also answered his call to hear what he wanted to say. On the other end, Shen Jingzhi directly started cursing. "Damn, who was that guy just now? I saw he was wearing our school uniform. Don't try to fool me." Leaving Li Yishi's ears ringing. directly grabbing the phone and shouting back, "Damn it, who are you yelling at? Do you want to get beaten to death?" Then with a click, she angrily hung up the phone. Who does he think he is? Jiang Zhixiong was completely bewildered and gave her a thumbs up. The next moment, smiling at Jiang Zhixiong, she asked if he could keep today's matter a secret. After saying this, the two planned to return to school separately. Then Jiang Zhixiong went alone to the cafeteria to eat, so his two good buddies gave him strange looks, telling him his skipping class was discovered and the homeroom teacher was looking for him. At this time, the watermelon boy suddenly asked, "Zhixiong, why do you look like Shen Jingzhe now?" With a bang, Jiang Zhixiong slapped the table and immediately stood up. "Haha, do I really look that bad? That guy is my goal," leaving his two buddies instantly entering early dementia. As the meatball fell in that moment, the two reacted as if their home had been robbed, screaming. Suddenly, with another bang, Li Yiji openly moved a chair and directly sat with them to eat, making the two buddies force a smile, putting on a happy face. Jiang Zhixiong, afraid his two buddies would misunderstand, quickly stood up waving to explain, but it seemed to make things worse, so he hurriedly left. Li Yiji quickly followed. Meanwhile, the two buddies laughed, again forcing a smile. However, the next second they could only hold back tears and watch them leave. For them, the world was cruel. After all, they were born single. As the two were leaving, Xu Zhen also noticed them, making her very jealous. Even her food didn't taste good anymore. While on the other side, Jiang Zhixiong was using all his strength, undoing the gold chain worn on his body, thinking about how to explain to the teacher. After all, this was his first time skipping class. Just as he was adjusting his shirt buttons, suddenly he discovered the ring on his middle finger had vanished. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, but applied too much force and pinched his own dick, instantly making him sweat profusely. He thought, this is bad. At that time, this ring was personally put on him by his uncle. Back then, his bald uncle told him this ring was given to him by the boss when he came of age, so he was very happy. Being able to give the meaningful ring from the boss to the boss's son made him very happy. "But when I die, you must return it to me. I want to take it to my grave." At this moment, Jiang Zhixiong clutched his hair in panic. The words his bald uncle had said kept appearing in his mind. Then he ran to the classroom to search everywhere. But meanwhile, the school bully was already behind him. The bully who had been hit by the stone was looking for somewhere to vent his anger, directly giving him a kick. "Good dogs don't block the way," flamboyantly flipping his hair. Seeing Jiang Zhixiong's back looked very much like the person who threw the stone at him, so he went up and gave him several flying kicks. However, coincidentally, Xu Zhen was in the classroom, but didn't stop Shen Jingzhe. Shen Jingzhe kept kicking Jiang Zhixiong until he couldn't get up. Shen Jingzhe still stroked his chin, very dissatisfied. Fortunately, Li Yiji called out to him in time. Shen Jingzhe suddenly walked up to her, instantly showing a wicked smile, mercilessly grabbing her clothes. "You think I won't hit you because you're a woman?" At this time, Li Yiji looked at Jiang Zhixiong again, thinking he was beaten for helping her. So she deliberately told Shen Jingzhe, "It was Song Zhongxi who pulled me away that day." Hearing Song Zhongxi's name made him shudder. But Song Zhongxi just wanted to sleep peacefully, never expecting to be caught in the crossfire. Then Shen Jingzhe directly walked up to him. "Hey, wake up," but he completely ignored him, making him grit his teeth. With a bang, he directly kicked Song Zhongxi's desk while he was sleeping, scaring the classmates so their mouths were wide open. Li Yiji thought Song Zhongxi could intimidate him, didn't expect things to escalate. Then Song Zhongxi stood up coldly. "Are you crazy?" At this time, Shen Jingzhe loudly asked him, "Was it you who helped Li Yiji?" Song Zhongxi's gaze also turned towards Jiang Zhixiong again. Seeing him trembling, he understood what happened. So picking his ear carelessly, he said, "Seems like I helped. What do you want to do about it?" However, Shen Jingzhe directly grabbed his collar. "Stop joking with me. You're clearly lying. Do you think I'm an idiot? What if you're lying?" However, Song Zhongxi's grip strength was unimaginable, causing him to shake all over. "What if I'm not lying? What then?" Shen Jingzhe was in so much pain he directly let go of his hand. Bone-cracking pain, but still not forgetting to talk tough. "Surname Song, we'll see about this." Then, as he was about to leave, he saw Jiang Zhixiong on the ground, grabbing his hair. Looking carefully, that guy was about this size. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhixiong saw the gold ring on Shen Jingzhe's hand, wondering how it ended up on his hand. But Shen Jingzhe thought it couldn't possibly be such a coward who did it. With a bang, he directly left. Jiang Zhixiong also gritted his teeth, silently vowing, no matter what, he must get the ring back. Walking with heavy steps, he left school. After returning home, a row of uncles greeted him at the door, but seeing the young master's injured face and footprints, directly making their expressions change. Scarface uncle shouted, "This is challenging our Fire Bear gang. Get your weapons ready to fight." Bald uncle had just come downstairs when he heard the commotion. At this time, Scarface uncle told him, "Report to big brother, young master was beaten up outside." The gold on bald uncle's head exploded. "Damn it, which bastard did this?" "Young master, you lead the way. Exactly which guy did this?" At this time, their boss stopped them, coldly saying, "Young master is the future pillar of our gang. Young master is just starting to fight. we shouldn't intervene. Everyone instantly understood. We weren't thinking clearly. Boss, please forgive us. They prepared to give their young master a bone-breaking devil's training, but before that, to ensure their young master wouldn't be bullied by school bullies again, they directly convened an underworld meeting. But at this time, Zhang Zhixiang was also shocked, never expecting that after being beaten, his uncles would care so much about him. So after everyone's discussion, Uncle Shu very seriously told Zhang Zhixiang, "Young master, the most important thing for you now is to develop the habit of winning. So young master, first go find someone weaker than you and beat them up." Seeing their young master very hesitant, the uncles all encouraged him, "Young master, the stronger you become, the more people weaker than you." We all came up this way. The next day, preparing to go to school. After last night's brainwashing, Zhang Zhixiang looked much more spirited. Suddenly at this time, Bald Uncle called out to him, making him freeze, thinking, did Uncle discover the ring was missing? At this time, Bald Uncle just told him to tuck his shirt into his pants. After Zhang Zhixiang tucked his shirt into his pants, he nodded with great satisfaction. Seeing the young master becoming more and more on track made him very gratified. Meanwhile, on Zhang Zhixiang's way to school, he increasingly let himself go, becoming someone who spat anywhere. But it seemed he never succeeded once. However, as he was feeling pleased with these attempts, suddenly Xu Zhen also passed by him. He wanted to go up and say hello, but realized the joke was on him. Xu Zhen just wanted to go to school sweetly with Shen Jingzhe, and Xu Zhen looked so happy. This made Zhang Zhixiang more determined to be a bad boy. And at this time, he happened to see in the alley Li Yizhi and others collecting protection money. Meanwhile, Li Yizhi saw Zhang Zhixiang and her face lit up. She directly turned around to touch up her makeup. That's right. Actually, Li Yizhi's heart had already been captured by Zhang Zhixiang. However, this classmate thought Zhang Zhixiang was coming to save him and was very moved. But Zhang Zhixiang asked him to hand over all the money he had. "If I find anything when I search you, you're dead." With these words, the three flower girls froze. Hee, quite obedient. Meanwhile, Bald Uncle, worried young master wouldn't do well, had followed all the way. Seeing him collect protection money in a professional manner, he directly covered his mouth, feeling very gratified, thinking how stupid he was to worry about young master, silently praying to the boss, "You don't need to worry, young master is growing up very well." On the other side, the black-haired girl coldly snorted, "I thought you were a coward. Didn't expect you to be quite manly." At this time, the short-haired girl also chimed in, "That's right, continue, you're very cool." At this time, Zhang Zhixiang finally felt the charm of being a bad boy, thinking everyone really does like bad boys. Then they really handed over the money. This fool thought Zhang Zhixiang was first pretending to rob him to help him escape and then would return the money to them. While Zhang Zhixiang was even more stunned, just saying a few words and got 40,000 yuan. Suddenly, the short-haired girl placed her hand on his shoulder. "Yo, your way of asking for money is almost as good as Shen Jingzhe." These words went straight to his heart. Just look at how happy he was. Meanwhile, the short-haired girl proposed, "We have a total of 40,000, let's split it evenly, 10,000 each. I don't need money." So he distributed all the money to them. And at this time, the three flower girls simultaneously invited him to eat together. This sudden invitation caught him off guard. Indeed, bad boys are more popular. However, Bald Uncle hiding behind the wall kept watching all this, again moved by it, not only naturally robbing money, but also fairly dividing it into 4 shares, silently shedding tears, as if seeing himself as a child, walking and thinking that giving his soul ring to young master was absolutely right. He, moved to a mess, suddenly bumped into Shen Jingzhe. Shen Jingzhe gave him some lip. "Hey bald guy, don't you know how to watch where you're going?" Suddenly Bald Uncle also saw the soul ring worn on his hand, wearing the same school uniform as young master, thinking, did young master lend it to him? Is he young master's friend? Instantly making his mind chaotic. And at this time, Shen Jingzhe was even more on the edge of death. "Hey bald guy, why are you staring with such big eyes?" Bald Uncle suppressed his anger, really wanting to hammer him to death with one strike, looking at the departing Shen Jingzhe. "You better not be young master's friend, so I can deal with you." On the other side, Zhang Zhixiang just met the homeroom teacher in the corridor, directly called for tea. The homeroom teacher pushed his 800-degree glasses, telling Zhang Zhixiang to have his father come to school tomorrow. Hearing this instantly reminded him of his father's terrifying appearance, hurriedly stopping him. "My father is very far away, can I call my uncle instead?" The homeroom teacher glanced at him, still agreed to let Zhang Zhixiang call his uncle. After returning home, Zhang Zhixiang told his uncles, "The school teacher said to call you to come." The next second, all 3 of them beamed with joy, the standard configuration of a problem child, calling parents. Meanwhile, only one person could go to school. The 3 uncles began to argue. They had been waiting for this day for a full 10 years. For fairness, the 3 decided to use rock, paper, scissors to decide. Rock, paper, scissors. That's right, Bald Uncle won. The 2 could only silently wait for the next opportunity. The next morning, the groggy Zhang Zhixiang, early in the morning, saw an eye-popping sight. This was simply the ancestor of street loafer, arm tattoos, skinny jeans, standard big belly. It seemed his bald head could even reflect light. Walking casually on the street, gangsters seeing him would bow, calling him big brother. At this moment, Zhang Zhixong was stunned. Indeed, my bald uncle is still the most powerful. Suddenly, bald uncle very seriously asked Zhang Zhixong, "Young master, have you been doing bad things lately?" Making him instantly nervous, then indicated he had practiced spitting, but wasn't very good at it. The next moment, my man bald uncle directly gave an on-site lesson. "Young master, come. Like this, open your mouth in a horizontal shape. Then with this feeling, push your tongue outward. Like this, fut through the gap in your teeth." But left Zhang Zhixong in awe, so he immediately imitated. Fut twice, saliva spraying everywhere. Reality told him, spitting is also a kind of knowledge. Bald uncle scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed, so patting his shoulder to comfort him, "Young master, continue practicing until you reach school." Then Zhang Zhixong went all the way fut to the end, relying on his social bald uncle. Meanwhile, bald uncle also taught him the imposing manner of walking. Take a deep breath, chest out, breathe in again, belly in, straight waist, arms swinging, walk with bow legs, sloppy and casual. A real man should walk like this. "Yes, young master, just like that." Then the two walked imposingly all the way to school. Classmates were all scared sweaty by this aura. Indeed, my social bald uncle can walk sideways anywhere, walking to the school gate then suddenly stopping. At this time asking Zhang Zhixong, "Young master, have you taken good care of the soul ring I gave you?" Nervously answering bald uncle, "I've kept it well in my room." Suddenly bald uncle understood everything. Indeed, it was stolen. In the blink of an eye, walking into the classroom corridor, classmates all cast admiring gazes. Meanwhile, Li Yiji was also very surprised. Then, bald uncle let Zhang Zhixong go to the classroom first. He would go meet his homeroom teacher. On the other side, in the peaceful administration office suddenly came a knock. With a bang, "I'm Zhixong's uncle. Which one is Zhixong's homeroom teacher?" Directly scaring the homeroom teacher into a grandson. At this time, a female teacher next to him asked if he wanted to call the police. Then the homeroom teacher began to show off in front of the female teacher. "Don't worry, I've been the educational director for 10 years. I understand this kind of person." Standing up at this moment, he really did impress, even leaving bald uncle confused. With cold sweat, he led bald uncle to discuss. At this moment, he seemed to be racing death, but he still forced a smile and said Zhixong was going to be the student council president next year, but recently has been turning bad. With these words, bald uncle was extremely gratified. "You mean our Zhixong is a problem child?" Making the director's wig leave him. While adjusting his wig, he explained, "No, that's not what I meant. Zhixong is of course an excellent model student." Suddenly another bang. The next second his face changed. "You're saying Zhixong is not a problem child?" At this moment he was so flustered he blurted out, "Zhixong is a problem child, a very serious problem child." Getting a satisfactory answer made him very gratified. Meanwhile, bald uncle asked him if there were students at school extorting money. The homeroom teacher abruptly sat up. "What extortion of money? How could that be possible?" Patting his chest to indicate, as long as he remained in office for one day, the school would absolutely not have violence and extortion. Hearing this, bald uncle's face darkened. The moment he stood up, the homeroom teacher thought he was going to be beaten badly. However, bald uncle didn't give him a second glance, directly turning to leave, thinking, whether when we were in school or when teachers were around, it's all the same. At this time, bald uncle was very angry, planning to take back the ring from Shen Jingzhe's hand and beat him up, strutting around looking everywhere. Coincidentally, bald uncle saw a very familiar back figure. "Hey kid, we meet again. This time you're dead." But unexpectedly, when the person turned around, it was a four-eyed nerd. Damn, making our social bald uncle a bit embarrassed. Although he was an underworld person, our bald uncle was still very polite and said sorry. Although bald uncle now just wanted to find that guy and kill him. But remembering the boss's instruction, that young master is the future pillar of our gang. Just starting to fight, we shouldn't intervene. Instantly making him rack his brains, thinking he should listen to the boss first. Walking and pondering that he shouldn't ruin young master's future with his rashness. Meanwhile, Shen Jingzhe outside the campus was living it up with his cronies, proudly looking at the shining soul ring, thinking of selling it to buy himself a car. The shrewd red-haired man immediately estimated a price of 2 million. Shen Jingzhe himself hadn't expected that being hit by a stone would bring him 2 million. While on the other side, the homeroom teacher began to be a bit afraid of Zhang Zhixong, avoiding his eyes, even when raising a hand to answer questions in class. It was as if he saw the suffocating shadow of bald uncle on Zhang Zhixong. The homeroom teacher thought he wanted to leave, immediately smiled and indicated, "You can go out." So Zhang Zhixong wanted to ask bald uncle about what happened, immediately calling bald uncle. However, the uncles were preparing a banquet for him, being considered a problem child by the teacher. At this time, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Scarface uncle was the first to see young master's call, immediately handing the phone to bald uncle. Bald uncle was happy the first time he received young master's call, but hearing young master was asking about the teacher's matter, so he told him not to worry, indicating he had handled everything. But hearing the word handled, Zhang Zhixong instantly froze. Meanwhile, learning it was young master's call, Uncle Shu hurriedly urged bald uncle to let him talk to young master. The next second, Uncle Shu instantly turned black-faced. "Quick, I'll take it, hear me?" Uncle Shu ignored him, snatching his phone. "Young master, you haven't forgotten what I told you? You need to beat up someone weaker than you." So Zhang Zhixong nervously asked, Do I have to beat someone today? But Uncle Shu's answer was to act immediately. Uncle Shu reminded Zhang Zhixiong again, make sure to find someone weaker than yourself to beat up, then directly hung up the phone, handing it back to Bald Uncle. Bald Uncle felt very wronged, having been hung up on before he could finish speaking, thinking it was only because you're the big brother. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhixiong was no longer wasting time, so he began to search for someone weaker than himself in the hallway. But the two people before him seemed stronger than him too. He just watched helplessly as they left. He ran to the bathroom and washed his face. Just as he was at a loss, a level 70 boss suddenly appeared behind him, rolling up his sleeves. This was like an egg hitting a stone, and he was stunned with fear. Looking at the tiger-like, bear-like physique, he thought, what use is being the Fire Bear gang leader's son? Just as he was smiling bitterly, a classmate behind him poked him. Zhixiong, you took 40,000 yuan last time, now you can return it to me. Just as he was worrying about not finding someone weaker than himself, Zhang Zhixiong grabbed his collar without hesitation, with eyes suddenly widened. You'll be the sacrifice for my first victory. But after beating him up, he found he wasn't so happy. Instead, his heart kept pounding wildly. Afterward, he adjusted his mindset again, thinking he would gradually become bad. Before, he had tried hard to be kind for Zhuzhen to like him, but now Zhuzhen had changed her mind. When he returned home, Zhang Zhixiong found the house very quiet. As he walked further in, he saw his uncles being punished, heads to the ground, none daring to move. A man resembling a gang boss checked the time on his pocket watch. The next moment, with a sinister smile, son, it seems you've really changed. Your clothing style seems to have changed too. Come sit by me. Zhang Zhixiong was suddenly shocked. Father Zhang chuckled. Why so surprised, son? Seems like you don't welcome your father. Zhang Zhixiong stuttered. Father, why are you here? Father Zhang was a man of few words but deadly actions. With just a glance, he scared Zhang Zhixiong into a cold sweat. Instantly, he shot up and sat on the sofa in a flash. Suddenly, Father Zhang stood up, saying he wanted to reward his son, but seeing the wounds on Zhang Zhixiong's face, his expression darkened. What happened to your face? You haven't been beaten up, have you? This made him panic, unable to look directly at his father. Damn it, you're the Fire Bear gang leader's son, yet you're getting beaten up every day. It's embarrassing. Then Father Jiang scolded Uncle Shu directly and ordered him to immediately start air training for Zhang Zhixiong. However, Zhang Zhixiong refused the air training. This made Father Jiang turn pale with anger. Hearing this, Father Jiang spoke bluntly, disregarding father-son sentiment. What else have you done these 10 years besides getting beaten up? Do you think I would put all my hopes in just you? It doesn't matter whether you're here or not. If you don't accept it today, I'll abandon you. When you refuse me, I already made other preparations. Your brothers are scattered throughout the country, and they are all growing. Son, the heir doesn't have to be you. I just hoped it would be you. 10 years ago you said you wanted to be a kind person for a girl, so you refused to accept air training. But I've waited for you for 10 years. You don't think you can live this luxurious life without me, do you? After hearing this, Zhang Zhixiong was stunned. Young people are too naive, so he immediately told Father Zhang about the air training, asking for some time to consider. Father Zhang stopped in his tracks. He told him to have Uncle Shu notify him when he had made up his mind. With a thud, he fell heavily to his knees. It was unimaginable to him. Though his own father, he was too ruthless. After Father Zhang left, Uncle Shu immediately helped the young master up. Then Zhang Zhixiong walked with heavy steps back to his room and took a shower. Meanwhile, the three uncles began to discuss the next steps. At this time, Scarface Uncle asked Big Brother, will the young master agree to accept the air training? This question made Uncle Shu fall into deep thought, feeling they should talk to the young master first. Then he went to Zhang Zhixiong's room. Seeing the young master's helpless expression, Uncle Shu said that if the young master also accepted air training, the uncles could become his strength. As he was about to leave, he told him, if you want to protect something, you need to have the power to protect it. Suddenly, he thought of Shen Jingzhe again. He thought if he accepted the air training, with the uncle's help, things would be different. Thinking about these things made him feel even more pathetic. After thinking for a moment, he didn't dwell on it anymore. He immediately got up and walked out of the room. He told the uncles he had decided to accept the air training. I want to become stronger, then defeat all the bad guys. Uncles, this way I'll be the worst person, right? So uncles, please help me. At this moment, the uncles had been waiting for 10 years. Young master, leave it to us. We've been ready for 10 years. Early the next morning, their young master was in a hurry, urging them to quickly train him. Seeing the young master finally accept the air training, Scarface Uncle and Bald Uncle were very pleased. Meanwhile, Uncle Shu understood that Bald Uncle was the most professional in this area, so he handed the young master's special training to him, which made Bald Uncle cry with excitement. Pounding his chest, young master, just follow me to learn. I'll make you strong. Okay, Uncle. Just as they were about to go train, Bald Uncle suddenly stopped. Young master, do you really want to accept the air training? At this time, Zhang Zhixiong answered very firmly, Uncle, I've made up my mind. After getting an affirmative answer, Bald Uncle asked him another question. Young master, did you really keep the soul ring I gave you safe? This question suddenly startled Zhang Zhixiong, and he knew the truth couldn't be hidden. So he dejectedly answered Bald Uncle that he had lost it, and it had been picked up by the guy he wanted to beat up. Actually, Bald Uncle was waiting for this confession from Zhang Zhixiong. Walking to him, he told him he knew who had the ring. He said that if the young master allowed, he could go and beat him up right now. But Zhang Zhixiong told Bald Uncle not to interfere. He said he he wanted to deal with that Shen Jingzhi guy himself. Suddenly, Bald Uncle hugged him. "Young master, I was actually hoping you would say that." Then Bald Uncle, to make it convenient for Jiang Zhixiong to take action at any time, had him change into battle uniform. Back in his room, Jiang Zhixiong got dressed and fixed his hair, slicking back his hair that hadn't been washed for 82 years. From now on, he was no longer an ordinary student, but a worthy heir to the Fire Bear gang. At the physical training room, Bald Uncle had him start testing with the 3 basics. At this time, Bald Uncle was very curious about the young master's physical strength level. Then Bald Uncle first had him do squats with weights. The next moment, it was so heavy that Jiang Zhixiong almost exploded. Just one attempt left him gasping for breath. This made Bald Uncle feel a bit embarrassed, thinking the young master could only squat 20 kilograms. Next was bench pressing while lying flat, but this posture seemed to challenge Jiang Zhixiong. But the next moment, Jiang Zhixiong shakily asked Bald Uncle to help him. So Bald Uncle lifted him up. Damn, the young master's squat plus bench press is only 40 kilograms. Nearby, Zhixiong felt like his body had become more solid. Thinking the young master was too weak, Bald Uncle didn't know how to train Zhixiong. Then Bald Uncle had Zhixiong try a deadlift. At this moment, Bald Uncle had no expectations for him. But unexpectedly, Zhixiong stood up easily. This suddenly filled him with hope. Damn, what's going on? He quickly added more weight for Zhixiong. Zhixiong still lifted it easily. With a clang, it brought back memories. Squats and bench press together were only 40 kilograms, but his deadlift was 100 kilograms. Could it be that the young master gained this ability from helping old people lift heavy things? Then Bald Uncle said. The final test would be grip strength, competing with Zhixiong in arm wrestling. Suddenly, the uncles all gathered around to watch. With a starting signal, Bald Uncle solemnly told Zhixiong to use all his strength. With a whoosh, damn, the young master's grip strength. The other uncles thought he was going easy, but the next moment, Bald Uncle's head turned red like a walnut. Suddenly a flash of realization. Could it be that the young master's monstrous grip strength came from massaging them for 10 years? The young master's monster-like grip strength was actually trained through massage. Bald Uncle finally knew how to train Zhixiong, but he said he couldn't lose to Zhixiong, as treating a match casually was disrespectful to the opponent, so he took a deep breath using all his strength. "Young master, I'm going all out." The other uncles watched in shock, but at this moment, Bald Uncle kept shouting in his heart, "Young master, I'm so proud of you." With a slap, that's right, Bald Uncle lost to Zhixiong. Looking at his trembling hand, the uncles slapped their foreheads. My goodness, the young master actually defeated our gang's arm wrestling champion Uncle Zhixiong. When Zhixiong pulled him up, Bald Uncle saw the shadow of the Fire Bear gang boss in Zhixiong. If nothing else, Bald Uncle's imagination was quite impressive. Then the two men walked with manly strides to begin the next training. Meanwhile, Song Zhongxi, looking at Jiang Zhixiong's empty seat, asked Jiang Zhixiong's 2 best friends why he wasn't at school. So the 2 friends told him that there were many scary uncles at Jiang Zhixiong's door. After school, he kept wondering if something had happened to Jiang Zhixiong. Actually, Song Zhongxi was concerned about Jiang Zhixiong because of his sister. Jiang Zhixiong had helped his sister before, so that night, he went alone to Jiang Zhixiong's door. However, Spiky Uncle saw him sneaking around and thought he was sent by another gang, so he told them he was Jiang Zhixiong's classmate. The uncles immediately changed their attitude. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Please come in." But the next moment he was stopped by Uncle Zhu, who scolded them to use their brains. Fortunately, he really was the young master's classmate. What if he had lied? What if he was sent by another gang? At this time, Song Zhongxi was lucky to have brought his student ID. He thought about how scary it would have been if he hadn't brought it. Suddenly, Uncle Shu noticed Song Zhongxi's bag with judo written on it, so he immediately ordered his subordinate to call Bald Uncle down. Song Zhongxi was very surprised when he saw Bald Uncle. He immediately bowed, "Hello, senior." After learning the reason, he took him to see Jiang Zhixiong. When he saw Jiang Zhixiong, he was stunned. He even used techniques, thinking Zhixiong had released his left hand, which wouldn't work. Of course, he didn't expect Zhixiong to lift someone up with just the strength of his right hand. Song Zhongxi was shocked. With a thud, Zhixiong's killer move, one-handed slam. At this moment, he was amazed at Jiang Zhixiong's grip strength. Then Bald Uncle asked him to try. Then Song Zhongxi and Jiang Zhixiong began to fight. Song Zhongxi moved quickly, grabbing Zhixiong's collar. Zhixiong thought he would attack with his legs next, but Song Zhongxi gave him a double-handed slam. Scarface Uncle was alarmed, but fortunately Bald Uncle called him off. Jiang Zhixiong got up again, looking very angry. The next moment, Song Zhongxi's hand moved at the fastest speed toward Zhixiong, but it still missed. Zhixiong stepped back twice. Inhale, exhale, immediately assuming a fighting stance. Gritting his teeth, his right hand gathering strength for a strike. With a slap, he hit Song Zhongxi directly. At this moment, Song Zhongxi realized that Zhixiong's fist was like a mountain. The next moment, Zhixiong counterattacked again, grabbing Song Zhongxi's leg, slowly applying his grip strength with both hands. With Zhixiong giving a fierce look. Killer move, Butcher's Hand Apple Crusher. This terrifying grip strength made Song Zhongxi feel hellish pain. Bald Uncle watched with approval while Scarface Uncle was sweating profusely. "Is this still our young master?" Then Song Zhongxi raised his fist again, but it was still avoided by Zhixiong. Zhixiong adjusted his state again, his left hand slowly gathering strength, suddenly throwing a punch, but Song Zhongxi blocked it. The next moment, Zhixiong's right hand struck, hitting him hard on the neck. It left Song Zhongxi exhausted. "Jiang Zhixiong, you're too despicable, hitting my neck." Song Zhongxi had never expected that his former classmate would now be as strong as himself. Even more incredible was that it had only been 3 days. Looking at Jiang Zhixiong lying on the ground, he asked in confusion why someone so powerful would fear people like Shen Jingjie. Thankfully, Bald Uncle told him, because the young master had never fought before. He was afraid before taking action, always wanting to escape, wanting to change. The young master needs opponents like you. Then Bald Uncle let Song Zhongxi go treat his injury first. Scarface Uncle looked at him with disdain. However, at this time, Jiang Zhixiong suddenly burst into laughter. This surprised Bald Uncle, who asked Jiang Zhixiong why he was laughing. But Jiang Zhixiong only said he felt pain in his heart, leaving Bald Uncle confused. After the training ended, Bald Uncle prepared dinner for them, saying that after exercise they should replenish protein. At this time, Bald Uncle directly asked Song Zhongxi if he would be willing to train with the young master for a week, offering food and lodging. But Song Zhongxi told him he had a sister and couldn't stay outside. How about coming to train after school? Song Zhongxi said he had judo club training after school. Then Bald Uncle asked him, as long as we solve the training issue, it's fine, right? After getting confirmation, Bald Uncle immediately called the judo club. "Hello, I want to take Song Zhongxi for training for a week. Is that okay?" Song Zhongxi almost choked when he heard this. Then Bald Uncle said, "The judo club issue is solved. Don't worry, just come over confidently," patting his shoulder. "After the young master's training is over, I'll give you individual training." The next day, Li Yiji hadn't contacted Jiang Zhixiong for several days, making her very anxious. Her two best friends thought she was seriously ill. The black-haired girl suggested, "Why don't you go to his home? If you're embarrassed to go alone, go with Jiang Zhixiong's friends." Suddenly, Li Yiji beamed. "This way I can naturally go find him." "Wait, I didn't say it was Jiang Zhixiong. How did you know? Isn't it obvious? Everyone knows except Jiang Zhixiong. Anyway, just go find him. Don't bother us here." After saying goodbye to her friends, Li Yiji set off on her love-seeking journey. Meanwhile, Shen Jingjie and his friend were planning to sell the soul ring. Entering the store, he found no one to serve him. "Dead Baldy, customers are here. Why aren't you serving us?" At this time, Bald Uncle coughed twice. However, suddenly a group of footsteps came from outside, hurriedly pulling down the rolling shutter. With a bang, Shen Jingjie panicked, hurriedly asking his friend how to pull down the shutter. However, Bald Uncle, playing with his weapon, told him to hide well. "If you're caught, I'll kill you." Shen Jingjie's jaw dropped. "Dead Baldy, who are you?" Trembling, he took out his phone, saying he would call the police. Bald Uncle, holding his glasses, "Kid, you're dead this time. It might hurt a bit, kid." In a moment, with 2 thumps, Shen Jingjie's screams filled the entire room. As arrogant as he was before, now he was that miserable. Bald Uncle grabbed his hair and told him, "Keep the ring safe. The ring's owner will come to get it himself. If you dare sell it to someone else or lose it, I'll kill you." At this time, Bald Uncle saw his thick hair, which made him very unhappy. So he shouted, "Bring the electric razor!" and shaved all his hair off. Forcefully patting his head, he said he was going out for a while, telling him to clean up the place. Before leaving, Bald Uncle didn't forget to intimidate him. If he dared to play any tricks, he would follow him for life and shave his head every time his hair grew out. Shen Jingjie gritted his teeth in hatred, but could only silently endure these humiliations. Meanwhile, Song Zhongxi and Li Yiji also came to visit Jiang Zhixiong. Scarface Uncle, adjusting his tie, sized up Li Yiji, wondering if she was the young master's girlfriend. Then he led the two, telling them that today was just the young master's last day of training. But this stunned Li Yiji. This Jiang Zhixiong's family is so rich, no wonder he can skip school. At this time, Scarface Uncle suddenly stopped, knocking on the door twice. At this moment, Li Yiji was very eager to see Jiang Zhixiong quickly, but it was Bald Uncle who came out, asking who was with Zhongxi. Suddenly, Li Yiji became nervous, thinking, "Am I meeting the parents already? Uncle, I am Jiang Zhixiong's friend. My name is Li Yiji." What a wingman. I didn't know the young master had a girlfriend. Li Yiji was startled. No, it's not like that. I'm not his girlfriend yet." Then Bald Uncle asked them to wait a bit. The young master would be out soon. With the sound of footsteps, Jiang Zhixiong slicking back his hair, exuding the aura of a mature man. "Yiji, you're here?" These words immediately made Li Yiji blush, which surprised him. "What? Zhixiong called me Yiji? Zhixiong, you've become stronger in just a few days." However, Jiang Zhixiong was also a born single man, not knowing how to be gentle with women. Fortunately, Bald Uncle smoothed things over. He let Li Yiji watch from the side until they finished training. So a young lady watched the two men train with interest. She wondered why she was watching this. The key was that the two seemed very happy, complimenting each other. Just then, Song Zhongxi lifted Zhixiong into the air. With a thud, he slammed him heavily on the ground. Li Yiji was startled, thinking Zhixiong must be in pain. But the next second, they were holding hands. Li Yiji saw they were getting along well, and their relationship seemed very good. She thought she felt like an outsider. The joke was on her. At this time, Jiang Zhixiong invited her to stay for dinner, again making Li Yiji blush. "Okay, Zhixiong." Then the three chatted happily in the living room over drinks. At this time, Li Yiji asked Jiang Zhixiong why he wasn't at school. However, Jiang Zhixiong's answer was that he was in closed training. This made Li Yiji anxious. "Training? Then why didn't you reply to my messages?" Fortunately, Bald Uncle came to the rescue, telling Li Yiji that phones weren't allowed during closed training. training. Then he handed the phone to Zhang Zhixiang. Zhang Zhixiang scrolled through the messages to see what Li Yiji had sent him. At this moment, Li Yiji panicked. She panicked. "Hey, are you crazy? Don't look now." Song Zhongxi covered his mouth and chuckled. Li Yiji suddenly stood up. "Hey, Song Zhongxi, are you laughing at me?" Bald uncle and Scarface uncle, hiding in the corner, were very pleased. This was the first time their young master had brought friends home. They hadn't seen their young master laugh so happily for a long time. After dinner, Zhang Zhixiang saw them to the door. During these days, he had also seemed very happy. At this time, Bald Uncle told him to rest early. "Young master, you still have to go to school tomorrow." The next morning, with chirping birds, Zhang Zhixiang's aura was much stronger. Even Bald Uncle felt this was how the Fire Bear gang heir should be. And the moment he came down the stairs, the subordinates all shouted, "Good morning, young master!" Just at the door, 4 subordinates were ready to open it. He never did anything himself. After getting in the car, he told his subordinate, "Stop in an alley later. I need to beat someone up first." The sound of black cars rumbling filled the entire city. With a screech, the subordinate told him they had reached the alley. After getting out, Zhang Zhixiang was very pleased. He knew very well this alley was often passed by Shen Jingzhe's group. After walking a few steps, he really encountered Shen Jingzhe. Shen Jingzhe shrunk back when he saw him. However, Zhang Zhixiang smiled, thinking the opportunity had come. Now looking at Shen Jingzhe, he seemed so weak. At this time, Shen Jingzhe asked him, "What are you smiling at? I'm already in a bad mood. What the hell are you smiling at?" The two slowly approached each other, neither liking the other. Zhang Zhixiang told him to stretch out his right hand, saying he was looking for something of his. "I told you to stretch out your right hand for me to see, didn't you hear me?" Seeing he didn't speak, Zhang Zhixiang placed his hand directly on his collarbone. As his mouth coldly uttered the words, "Killer move." With a crack, Shen Jingzhe let out another scream. Suddenly, he also saw the soul ring on him. Just as Zhang Zhixiang hesitated, Shen Jingzhe gritted his teeth. "I'm already annoyed enough." With a kick, he pushed him away. "Idiot, you're provoking me too?" However, Bald Uncle, who had been observing from the corner, signaled to Shen Jingzhe that if he fought back, he would crack him. This confused Shen Jingzhe. Why is the dead Baldy here? But then he saw the striped pattern on Zhang Zhixiang's uniform. The boy who ran away with Li Yiji also had this pattern. He finally understood everything. The ring's owner was Zhang Zhixiang, which meant the one who threw the stone at him was also Zhang Zhixiang. He thought all his humiliation was because of Zhang Zhixiang. Thinking about this, he suddenly became very angry. "I'm going to finish you," but was blocked by Zhang Zhixiang. The next moment, Zhang Zhixiang's eyes flashed, tightly gripping his fist. Suddenly another crack. Zhang Zhixiang's fighting power was off the charts. Shen Jingzhe had no idea that the current Zhang Zhixiang was not the Zhang Zhixiang he knew before. Then, quickly throwing a punch. With a slap, he hit Shen Jingzhe hard in the face. Zhang Zhixiang again gripped his ribs, using all his grip strength. He directly took the soul ring from his hand. "Uncle Soul Ring, I've finally got it back." At this time, Bald Uncle clapped his hands and said, "I'm truly proud of you, young master." Hearing the words young master, Shen Jingzhe was even more confused. Who was this Zhang Zhixiang? Then row after row of black cars appeared at the school gate. Whoosh, whoosh, all the subordinates hurriedly got out of the cars, standing in rows at the school gate. At this time, the 3 flowers were shocked by this momentum, including Zhang Zhixiang's 2 best friends, thinking some big leader was coming. Even the guidance counselor was trembling with fear. With a click, the moment he got out of the car, Zhang Zhixiang looked at everyone coldly and arrogantly. Suddenly, all the subordinates bowed and shouted, respectfully seeing off the young master. As soon as he reached the school gate, the subordinates had already lined up. Just from his walking posture, you could tell he was extraordinary. In an instant, all the subordinates bowed and shouted, respectfully seeing off the young master. But he didn't expect that. As soon as he walked into the classroom, all the classmates were discussing how his previous kindness was all an act. Even his childhood sweetheart was saying he was a liar. At this moment, Zhang Zhixiang was stunned, making him very agitated. His former classmates now made him feel sick to his stomach. This reminded him of what Uncle Shu said, becoming good is difficult, but becoming bad is just a moment's work. Now he understood that he had thought Uncle's words were too simple. Just then, he met his best friends of 10 years in the hallway. When he went to greet them, however, his friends now looked at him with fear. They walked right past him, completely unwilling to have any further contact with him. Zhang Zhixiang never thought even they would treat him like this. Suddenly, with a thud, he fell to his knees. The world now seemed very dark to him. Then he sat alone dejectedly at the bridge outside the school. Fortunately, Li Yiji and Song Dongxi found him, but just then, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was a call from the student council president. He answered the phone, and after learning the reason, he stood up and said he had something to do and had to leave. Then Zhang Zhixiang left gloomily. At this moment, he had only one thought in his heart: to be the worst person. The long-waiting president also bluntly asked Zhang Zhixiang, "I heard your family is in the underworld, is that true?" Zhang Zhixiang's eyes sank. Does that matter anymore? However, the president only cared whether this would affect the school's image. At this time, the president said he had originally wanted to talk with him and then talk to the teachers, but it seemed unnecessary. "Zhang Zhixiang, you don't seem like yourself at all." This startled Zhang Zhixiang. Damn it, not like me? Then what should I be like? Tightly clenching his fist, he really wanted to punch him. "For the past 10 years, I've tried my hardest to be a kind person, yet you suddenly treat me like this." Do you think I should be as kind as before? Suddenly, with a bang, Jiang Zhixiong hit the iron door and shouted, "Should I be kind?" Then as he left, he told him he was no longer interested in the position of student council president. Meanwhile, Shen Jingjie was confronted again. Spiky uncle warned him, "If you want to live, don't go to school anymore." "Pa, can't you see who you can fight against?" Before leaving, Spiky uncle warned him again that if Shen Jingjie dared to play any tricks, he would finish him off. Shen Jingjie watched the two slowly leave. At this moment, he still thought Jiang Zhixiong was so arrogant in front of him because he had gangsters backing him. He said he couldn't sit idle. No matter what method, he would definitely get revenge. Thinking about how to catch Jiang Zhixiong's weakness, he suddenly thought of something, immediately checking his phone, thinking, isn't there still this Han Shuzhen? Shuzhen was Jiang Zhixiong's childhood sweetheart. She must know Jiang Zhixiong's weaknesses. He immediately dialed Shuzhen's number. At this time, Shen Jingjie smiled sinisterly, saying even if he died, he would drag Jiang Zhixiong down with him. Shen Jingjie gently hinted to her that Jiang Zhixiong had found a dozen gangster uncles, and he had been beaten up without rhyme or reason. Suddenly, Shuzhen was shocked. What? Zhixiong found gangsters to beat you up? I never thought he was this kind of person. I'm really disappointed in him. At this time, Shen Jingjie pressed his advantage, asking her what weaknesses Jiang Zhixiong had, such as Jiang Zhixiong's secrets or things he cherished. After thinking for a moment, Shuzhen told him, if we put aside things, does a person count? The next moment, Shen Jingjie smiled evilly, so that's it. He thought Jiang Zhixiong liked this nasty girl. The person Jiang Zhixiong cherished was actually Han Shuzhen. At this time, Shuzhen asked him, are we back together? Shen Jingjie stroked her little head and said, of course, I didn't know you were so important before. I was too harsh on you. I'm sorry. I'll treat you well. Will you give me another chance? Then Shen Jingjie took Shuzhen's hand. Meanwhile, on the other side, the three flowers were chatting about the relationship between Jiang Zhixiong and Li Yizhi. Li Yizhi secretly expressed that she liked Jiang Zhixiong, but not because his family was in a gang. However, at this moment, her best friend told her to turn Jiang Zhixiong into the most powerful man. But then Li Yizhi instantly started daydreaming. She imagined Jiang Zhixiong saying, Li Yizhi, this territory is mine now, and you're my next target. She thought if he was that domineering, it would be quite nice. Blushing, she covered her face and jumped up in excitement. Just then, the two minions of Shen Jingjie from earlier suddenly approached them. Hey, Li Yizhi, do you know where Jiang Zhixiong from your class went? As the two were about to leave after failing to get any information, little did they know, Jiang Zhixiong was on his way back. The moment they turned around, Jiang Zhixiong suddenly appeared before them. The three flowers were stunned. Damn, speak of the devil, the person you're looking for is here. At this moment, Shen Jingjie's two minions were still putting on airs in front of the three flowers. The glasses guy extended his hand first, saying he was happy to meet Jiang Zhixiong and make friends. However, Jiang Zhixiong completely ignored him. He stood with his hands in his pockets, staring at them motionlessly. The glasses guy laughed. Look, friend, don't refuse the wine only to be forced to drink a penalty. At this point, Jiang Zhixiong asked if they were friends of Shen Jingjie. However, the glasses guy mistakenly thought Jiang Zhixiong was also Shen Jingjie's friend. So he extended his hand saying, nice to meet you, I'm Jiang Zhengkai. Jiang Zhixiong's eyes flashed. Nice to meet you, I'm Jiang Zhixiong. The glasses guy looked at Jiang Zhixiong, gripping his hand tightly, his arm trembling. The next second, Jiang Zhixiong's eyes revealed a cold arrogance. With a crack, Jiang Zhixiong's grip instantly crushed his hand, making him howl in pain. The other minion beside him thought the glasses guy was pretending and told him to stop making a scene. Damn it, I'm not exaggerating. Help me quickly, this guy is a mad dog. This left Li Yizhi and her friends stunned. Damn, is Jiang Zhixiong from our class that strong? Suddenly Shen Jingjie's two minions let out a loud roar, thinking the goddess was still watching. Hey punk, let him go. With an angry roar, he threw a punch, but Jiang Zhixiong easily dodged. He immediately gripped his fist. Kid, hitting people is wrong. At this moment, Shen Jingjie's minions panicked. He panicked, never expecting this kid to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Jiang Zhixiong's eyes sank, using his grip to slowly torture him. With a spinning potato move, he rotated his arm 360 degrees, showing off his fun for a moment, but the consequences were unbearable. Shen Jingjie's two minions immediately admitted defeat. Hearing this, Jiang Zhixiong released his hand. Standing dominantly behind them, he told them to get lost. Meanwhile, he also won over two fangirls, both exclaiming, wow, Jiang Zhixiong is amazing. Then the glasses guy exchanged glances with the two. They quickly fled desperately, not forgetting to make threats before leaving. Jiang Zhixiong will see about this. Meanwhile, Li Yizhi was captivated by Zhixiong's coolness. Her face turned red, like a pervert, drooling uncontrollably, making her body instinctively step forward, starting to show concern for Jiang Zhixiong. Just then, Jiang Zhixiong said he had something to ask her, making Li Yizhi shy again. Ask me? Zhixiong, what is it? So Jiang Zhixiong asked her, were those two just now Shen Jingjie's friends? Are they the troublemakers in our school? And Li Yizhi, Are you a troublemaker too? After hearing this, Li Yiji looked very unhappy and gave a sullen Very good, tell me all the troublemakers in our school, except for you. Hearing except for you, Li Yiji immediately perked up. The two beside her were stunned. Oh my, special treatment, eh? Except for you? Afterwards, the two reached an agreement. On the other side, Shen Jingzhe and Xu Zhen were walking hand in hand when they ran into the two who had just been beaten by Zhang Zixong. The four of them were immediately alarmed. Meanwhile, the glasses guy hurriedly asked Shen Jingzhe what happened to his face. At this point, Xu Zhen wanted to say that Shen Jingzhe had been beaten by Zhang Zixong, but Shen Jingzhe squeezed her hand tightly, told her to go back to the classroom first. We men have something to talk about. Xu Zhen didn't forget to look back before leaving. Then Shen Jingzhe told them that he had been beaten by Zhang Zixong, who brought more than 10 gangsters. The two were stunned. What? You say you were beaten by 10 gangsters? Then we can't afford to offend that kid. At this point, Shen Jingzhe's eyes sank. Can't we just ask our boss Dubo for help? After hearing this, the two exchanged glances. If Dubo is willing to help, it shouldn't be a problem. So the three of them reached another consensus to deal with Zhang Zixong. Meanwhile, Li Yiji was also starting to tell Zhang Zixong about the troublemaker gangs in the nearby schools. The boss of our school is Li Dubo. You may not know that he's my brother, but you should know Song Zhongxi, who's the best fighter in our school. He and my brother have a senior-junior relationship in the judo club. Then there's Shen Jingzhe's group that you're familiar with. Shen Jingzhe used to be my brother's junior at the same school. There's another group in the school. Their leader is called Zhao Enhao. He doesn't get along with my brother, but Shen Jingzhe's group plus his only have 11 people. Then our school's troublemakers and the nearby school's troublemakers formed an ignorant normal alliance. The number should exceed 100 people. I want to defeat all the bad guys I see and become the baddest person. Meanwhile, Shen Jingzhe also sought help from his boss to get revenge on Zhang Zixong. After learning the reason, Li Dubo was furious. How dare they make my little brother's face look like this? Then Li Dubo told him to follow his instructions, saying he would solve the street problems for him. He told Shen Jingzhe to go ahead with confidence. As a precaution, he also suggested that he call a few more brothers to prepare at the gymnasium. Before Li Dubo left, he patted his shoulder, telling him not to always get beaten up outside. When little brothers get beaten, the big brother feels heartbroken. Shen Jingzhe hurriedly bowed to see him off. At this moment, he was feeling extremely pleased, thinking that he could finally deal with Song Zhongxi and Zhang Zixong. The next day, he neatly gathered his 10 minions and announced that he had good news to tell them. Upon hearing this, his minions thought he had gone crazy. How are we going to deal with Song Zhongxi? Shen Jingzhe gave an evil smile. Just trust me. Dubo said he's willing to help us. Don't you all have a grudge against Song Zhongxi too? Tomorrow we'll deal with them together. Early the next morning, Shen Jingzhe slammed open the classroom door. He took big steps toward Song Zhongxi, who was sleeping. The classmates were stunned. What's going on? Why is he provoking Song Zhongxi while he's sleeping? Shen Jingzhe stopped, sized him up carefully, nervously raised his right hand. With a slap, he hit Song Zhongxi's back. The classmates who saw this exclaimed, "My goodness, has Shen Jingzhe gone crazy?" The next moment, Song Zhongxi slowly got up, thinking he had been bitten by a mosquito. Seeing this, Shen Jingzhe said, "Hey, punk, come with me to the gymnasium." The next second, he ran away hurriedly, not forgetting to mock Song Zhongxi. "Punk, if you don't come, I'll consider you scared off by me." Song Zhongxi wouldn't let him get away with it. "Kid, you'll be dead soon." Shen Jingzhe ran while thinking, "Punk, you dare to humiliate me in front of so many people." Song Zhongxi, you've messed with the wrong person this time. Then he ran panting to the sports field. Looking back, he found that Song Zhongxi hadn't followed yet, so he told his minions to prepare first. Let's beat him together in a bit. At this point, he saw Dubo. What surprised him was that Li Dubo had also brought people from the ignorant normal alliance. Wuzhen School's Huang Dazhuang, Jilan School's Li Dubo, Mozhen School's Tao Yuan, Changnan School's Park Mingjun. 4 school bullies appeared one after another, so Shen Jingzhe became increasingly confident and called out Dubo. Li Dubo blinked, indicating that he should go ahead with confidence. On the other side, Song Zhongxi had also arrived at the gymnasium. The moment he pushed the door open, Song Zhongxi looked at him with disdain. After the two exchanged glances, Shen Jingzhe asked with a grin, "Brothers, are you ready?" He pointed directly at Song Zhongxi and said, "Go, brothers, take him down." However, his so-called brothers didn't move. They looked at him blankly. "Why aren't you going first? Hey, what's going on? Why aren't you acting? What are you trying to do?" At this point, Song Zhongxi was already approaching step by step, just as Shen Jingzhe was shouting, "Punk, I told you not to come any closer." Song Zhongxi's eyes sank, his back foot instantly exerting force. His left hand quickly clenched into a fist to buffer the force. With a bang, Song Zhongxi's fist, as heavy as a mountain, landed directly on his face. The next moment, Shen Jingzhe's screams echoed throughout the gymnasium, making him slide across the floor. The floor was even scraped into sparks by him. He only managed to stop at the center of the gymnasium. This made the rest of the minions panic, all showing expressions of despair. However, Song Zhongxi looked at them expressionlessly as if they were a bunch of clowns. The 3 school bullies were alarmed after seeing this. Damn, he's simply a monster. At this point, Shen Jingzhe was still shouting, "Punk, you're going down soon," still being so arrogant. At this point, Shen Jingzhe hurriedly called out, "Dubo," and Dubo on the side pretended not to hear or see. Shen Jingzhe panicked, Dubo, didn't you say you would help me? Suddenly the back door banged, making Shen Jingzhe pale. Jiang Zhixiong, why are you here? Jiang Zhixiong told him arrogantly, I came to deal with you personally. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingzhe began to look around. Why? Why aren't any of you helping me? It instantly made him think, what's going on? Something must have gone wrong. Jiang Zhixiong is here too. Could it be? No, it can't be. Dubo, what's going on? Say something. At this point, Jiang Zhixiong told him to stop talking nonsense. Or are you afraid? Shen Jingzhe snorted. What fear? You're just a waste who calls in gangsters to help when fighting. The next moment he rolled up his fist. Punk, what are you so arrogant about? Whoosh. He rushed past Song Zhongxi like the wind, instantly jumping up. Damn, don't think I won't hit you just because your family is connected to the underworld. But his fist was instantly dodged by Jiang Zhixiong, who then locked onto his ribs using his grip with an iron hand technique. Crack. Jiang Zhixiong made him experience what unbearable pain was like again. But this time Shen Jingzhe broke free from Jiang Zhixiong's attack and began to jump back hurriedly. Shen Jingzhe adjusted his state again and pounced toward Jiang Zhixiong, gritting his teeth, slowly building power in his left hand. Jiang, I'm left-handed. Whoosh whoosh, still dodged. Jiang Zhixiong even taunted. Kid, too slow. The next second, Jiang Zhixiong's eyes turned white, instantly locking onto his arm. Grabbing his arm, his eyes glowing, he began to use his terrifying grip. Swaying, Shen Jingzhe panicked, but Jiang Zhixiong with a grip cracked his arm into a twisted pretzel, making his face contort in pain, unable to even call for his mother. At this point, Jiang Zhixiong really didn't want to see his face anymore, so he gave him another hit. At this point, Shen Jingzhe's neck should be broken. The two school bullies exclaimed after seeing this, so he's the heir of the Fire Bear gang, quite skilled. And on the other side, Shen Jingzhe slowly got up again, fumbling for something. Slash, he took out a dagger. Jiang Zhixiong, this was originally meant for Song Zhongxi, but it's your honor. Jiang Zhixiong was shocked. Damn, you're going too far using a knife. But at this point, Shen Jingzhe didn't care about these things, laughing maniacally. Jiang Zhixiong, are you afraid? You should be. This is your true face. Suddenly, Shen Jingzhe jumped directly, pouncing on Jiang Zhixiong like a mad dog. Just then, a microphone sound suddenly came from inside the gymnasium. Everyone turned to look and saw two other students kneeling there with shaved heads. That's right, the one on the podium was none other than my social bald uncle. Shen Jingzhe saw this, and his scalp went numb, thinking, why is it this bald guy again? And the bald uncle told him to put down the weapon before fighting. The bald uncle saw that he didn't react. He said if he didn't put down the weapon, he would go over and kill him. Hearing this, Shen Jingzhe trembled all over. The fear of being dominated by the bald uncle was deeply ingrained in his heart. Clang, he threw the weapon on the ground. Then the bald uncle told them to continue fighting. However, at this point, Shen Jingzhe said it wasn't fair. My nasal bone has been broken by Song Zhongxi. Hearing this, Jiang Zhixiong told him to wait. Then he asked Song Zhongxi to punch him the same way he punched Shen Jingzhe. Song Zhongxi also very neatly rolled up his fist. This is the first time I've heard such a request. Bang, with this punch, Jiang Zhixiong's jaw should be dislocated too. This made the bald uncle terrified, and Shen Jingzhe was surprised by this action, thinking that this waste was quite fierce. Wuzhen School's Huang Dashuang thought Jiang Zhixiong was more suitable to be the boss. At this point, the bald uncle and Li Dubo exchanged glances. The two nodded very tacitly, as if everything was planned by them. On the other side, Jiang Zhixiong didn't want to waste any more time, wanting to end this battle quickly. At this point, Shen Jingzhe still thought Jiang Zhixiong was going to grab his ribs again. He thought as long as he kept his distance from Jiang Zhixiong couldn't do anything to him. But Jiang Zhixiong just exerted force with his left foot on the ground, flying up like Superman. Hey kid, see where you can run! Before Shen Jingzhe could react, Jiang Zhixiong had already pounced on him. The next second, Jiang Zhixiong became ferocious. Kid, you're dead this time. But their posture seemed somewhat familiar. Even the bald uncle was watching intently, thinking he hadn't taught the young master ground techniques yet. Meanwhile, the two school bullies were also confused. Why didn't he attack when he was in an advantageous position? At this point, Jiang Zhixiong had no idea what to do next. Shen Jingzhe kept shouting, Jiang, didn't you say you would fight fair and square? Just then, Jiang Zhixiong no longer cared about anything else, directly using all his grip strength. The next moment, Shen Jingzhe's wrist turned blue from being squeezed. His face was full of pain, as if he was being choked. At this moment, Jiang Zhixiong seemed to have completely lost his rationality. Seeing Shen Jingzhe's face repeatedly reminded him of Shen Jingzhe and Xu Zhen's intimate actions. 10 years of effort to be kind only to be met with Xu Zhen saying she liked bad boys. At this moment, Jiang Zhixiong could no longer hold back, making him feel it wasn't worth it. At this point, Shen Jingzhe kept telling Jiang Zhixiong to stop, telling him his arm might break. At this point, Jiang Zhixiong gave an evil smile. I can't stop now. The next moment, he rolled up his fist, his eyes turning white. Bang, one punch. Bang bang, two punches. Bang bang bang, three punches. Crying while beating, shouting, weren't you very tough before? Hey, don't think I'll stop beating you just because you've lost consciousness. Fortunately, Song Zhongxi called him to stop in time. Otherwise, Shen Jingzhe would have been finished. Park Mingjun watched with satisfaction. This man beat his enemy, but he's in pain himself. Perhaps there's a hidden story. Nearby, Tao Yuan laughed and added, hidden story? I think he's just a psycho, as brutal as his father. However, at this point, Shen Jingzhe's two minions suddenly began arguing over who would become the new boss. Hearing this, Jiang Zhixiong became angry. He turned his head and gave them a look. telling them that from today he would deal with all of them. Then, the vast gymnasium suddenly became very quiet. At this point, Park Mingjun spoke first, saying that's enough for today, the rest would be dealt with later. Then he immediately stepped forward wanting to shake hands with Zhang Zhixong, confident in his social skills. However, Zhang Zhixong just looked at him once, directly shaking off his hand. I said I would deal with all of you, including people from the ignorant normal alliance. Park Mingjun angrily expressed that he wanted to fight Zhang Zhixong. At this point, Li Dubo told him to calm down first, telling him that Zhang Zhixong was very emotional now, whatever was said he would be full of aggression. Then the 3 school bullies left first. At this point, the 2 clowns were still calling for Dubo to choose a new leader. However, Li Dubo directly told them to get lost. Upon hearing this, everyone could only leave reluctantly. At this point, the bald uncle gave Zhang Zhixong a thumbs up. After praising him, he told Zhang Zhixong to go home first. After Zhang Zhixong and Song Zhongxi left, the bald uncle strode like a man and said, "Dubo, thank you for your hard work." Li Dubo immediately bowed, calling him brother Qishang. As the 2 were about to leave, the bald uncle told him not to be nervous, saying he had spoken to the big brother just to say hello was fine. Otherwise, the bald uncle stopped, touched the razor on the back of his head. "Oh my, I almost forgot, the after-sales service can't be neglected." With a series of operations, he stripped Shen Jingzhe's clothes completely. This left Li Dubo stunned, so Shen Jingzhe's hair was shaved by brother Qishang. After shaving, the bald uncle told Li Dubo to follow him. Seeing Shen Jingzhe like this, the bald uncle's method could be said to be brutal. At this point, the 2 kneeling on the podium immediately stood up and called out, "Jingzhe!" As the 2 had been kneeling for too long, their legs were numb, walking like zombies. They hurriedly woke him up. "Jingzhe, wake up. We've been tricked." When he woke up, he found his body completely naked. He gritted his teeth, never expecting to suffer such humiliation. He became very agitated. "Damn it, bald bastard." At this moment, Shen Jingzhi finally understood that he had been tricked. He was the only one who didn't know all this. They had all colluded against him, those friends he once trusted, and Dubo, whom he trusted like a brother. He thought they had conspired to make a fool of him. The next moment, Shen Jingzhi laughed. The 2 brothers beside him thought he had gone crazy. "Damn it, they've messed with the wrong person. Do they think it's over after playing me? This is even better. I will have my revenge. I will kill all of them. I've got nothing to lose anyway. I'll show them how terrifying a person with nothing to fear can be." However, on the other side, the news of Zhang Zhixong defeating Shen Jingzhe had spread throughout the school. Meanwhile, the information of Zhang Zhixong declaring war on the ignorant normal alliance also spread quickly. Of course, the Firebear gang was no exception. They definitely had to congratulate Zhang Zhixong on becoming the new generation boss. Meanwhile, the bald uncle told Li Dubo to take this opportunity to greet the brothers, so he called out with sweat all over, "Nice to meet everyone, I'm Li Dubo." This scared him quite a bit, and on the other side, Zhang Zhixong was taking manly strides, stating that now he could adapt, not forgetting to spit a couple of times. When he returned home, it was very quiet. He thought this familiar feeling gave him a sense of foreboding. At this point, he stopped in his tracks. "Father, why are you here?" Father Zhang immediately got up and put out his cigarette. He hugged Zhang Zhixong tightly. This sudden action made Zhang Zhixong unsure of what to do. "Son, I heard you've already taken over your school. That's great. I'm really proud of you. I've waited for this moment for too long." This moved the uncles to tears, everyone shouted. The boss finally embraced the young master. But for Zhang Zhixong, Father Zhang hadn't hugged him for 10 years. After 10 years, feeling his father's embrace again made him feel very warm. He thought perhaps this was quite good. Suddenly, Father Zhang pushed him away. "Son, I'm sorry. On such a good day, I'm too emotional." Then he immediately turned and called out, "Brothers, what are you doing on such a good day? Hurry up and raise your glasses to celebrate." Everyone celebrated together, congratulating the young master. This scene was really grand. Meanwhile, Father Zhang announced that from today, this day would be set as a memorial day in the gang. However, at this point, Zhang Zhixong was deep in thought, looking at the wine in the cup, very hesitant whether to drink it or not. But his father and uncles were all watching. To not ruin the atmosphere, he finally drank it all. His father and uncles watched with amazement. The next second, Zhang Zhixong's face turned black. This taste, and his father and uncles kept asking how he felt. The next moment, Zhang Zhixong regretted it. This tastes terrible. Why do you drink this?" Upon hearing this, the 3 uncles immediately showed unhappy expressions. At this point, Father Zhang pointed at him and laughed. "Son, it's supposed to taste like this, just like life. This is your first time drinking, so your father specially prepared it. Ha ha ha, the son of a gangster actually doesn't like to drink. The wine I asked you to drink is worth 20 million. The rest of you enjoy." Hearing this, the minions were embarrassed, all expressing, "Thank you, boss." Then Father Zhang didn't say more, saying he was going out for some air, telling them to continue playing. At this point, he patted Zhang Zhixong's shoulder. Seeing his son able to follow the right path made him very satisfied. Zhang Zhixong saw his father and uncles seemed to be discussing him, making him curious about what his father meant. After going outside, Father Zhang said he was in a good mood today. He wanted to reward Uncle Shu properly. However, just then, a minion coming down from the car. "Boss, why did you come out so quickly?" Father Zhang told him he would go back in later. also asking him to go in for a drink. But Li Shiwan immediately bowed. I don't need to. I still have to drive later. You have fun, boss. After Father Jiang went in, Liang Zishu gave him a glance. Suddenly, Li Shiwan smiled evilly. It seems the slap you got is healed. Uncle Shu's face turned black, but he completely ignored him. Clang, and so Li Shiwan stood outside like an idiot. On the other side, the uncles were already drunk. Oh, it made Uncle Shu want to punch these punks. How could they be so out of control with the boss still there? Father Jiang told him not to mind these things, instructing him to call Jiang Zhixiong to the rooftop. When Uncle Shu called Jiang Zhixiong suddenly stood up. Uncle, my heart is beating so fast. At this point, Uncle Shu told him to pull himself together, go quickly and see. Jiang Zhixiong scratched his head awkwardly. However, as soon as he reached the rooftop door, he saw the bald uncle, but Jiang Zhixiong felt the bald uncle looked a bit strange, so he nervously asked what his father called him for. All of a sudden, he saw the certificates on the ground. Aren't these my certificates? Why are they here? Father Jiang's eyes sank. He told him to burn all these things. You are no longer a kind model citizen. You are Jiang Zhixiong, the heir of the Fire Bear gang. Your behavior should match your identity, burn your past, start anew. Jiang Zhixiong looked at the certificates for good conduct, active participation in community, service, being a role model for others. He thought, this is how I used to be, but now it's different. Then he directly took the box and poured it in. I must make a change. Father, am I doing the right thing? Father Jiang hugged him. You've done something very difficult. I'm really proud of you, son. After Father Jiang left, he became very confused, thinking perhaps this is what a filial son should do. At this point, Li Yiji suddenly called him. So late and Yiji is calling me. He immediately went downstairs and looked around to see if the uncles were asleep, thinking everything was fine. However, a shadow stood behind him. Young master, so late, where are you sneaking off to? Jiang Zhixiong told the uncles with sweat all over that he was going to meet a girl. Upon hearing this, the drunken uncles immediately pricked up their ears. Even the bald uncle kindly asked Jiang Zhixiong if he had a girlfriend. At this point, the drunken uncles hearing it was the young master's girlfriend all got excited. The uncles all expressed that they wanted to teach Jiang Zhixiong dating skills. The next moment, Jiang Zhixiong ran away. It's like a bunch of single dogs teaching another single dog. Just as he got outside, he was blinded by a bright light. Li Yiji was sitting on a small moped asking Jiang Zhixiong if she looked cool. However, it shocked him, thinking Li Yiji's moped was stolen, and she was driving without a license. After Li Yiji explained to him, this misunderstanding was resolved. Then the two came to a park, talking about Li Yiji getting hit by a rock earlier. Li Yiji teased him, if this pretty face of mine gets scarred, I'm done for. At this point, Jiang Zhixiong reached out and asked, you wouldn't be lying because you're afraid I'd worry, would you? Gently stroking her forehead, lifting her hair to see if there was a scar. The next moment, Li Yiji's face turned red, her heart racing. Just as Jiang Zhixiong was relieved there was no scar, Li Yiji suddenly stood up, telling him she was leaving first. They would meet at school tomorrow. Li Yiji immediately started her moped, thinking if she didn't leave quickly, Zhixiong would definitely hear her heartbeat. The more she thought about it, the more her face flushed and her heart raced. At this moment, Li Yiji just wanted to escape quickly. Meanwhile, Shen Jingzhe's group was planning how to target Song Zhongxi and Jiang Zhixiong. However, the glasses guy immediately said he wouldn't participate when he heard they were going to kidnap someone. Shen Jingzhe directly gave him the international gesture. Then he reached an agreement with Shen Jingzhe, exactly 6 people. The next day they started following Song Zhongxi and Jiang Zhixiong. At this point, Song Zhongxi and Jiang Zhixiong suddenly stopped, scaring the three with sweat all over, thinking they had been discovered. However, they just wanted to buy something to bring back for the sister to eat. When Duan saw her brother return, she quickly threw herself into her brother's arms. After explaining everything, the two said goodbye and left. Little did they know that Shen Jingzhe and his 3 men hiding in the dark had already started calculating how to kidnap his sister. Unexpectedly, following Duan, they encountered Jiang Zhixiong, thinking if they dealt with Jiang Zhixiong first, then took Duan with them to teach her a lesson too. Just thinking about it made him excited. He immediately told his brothers this was a good opportunity to kidnap both of them, but the others immediately objected. Kidnapping Jiang Zhixiong was one thing, but kidnapping a little kid was going too far. All expressed they couldn't do it. This angered Shen Jingzhe, who shouted, bunch of cowards, I want to beat up Song Zhongxi too, but the 6 of us simply can't beat him. That's why I came up with this strategy. It made him grit his teeth, thinking unless Song Zhongxi suddenly became lame. However, Song Zhongxi had just finished training his legs. He was limping back on the road. At this very moment, he was spotted by this bastard, who hurriedly called Shen Jingzhe to come look. Shen Jingzhe looked, oh my, it really is Song Zhongxi, but why is his leg lame? The next moment Shen Jingzhe laughed. He laughed, heaven is helping me. Is it God telling me to go deal with Song Zhongxi? Brothers, I'll listen to you, let's not touch that little girl. Let's go deal with Song Zhongxi directly, come on brothers. Then everyone began picking up their weapons. Swagger walking on the street, looking like they were on the edge of death again. Meanwhile, Song Zhongxi was also just wanting to feel the soreness of climbing stairs after leg training, completely unaware that danger was approaching. With a brothers' attack, Shen Jingzhe's group raised their weapons and started surrounding him. When he turned around, his face immediately became grave. At this moment, Shen Jingzhe was already behind him, raising his weapon, smiling confidently. Bang bang bang, die punk. Just as Song Zhongxi wanted to counterattack, his leg was too sore to use any strength. Before he could react, he was hit from behind with a stick, making his eyes go white. Bang bang bang, everyone everyone started beating him. Song Jiangxi desperately protected his head, started observing their attack patterns, thinking 6 people shouldn't be a problem. The next moment, Song Jiangxi locked onto his target, took a fighting stance, right hand protecting his head, left hand clenching into a fist, slowly building power. Bang! A left hook directly landed heavily on the blonde's face. Bang, bang, bang. Another right hook to the blonde, beating him until his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Meanwhile, suddenly one of these bastards came jumping from the front, wanting to give him an aerial stab, but he was still sent flying by Song Jiangxi's punch, howling in pain. Suddenly, the green-robed man swung a steel pipe from behind him, still blocked by Song Jiangxi's strong arm. He directly lifted him up in the air. With a loud crash, the green-robed man landed on his head. Whoosh! Nearby, Shen Jingje appeared behind him again. Bang! With a stick. Song Jiangxi was hit with a concussion. Finally, he couldn't hold on, his legs gave out and he knelt down. But at this moment, his first thought was whether his sister would be in danger. After falling down, his legs no longer had any strength, and he could only let them beat him. After a while, Shen Jingje told him to tie up Song Jiangxi and carry him to the car. Then the men efficiently stuffed him into the car. Meanwhile, Doan and Jiang Zhixiong were just on their way back. At this moment, Doan asked Jiang Zhixiong to look over there, as it seemed like there had been a car accident. Looking carefully, it was actually her brother. Doan immediately burst into tears, thinking her brother had been hit by a car. Jiang Zhixiong roared loudly, "Shen Jingje, you bastard, you're dead this time." Shen Jingje directly gave him an international hand gesture. Jiang Zhixiong slowly comforted Doan, telling her not to worry. "I will definitely bring your brother back safely." He never expected that Shen Jingje would now start committing crimes, so he hurriedly went home to call his uncles, saying he needed their help. But because today was a dinner gathering, the uncles were already drunk. At that moment, he saw Uncle Zhu sitting on the sofa, but after calling him several times there was no response, so he reached out and pushed him a little, and Jiang Zhixiong was stunned. Uncle Zhu had fallen asleep. He began to look around to see if Bald Uncle was there. However, Bald Uncle was sleeping soundly. Then Jiang Zhixiong decided not to disturb them anymore, thinking it would be better to call the police. Just as he was dialing the police uncle's number, Xu Zhen suddenly called him. He immediately answered the phone asking where Xu Zhen was. However, the voice on the other end was Shen Jingje. Shen Jingje was very smug. "Hello, can't you recognize my voice? I'm Shen Jingje. If you want to see Xu Zhen, then come quickly, I'll send you the address. Also, if you dare to bring your uncles or call the police, watch out for Xu Zhen's life." After saying that, Shen Jingje hung up the phone, making Jiang Zhixiong's eyes widen with anger. "Kid, I'll kill you later. Even without my uncle's help, I can beat you up." Just as he reached the door, he ran into Li Yiji. After Li Yiji learned what had happened, the two rode a scooter to the abandoned warehouse. Because they were going too fast, Li Yiji told him to hold on to her waist, or he would fall off. However, Jiang Zhixiong only lightly pinched her clothes. After they arrived at the old warehouse, Jiang Zhixiong handed her the helmet, telling her to go back first. He told her he was going to fight them. Li Yiji watched his retreating figure, silently thinking to herself, "Zhixiong, I'm going to be the woman behind you in the future. How could I let you go alone?" Meanwhile, Shen Jingje and his gang were discussing whether Jiang Zhixiong would bring his uncles, expressing that none of them wanted their heads shaved. Shen Jingje told them not to worry, stating that they had 2 hostages. At this point, he glanced at Song Jiangxi, deliberately asking him if Jiang Zhixiong would bring his uncles to beat them up, seeing that he was silent and not answering. Shen Jingje slapped him. "Oh, I forgot you have tape on your mouth and can't answer." Then he slapped him again. "What, you want to hit me? Why don't you hit me? Oh, I forgot, your hands are tied up too, you can't hit me." The next moment, he unleashed a barrage of physical attacks on Song Jiangxi. "Ha ha ha, you punk, who told you to be so arrogant before?" But no matter how much Song Jiangxi was beaten, he didn't make a sound. Suddenly, Xu Zhen stopped him, asking if he would beat Zhixiong like this when he arrived. Shen Jingje directly said, "Of course, you bitch, or do you want to take the beating for him?" Hearing this, Xu Zhen became very scared, too frightened to speak. Shen Jingje pinched her chin, telling her, "You're just bait. If you talk too much, I'll beat you too." At this moment, she hoped Jiang Zhixiong would come quickly to save her, thinking to herself how much she hated bad people now. Meanwhile, Yellow Hair asked him what they would do if that dead Baldy came. Shen Jingje gave an evil smile and told them not to worry, saying that there was an older guy outside waiting to help them. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. Jiang Zhixiong arrived at their door with murderous intent, saying, "Kid, you're dead this time." When Xu Zhen saw Jiang Zhixiong, her eyes lit up. At the same time, Shen Jingje ordered his minions to take him down. The minions laughed. "Do we all need to fight him together?" Yellow Hair said he alone was enough to handle Jiang Zhixiong. Just as Jiang Zhixiong was getting into his fighting stance, Yellow Hair was already coming straight at him with a swift strike, but Jiang Zhixiong dodged. Jiang Zhixiong immediately stepped back, one hand grabbing his arm, his right leg starting to apply force, his right knee striking directly into Yellow Hair's face, just as Yellow Hair's nose was bleeding. Jiang Zhixiong grabbed his hair, telling them to release Xu Zhen and Song Jiangxi. Otherwise, he would rip Yellow Hair's scalp off. But Shen Jingje and his gang didn't move at all. So Jiang Zhixiang forcefully pulled out Yellow Hair's hair and threw him to the side. Damn it, I almost forgot, you guys have no loyalty. You don't care if your friend's scalp gets ripped off, then I'll deal with all of you. Shen Jingjie laughed loudly. If you don't have those thug uncles backing you up, you're nothing, you're just all talk. Not counting Li Guangyu, we still have 5 people, can you beat us all? Jiang Zhixiang's eyes darkened, thinking he needed to find a way to take down Shen Jingjie first. With a roar, he began to jump, but he didn't expect Shen Jingjie to dodge his attack. Shen Jingjie returned with a series of punches. However, at this moment, Jiang Zhixiang tightly grabbed his collar, his right hand beginning to form a fist, quickly gathering strength. With a boom, he hit him directly in the face. The face was dented inward. At this moment, the man in the green robe hit him with a stick from behind. Before Jiang Zhixiang could react, another person kicked him from the side. Indeed, it was a wave after wave of physical attacks. Kid, there's a limit to being arrogant. How do the studded shoes feel? Let me let you experience it again. But Jiang Zhixiang grabbed him. The next moment, he howled in pain, feeling as if his bones were about to crack. On the other side, Li Yiji was shocked after seeing this, thinking to herself that Zhixiang was incredible at fighting. Then she began to sneak in. Luckily, Jiang Zhixiang and the others were fighting so intensely, they didn't notice. She began untying Song Zhongxi, but didn't expect the ropes to be tied so tightly. At this time, Xu Zhen also saw Li Yiji untying Song Zhongxi. She directly shouted, "Li Yiji, help me." This made both of them speechless. "Ah, Xu Zhen, you idiot." Hearing the cry for help, Shen Jingjie immediately stopped and looked towards Li Yiji. When Li Yiji turned around, a club was already at the back of her head. With a thud, Li Yiji was knocked unconscious. Seeing this, Jiang Zhixiang became enraged. "Shen Jingjie, if I don't kill you today, my name isn't Jiang." At this moment, the long-haired man had already set up his attacking stance. With a blow, he directly broke several of Jiang Zhixiang's ribs. Then the two began to gang up on him. For Shen Jingjie at this moment, it was extremely satisfying. Continuously mocking Jiang Zhixiang, "Look at that guy getting beaten, that's more like it, that's what a loser looks like." The next moment, Shen Jingjie directly picked up a club, ordering his minions to hold Jiang Zhixiang down, saying he wanted to bash Jiang Zhixiang's head. "Haha, I even brought an electric razor today, let's shave your head too." At this moment, Jiang Zhixiang panicked, but the club never landed on his head. Gritting his teeth, he opened one eye to look. Holy shit, Song Zhongxi was tightly gripping the club, making it impossible for Shen Jingjie to move it. Shen Jingjie turned to look. What the hell, Song Zhongxi? But at this moment, Song Zhongxi's fist was already coming towards his face. With a loud bang, Shen Jingjie's face was directly deformed by the punch. He never would have guessed that before Li Yiji was knocked unconscious. Song Zhongxi's ropes had already been mostly untied. It was just a matter of time. At this moment, Song Zhongxi coolly tore off the tape on his mouth. "None of you little scumbags are getting away." Seeing this, the long-haired man and the green-robed man were terrified, discussing whether they should attack together, thinking that Song Zhongxi was already seriously injured. Seeing the two let their guard down, Jiang Zhixiang broke free and struck back. At this time, Song Zhongxi told him that he would handle things here, asking him to help Han Shizhen untie her bonds and then call an ambulance for Li Yiji. Meanwhile, Shen Jingjie and his gang said they would fight to the end today. However, on the other side, Han Shizhen directly threw herself into Jiang Zhixiang's arms. This instantly made Li Yiji's jealousy soar. Hey Zhixiang, my forehead is still bleeding." After Jiang Zhixiang comforted the two, he immediately joined Song Zhongxi in battle, saying, "Let's finish this quickly." Song Zhongxi smiled slightly. "Alright, but those guys all have weapons. It won't be easy to deal with them, can you handle it?" Jiang Zhixiang immediately stated, "Of course, these trash are done for." With Shen Jingjie's loud shout, "You punk, still so arrogant, brothers, let's start hunting." At this moment, Song Zhongxi was shocked, thinking Jiang Zhixiang was amazing, creating his own moves based on explosive power and grip strength in such a short time. This made the two punks completely panic. His strength rivaled Song Zhongxi's. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhixiang said his arm felt hot, like his clothes were too tight. But this feeling wasn't unfamiliar to him, and the sting was familiar. Jiang Zhixiang began to slowly unbutton his sleeve. In the past, when he often massaged his uncles, every night before sleep, his arms would feel pain. The pain from massaging was enough to make him forget the pain of growing up. This punk thought Jiang Zhixiang was trying to act cool, thinking physical strength was what mattered in a fight. One punch was caught by Jiang Zhixiang. His face instantly turned ugly. No matter how he struggled, his hand wouldn't move. With Jiang Zhixiang's shout of crushing potatoes, his grip turned the guy's hand into something like a crushed can. He kept howling, screams echoing throughout the old warehouse. Seeing this, the man in the red robe immediately ran over to help. His right leg began to rise, about to attack Jiang Zhixiang. Suddenly, a fist came from his side, hitting him hard in the face. The coordination between the two was absolutely perfect. At this point, Song Zhongxi told him not to worry about these small fry, telling him to continue fighting Shen Jingjie. Jiang Zhixiang gripped the man with one hand, quickly clenching his other fist. With a bang, the punk's face was instantly beaten black and blue. Shen Jingjie's gang panicked. Damn, these two hit too hard. Seeing this, Shen Jingjie immediately took out his phone to call for backup, telling his brothers that he would call that older guy now, and before he arrived, they should keep Song Zhongxi busy while he would keep Jiang Zhixiang occupied. In an instant, Shen Jingjie headed toward Jiang Zhixiang, while the other four went towards Song Zhongxi. However, at this time, the pain in Song Zhongxi's legs was becoming unbearable. But they didn't care about that. All four raised their weapons and attacked him. "Punk, take my flying leg, eat my club." "Die, you punk." Just as Jiang Zhixiong wanted to go help, Shen Jingzhe stopped him. "Where are you looking? Punk, your opponent is here. What the hell? What's going on? Why is he taking off his clothes?" Shen Jingzhe thought that by taking off his top, Jiang Zhixiong wouldn't be able to grab him. On the other side, Song Zhongxi was still protecting his head first, starting to calmly observe, thinking he would take them down one by one. No matter how much he was beaten, for him, the most important thing was to protect his head. The next moment, Song Zhongxi locked onto his target. With a punch, he hit the red-robed man in the abdomen. One punch sent him flying several meters, shocking the three others. Then it was the green-robed man in front of him. Targeting precisely, he struck the green-robed man's jaw. Song Zhongxi's next target was locked onto the long-haired man, just as Song Zhongxi was about to throw a punch. Suddenly, yellow hair ambushed him from behind, kicking the inside of his knee. Seeing this, all four pounced brothers attack his legs. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhixiong looked worriedly at Song Zhongxi. With a boom, Shen Jingzhe's fist hit his face. Hey, loser, don't be so distracted, it makes me sad." On the other side, the older guy who was supposed to help them was getting out of his car. These little punks getting beaten in a group fight? If it weren't for boss Li Shiwan's orders, I wouldn't bother getting involved. Just a moment ago, the big boss of the central branch of the Fire Bear gang, Li Shiwan, had sent his minions to ambush and kill Jiang Zhixiong. He had even given them his meaningful ring. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Zhixiong and Shen Jingzhe were fighting intensely, but unexpectedly, after Shen Jingzhe took off his top, his movements became very agile, landing a punch on Jiang Zhixiong's abdomen. Jumping with Bruce Lee's steps, he didn't forget to mock Jiang Zhixiong. "Can a loser like you protect women?" At this time, Song Zhongxi had just finished dealing with the others. Seeing this, Shen Jingzhe felt a surge of fear, thinking that if Song Zhongxi recovered, he would be finished. He immediately took out his phone and frantically dialed the thug uncle's number. Little did he know that you should never turn your back on an enemy during a fight. With a punch, Jiang Zhixiong knocked him back 2 meters, making Shen Jingzhe grit his teeth in anger. It seemed he was missing 2 front teeth. He immediately got up, with his left hand reaching for something. Suddenly, he pulled out a 4-centimeter large knife from his pocket, waving the 4-centimeter large knife, saying, "Kid, today you want me to leave a mark on your face, right?" After saying this, Shen Jingzhe waved the 4-centimeter large knife and lunged, forcing Jiang Zhixiong to retreat continuously. While retreating, Jiang Zhixiong felt like he had bumped into something. Looking back, he was met with a fiery fist. Just as Song Zhongxi was trying to endure the pain to go help, Shen Jingzhe's 4-centimeter large knife was pointed at him. "You better stay put, otherwise my 4-centimeter large knife doesn't have eyes." On the other side, Jiang Zhixiong had just stood up. The thug uncle had prepared his attack stance. With a bang, luckily Jiang Zhixiong blocked most of the attack with his arm. However, with this strike, his head was shaken, and his vision became blurry. Well, I thought they raised a tiger, but it turns out to be a cat. Kid, today I'll send you on your way. Well, you're grabbing me, and then what? The next moment, Jiang Zhixiong used all his grip strength with a shout of crushing potatoes. But nothing happened, leaving the uncle confused. Then the thug uncle quickly raised his left fist, giving him 2 more punches. Still crushing potatoes? Can you crush anything? But suddenly, Jiang Zhixiong pushed his legs against the ground, startling the thug uncle, who thought he was an idiot watching Jiang Zhixiong jump into the air. Then Jiang Zhixiong came down, already targeting his ribs. The pain made the thug uncle spit out saliva. This was followed by Jiang Zhixiong's endless iron grip. At this moment, the thug uncle gave an evil smile. Throwing him aside, suddenly there came a low rumbling sound from outside, making him tense up, thinking the police had arrived. Then the thug uncle began to flee. Meanwhile, Uncle Shu and Baldy Uncle had arrived outside. This time they were really angry. "How dare you mess with the heir of the Tiger Bear gang, you guys are dead." Just now, when Jiang Zhixiong was desperately chasing after the thug uncle who had hit him, he didn't expect the uncle to have a car. At this time, Jiang Zhixiong tightly grabbed the door handle, making him sweat, thinking that the son of the Fire Bear gang's boss was indeed extraordinary. But Jiang Zhixiong was still kicked away by the thug uncle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uncle Shu had just reached the door when he ran into Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair thought it was the police coming to save them, but seeing Bald Uncle next to him, Yellow Hair panicked. The poor child had just crawled out of a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. At this time, Bald Uncle also recognized him, so he directly grabbed what little hair Yellow Hair had left. No matter how Yellow Hair struggled or begged, Bald Uncle just dragged him outside while Uncle Shu was looking around. He also saw Shen Jingzhe's gang being held by Song Zhongxi, so Uncle Shu asked him where Jiang Zhixiong was. Song Zhongxi pointed to the back door, telling Uncle Shu that Jiang Zhixiong had gone to chase a thug who ran in that direction. Hearing the word thug, Uncle's eyes instantly became sharp, wondering if other gangs had started making moves. Then he patted Song Zhongxi on the shoulder, asking him to hold Shen Jingzhe for a bit longer. Uncle Shu had just reached the back door when he saw Jiang Zhixiong, but seeing the young master's face with injuries made Uncle Shu very angry. He began urgently asking, "Young master, are you hurt anywhere else? Did the thug who escaped run away in a car?" Jiang Zhixiong awkwardly replied to Uncle Shu that his face was injured by the guy Song Zhongxi was holding. Instantly, Uncle Shu strode forward and told Song Zhongxi to let go. Song Zhongxi immediately released released his grip, while Shen Jingjae looked confused. And at this moment, Shen Jingjae could only watch as the approaching spiral kick came closer. With a loud bang, Shen Jingjae heavily received Uncle Shu's spiral kick. Uncle Shu kicked him several meters away, like a football, kicking him into the wall so hard he couldn't be pried off, followed by a scream. The two onlookers were stunned. "Zhixong, your uncle is so violent, but I like it." However, seeing this scene, the four punks were terrified. The next moment, the four punks began to quietly play dead on the ground. Uncle Shu grabbed Shen Jingjae's leg. While looking at the four punks, hey, you kids pretending to be dead, get up. The next second, the four punks quickly stood up straight. Indeed, Uncle Shu was a suited thug. Shen Jingjae's face was being dragged along the ground. Later, when they brought everyone outside, the two police officers looked horrified. What happened? So these people are all the assailants. Suddenly, a man came down from another car. "You actually believe this thug's words, Yang Zaisu? Now you're not even sparing students." Just as Uncle Shu was about to answer, Jiang Zhixong from behind called out, "Officer Jin." Officer Jin was surprised. "Isn't this Zhixong? What are you doing here? My goodness, what happened to your face? Don't tell me you're the one these guys bullied." After Jiang Zhixong nodded, Officer Jin slapped the green-robed man on the head. "You kids dare to hit Zhixong." Then he began to take all the assailants back to the police station. At this time, Uncle Shu called Bald Uncle to call Scarface Uncle, asking them to each bring a car. After receiving the call, Scarface Uncle rushed over in his Benz. "Young master, who did this to your face? I'll go take care of them." Jiang Zhixong waved his hand, indicating that Scarface Uncle should take Song Zhongxi back first, then come back for him, telling him he still needed to wait for Li Yizhi and Xu Zhen. Just as Jiang Zhixong was taking out his phone to call them, the two had just walked up from behind. Suddenly, Han Shizhen hugged Jiang Zhixong. The next moment, she put on a pitiful look, saying, "Zhixong, hold me. I'm shaking badly." Then she hugged Zhixong tightly. "I was so scared just now. I really hate bad men now. Bad men are so scary." Li Yizhi was speechless hearing this. "I'm the one who's injured. Why is she crying?" At this time, Xu Zhen was still crying non-stop, asking Jiang Zhixong to walk with her. Han Shizhen thought Jiang Zhixong would still cater to her every need like before, confidently looking at Li Yizhi, telling her she wanted to spend 10 minutes with Jiang Zhixong. Suddenly, Li Yizhi gave an evil smile. "But I'm not calm either. Let's walk together. You don't mind, right?" So, the three of them walked down an old street. At this time, Xu Zhen suddenly held Jiang Zhixong's hand. Scene changed, the two quietly sitting in a place they used to hang out, showing no regard for Li Yizhi's feelings, seeing the two laughing and talking. Actually, Li Yizhi had followed to get to know Jiang Zhixong better. After all, she would be the woman behind him in the future. At this moment, Han Shizhen kept trying to please Jiang Zhixong. "Zhixong, I didn't know your uncles were thugs. I thought they just looked scary." Jiang Zhixong smiled awkwardly. "Is that so? They do look a bit scary." At this time, Han Shizhen continued, "Zhixong, I really hate my father and bad men like Shen Jingjae now. I will never date bad men again. I want to be with kind people like you." These words made Jiang Zhixong's eyes widen. The next moment, Jiang Zhixong's face darkened, and he was silent for a long time. "Shizhen, I can't be a kind person anymore. I'm the heir to the Fire Bear gang. I once tried hard to change everything for you. I liked you for 10 years. It seems I've really changed." Shizhen slowly leaned on Jiang Zhixong's shoulder, saying gently, "If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Zhixong, isn't it just me? I will always be by your side." But the next moment, Jiang Zhixong instantly thought of the people around him, the uncles who took care of him meticulously. Bald Uncle, Uncle Shu, and his father's expectations. There was also Li Yizhi, Song Zhongxi, and other friends. At this moment, Jiang Zhixong finally understood that now he had many people around him, and he was now the heir to the Fire Bear gang, not an ordinary gang. At this time, Han Shuzhen still hadn't noticed anything wrong with Jiang Zhixong, continuing to say that after experiencing this incident, she finally realized that Jiang Zhixong was a good man. "Zhixong, I like you. What do you think of me?" "Zhixong, I finally gathered the courage to confess to you. Why aren't you answering?" The next moment, Jiang Zhixong stood up, telling her, "We'll talk about this next time," surprising Han Shuzhen. Watching Jiang Zhixong's retreating figure, she cried, "Zhixong, do you hate me? I'm sorry for dating Shen Jingjae. Zhixong, I will treat you well. We've been close for 10 years. Being together in the future won't be a problem. Zhixong, I like you. I will try hard, so please don't leave. You're not dating Li Yizhi, are you? I will treat you better than her." Suddenly, Jiang Zhixong stopped, turning to tell her, "Trying hard is really tiring." And so Han Shuzhen stood there watching Jiang Zhixong leave, never expecting that Jiang Zhixong would reject her. Jiang Zhixong walked towards Li Yizhi, who was waiting, saying, "Let's go to the police station together." Li Yizhi happily rode her scooter and set off. At this time, two parents had arrived at the police station. They still had no idea who they had offended. Meanwhile, Shen Jingjae and his gang also began to stand up, thinking they could all leave. Seeing this, Uncle Shu immediately told them they were suspected of driving without a license. Hearing this, Officer Jin became angry, driving without a license. But suddenly, a parent foolishly spoke up, saying Uncle Shu was speaking out of turn in the police station. If Uncle Shu hadn't stopped Bald Uncle, he would have almost killed him with a hammer. He even arrogantly asked Uncle Shu which gang he belonged to. Uncle Shu's eyes darkened. "I'm Yang Zaisu from the Fire Bear gang." "What? Fire Bear Gang? If you're from the Fire Bear Gang, then this is easy to handle. Do you know big brother Jang Hangwo? The next moment, Uncle Shu stopped wasting words with him, pulling up the sleeve on the man's arm to look. But the man's arm was clean. After being exposed, the man panicked completely. Uncle Shu asked if he wanted to go outside to talk. Trembling, he still didn't forget to say, You kid, what do you want to do? I advise you to behave, or I'll call our boss. The man was scared out of his wits. No need, I'll behave properly. At this time, the fierce madam heard something that seemed unfavorable to her son. So the two began to tell Officer Jin, call the victims out. We can apologize to them privately. Just then, Jiang Jixong and the others arrived at the police station, all three answering in unison, we don't accept apologies, and we don't want to talk privately. Group assault, special violence, intentional injury, and stealing vehicles and driving without a license. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingji's gang immediately became uneasy. Meanwhile, the Fire Bear Gang's exclusive lawyer Zhang also arrived at the scene. He stated that if what they said was true, then nothing more needed to be said. According to the 8th and 9th provisions, the 6 of them would face criminal charges for stealing vehicles and driving without a license. This made Officer Jin very happy, as he had been wondering what reason to use to deal with these punks. Bald Uncle also finally showed a satisfied smile. These kids' lives were over. Hey, where did you get the car? Who stole it and who was driving? At this moment, Shen Jingji became anxious. If he sold out that uncle, he would be dead, as the uncle had instructed him that if they were caught, he should take all the blame. Over and over, he recalled the uncle's words, if you dare to sell me out, even if I have to chase you to prison, I will kill you. Just then, yellow hair next to him told the police officer it was Shen Jingji who did it. Suddenly, all his so-called brothers began pointing at him, thinking that since they were finished anyway, might as well confess early and get some money. It was me. I stole the car, and I was the one driving. But Uncle Shu could see at a glance he was lying. It must have been the thug the young master mentioned who had silenced him. Then Officer Jin also called the 3 of them over to give their statements. At this time, Uncle Shu quietly instructed him, young master, just tell the truth, don't say anything unnecessary. After all the instructions, the 2 walked out and waited again. Uncle Shu and Bald Uncle thought that even if other gangs knew about the young master's existence, they wouldn't act so quickly. Although they didn't want to admit it, the enemy was probably within. Uncle Shu immediately called Scarface Uncle to gather all senior personnel and hold an emergency meeting. Then Uncle Shu and Bald Uncle discussed while waiting for their young master. Meanwhile, at the police station, after Jiang Jixong and his 2 companions finished their statements, Officer Jin escorted them to the door to say goodbye. Seeing this, the uncles hurriedly bowed and said, young master, you must be tired from making your statement. At this time, Uncle Shu said that he would take Song Zhongxi back himself, saying he needed to ask him something, and told the young master and Li Yiji to ride in Scarface Uncle's car. Then Uncle Shu and others left first. Scarface Uncle immediately opened the car door, asking the young master to sit in the front passenger seat. However, Spiky Uncle, who was nearby, became anxious upon hearing this. Brother Tycoon, are you trying to hinder the young master's romance? I'm going to tell Brother Qixiang. After hearing this, Scarface Uncle trembled and suddenly realized, the young master has grown up. I'm so short-sighted. Suddenly, both of them looked at the couple with sly smiles. Young master, you 2 sit in the back, feel free, pretend we don't exist, we're just scarecrows. At this moment, Li Yiji started imagining things again, thinking that the uncles wanted to match her with Jixong, which was wonderful. In crucial moments, Spiky Uncle really came through, giving Jiang Jixong a perfect assist. Spiky Uncle kept observing the couple's progress while driving. At this time, Jiang Jixong asked Li Yiji if she wanted to ride his scooter back with him later. So the 2 uncles once again helped Jiang Jixong by saying, young master, you 2 look very compatible. Jiang Jixong covered his mouth shyly and told the uncles, don't be like that, just focus on driving. But Li Yiji was secretly delighted, thinking that the uncles were indeed trying to match them up. Suddenly, Spiky Uncle asked, Miss Yiji, what do you like about our young master? Scarface Uncle was shocked, never expecting this old fellow to be so smooth. Hearing this, Jiang Jixong was stunned, his mind going completely blank. The question also caught Li Yiji off guard, but she became even more convinced that the uncles were trying to match her with Jixong. In the blink of an eye, they arrived where the scooter was parked. Before leaving, Spiky Uncle didn't forget to help one more time, young master. If you need the car anytime, just call me. I'll wait until you come back. Of course, if you don't come back, I'll explain it well to Big Brother. Young master, I'm leaving now. After Spiky Uncle left with a rumble, the next moment Jiang Jixong smiled awkwardly, saying the uncles were too unreliable, but Li Yiji didn't think so. Then the 2 got on the scooter, and after putting on their helmets, Li Yiji shyly asked Jiang Jixong if he wanted to hold her waist. Jiang Jixong also shyly wrapped his arms tightly around Li Yiji's waist. The next second, Li Yiji's face turned red and her heart raced. The blood in her body surged, causing blood to splatter from the wound on her forehead. Excited, she revved the scooter to 120 kilometers per hour, completely unaware that the wound on her forehead was still bleeding. However, after reaching Jiang Jiang Zhixiong's home. Li Yizhi temporarily stopped the bleeding. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhixiong said he was relieved that stitches weren't needed. Otherwise, he would feel very guilty if Li Yizhi's forehead was scarred. At this time, Li Yizhi joked, "Hey, I've been hit by stones before, don't know who threw them," with quite some force. Suddenly, Jiang Zhixiong became nervous. "I'm really sorry about that incident." The next moment, Li Yizhi laughed. "Since you feel so sorry, then fulfill one wish for me." After getting an affirmative answer, Li Yizhi seriously told him to kneel down and apologize. Jiang Zhixiong didn't hesitate at all, asking if this was enough. Suddenly, Li Yizhi was startled. Hey, I was joking. How could I possibly use my wish like this? Don't kneel. Hihi. I was joking too. You bad girl, how could you use up your wish so easily? Upon hearing this, Li Yizhi angrily gave him 2 punches. A moment later, the two sat on the steps and burst into laughter. Then Jiang Zhixiong earnestly told her that he had learned a lot from her. "Yizhi, you may be a bit bad, but you also seem very kind." However, at this moment, Li Yizhi fell into a romantic state, thinking that Jiang Zhixiong was expressing his love for her, so she slowly moved her pink lips toward him. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, Jiang Zhixiong messed up, asking if she was angry. Well, now Li Yizhi was really angry. He had no sense at all. Indeed, Zhixiong was a born single king. Just then, a little girl hit Li Yizhi's knee. Li Yizhi thought she had kicked something. Looked down. Yes, the little girl was Duen. Duen directly scolded Li Yizhi. "You dare to scold my brother who is kind but weak. You are a devil sister who looks beautiful but is very bad." Seeing this, Song Zhongxi, who was limping, was also very helpless. Duen was crying and making a fuss about wanting to see Jiang Zhixiong. Then Duen pulled Song Zhongxi's arm. "Brother, quickly call that sister, hit her." The next moment, Li Yizhi jumped on the scooter and sped away. Jiang Zhixiong was stunned. He was confused. Damn, she just left like that. At this time, Duen pulled Jiang Zhixiong's arm. "Brother, are you okay? Being scolded and beaten, can't you even beat her?" Jiang Zhixiong crouched down and told Duen, "Brother is fine, don't worry." But Duen looked at the wounds on Zhixiong's face with concern. Suddenly, Duen hugged Jiang Zhixiong's leg and burst into tears. Her biological brother said he never got such treatment, even though Duen had insisted on coming. "But I also have something to tell you. It's about the ignorant normal alliance." While Jiang Zhixiong was discussing with Song Zhongxi, meanwhile, Bald Uncle saw Li Yizhi speed away. Bald Uncle was very anxious, wondering why the young master would let Miss Yizhi leave like that. So the 3 uncles began to discuss how to make a dating plan for the young master. At this time, Spiky Uncle said that Song Zhongxi seemed to have something to tell the young master, asking Bald Uncle if he wanted to play with his sister first. Bald Uncle nodded, telling them he would go make some food. Just then, when Scarface Uncle was about to say something, Bald Uncle looked at them, suspiciously, asking if they had ever played with children before. The next moment, the 2 uncles immediately showed cunning and treacherous expressions. Angered, Bald Uncle slapped them both, telling them to stay aside, saying he would go get her. Then Bald Uncle, wearing a pink apron, asked Duen, "Little one, would you like to play a cooking game with Uncle?" However, Duen was scared by Bald Uncle, her eyes welling with tears. She grabbed her brother's leg. Even Jiang Zhixiong looked extremely frustrated. At this time, Jiang Zhixiong told him that Duen liked bears, asking if there were any stuffed animals at home. Suddenly, something flashed in Bald Uncle's mind. He threw aside his apron, tightly grabbed his clothes. With several cracking sounds, he directly tore open his shirt, revealing a full back tattoo. Scarface Uncle and Spiky Uncle upstairs were stunned, both certain this would scare Duen. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhixiong and Song Zhongxi were also confused. However, Duen found it very cute when she saw it. Scarface Uncle and Spiky Uncle simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Duen immediately ran over and touched it. This little bear looked so real. Suddenly, Bald Uncle gave an evil smile. "Little one, do you want to cook with Bear Uncle?" Duen immediately answered Bald Uncle yes. After Duen said goodbye and left, Song Zhongxi told him, "Now my thoughts have changed. Even if we do nothing, those guys will come after us first. Rather than waiting passively, we might as well take the initiative." Hearing this, Jiang Zhixiong had a sudden realization. "So you want to fight them with me?" Then the two formed a grip strength duo. Meanwhile, the other two were looking at the freshly made bear cookies. The next moment, they happily started dancing. Just then, Uncle Shu saw this scene. Suddenly, Uncle Shu, with a dark face, asked him what he was doing shirtless in front of a child. Just as Bald Uncle was alarmed and trying to explain something, Uncle Shu directly rolled up his fist, thinking Bald Uncle was bullying the child. Big Brother is indeed Big Brother. Regardless of right or wrong, he directly ordered Bald Uncle to stand with his hands behind his back. Fortunately, Duen hugged Uncle Shu's leg, making him very puzzled. He said he would take Duen home after teaching this shameless uncle a lesson. Bald Uncle hurriedly explained, "Big Brother, this little one is Song Zhongxi's sister." "Oh, so she's the young master's friend." Song Zhongxi's sister. Then he picked up a bear cookie from the table, gave it to Duen, saying, "Sorry for ruining the atmosphere. Have a cookie, don't be angry." Duen also obediently accepted the cookie, telling Uncle Shu not to hit Bear Uncle. At this time, Bald Uncle asked Duen, "Why am I uncle and Tenyu his brother?" Duen pointed at them, "Uncle, Bear Uncle." Suddenly, Duen asked Uncle Shu with a smile if he had a little bear on his back. Then the three began dancing again. Suddenly, Uncle Shu sighed. "I remember we used to dance with the young master many times before." However, the two who just returned were stunned. "Uncles, what are you doing?" Uncle Shu and Bald Uncle looked back with slight embarrassment. He, young master, you're back. Ha 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 ha, it's been a long time since the young master danced. Let's dance together. Duen loves it. At this time, Song Jongshi asked, do I have to dance too? Heh, of course. Do you want to make Duen unhappy? So, with her power, Duen successfully persuaded 2 brothers and 2 uncles to dance awkwardly with her. 3 hours later, the 2 uncles, panting heavily, said, if the young master is happy, we're happy. However, Song Jongshi sighed, oh my, what did I just do? Meanwhile, Jiang Zhixiong stood up and told them he would take Duen home first. At this time, Uncle Shu stopped Song Jongshi, telling him to come back after sending Duen home, saying they needed to have a meeting about the young master's matter. After Song Zhongxi calmed his sister down, several people began discussing in the conference room about the thug who attacked Jiang Zhixiong. Young master, the thug who attacked you might be someone from our gang. Hearing this, Jiang Zhixiong looked horrified. Suddenly, with a bang, Bald Uncle was very excited. Young master, think carefully about his appearance and clothes, any distinguishing features. At this time, Scarface Uncle told him to calm down, banging the table and shouting won't help brother Qixiang. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Zhixiong and Song Zhongxi told the uncles that the thug had a very large scar on his face. A large scar on his face? My goodness, Tycoon, was it you? Damn it, brother Qixiang, that's too far-fetched, if we're talking like that. You and big brother also have scars. Uncle Shu immediately said, mine doesn't count as a very large scar, right? Bald Uncle also added, mine can only be considered a cute scar, right? The next moment, Jiang Zhixiong stood up abruptly. How could I not recognize Uncle Tycoon? It's not that kind of scar, it's on the cheek. Suddenly, the 3 uncles' eyes sank simultaneously, as if they all thought of the same person, suddenly making Bald Uncle very sad. Never thought the person who attacked the young master was someone from within the Fire Bear gang. Scarface Uncle also angrily said, big brother, it must be someone from brother Shiwan's side. Shall we go settle scores with them? Suddenly, with a bang, Uncle Shu said not to mention this matter anymore. It's still uncertain, so don't talk as if it's true. And don't say things you can't be responsible for, understood? Scarface Uncle and Bald Uncle stood up and bowed. Sorry, big brother, we were too emotional, we'll listen to you. Then Uncle Zhu said, that's enough about the person who attacked the young master. Meanwhile, he asked Bald Uncle to explain to the young master about the Ignorant Normal Alliance. Bald Uncle told them about the origin of the Ignorant Normal Alliance. These 4 schools were previously in opposition and often had fights. Later, a legendary fight king united the 4 schools, making the 2 listen with great interest. This legendary fight king and the first leader of Ignorant Normal was me, Jin Xixiang. Upon hearing this, both were very shocked. So the Ignorant Normal Alliance was created by you, Uncle? Bald Uncle nodded, continuing to tell them that the original name was not Ignorant Normal Alliance. Hearing this, the 2 became even more curious. The next moment, Bald Uncle immediately called Li Dubuo. Meanwhile, Li Dubuo was watching a show, complaining about being hungry. Complaining, why hasn't Li Yiji, that stinky girl, come back yet? Just then, Li Yiji arrived home, but Li Yiji seemed to be in low spirits. With a bang, she directly slammed the door and went into her room. Li Dubuo thought his sister was having one of her moods again. Her bad temper. Suddenly, the phone on the sofa rang. Looking closely, it was from brother Qixiang, making Li Dubuo feel a bit flattered, wondering why brother Qixiang would call him so late. Bald Uncle instructed him to tell Jiang Zhixiong everything about the Ignorant Normal Alliance. The next moment, Li Dubuo smiled, thinking this was a good opportunity. Meanwhile, Li Yiji, who had just returned to her room, kept replaying her scenes with Jiang Zhixiong, making her feel very shy, wondering why that stinky Jiang Zhixiong hasn't contacted her yet. Just as she was about to send a message, suddenly the door banged open, startling her. Behind her, Li Dubuo said, Li Yiji, do you want to be with Jiang Zhixiong? Li Yiji turned and yelled at him, calling him crazy and asking how he knew. Damn it. Li Dubuo laughed. The news has spread already, but let's not talk about that. Give me paper and pen first. Li Yiji directly threw a pillow at him, hitting him in the face. The next moment, Li Dubuo told her to calm down, saying he had received orders to explain the situation of the Ignorant Normal Alliance to Jiang Zhixiong, so he'd have to stay by Jiang Zhixiong's side. If you also know about these situations, after thinking for a moment, Li Yiji made a 360-degree turn. Then I can stay with Jiang Zhixiong all the time, giving him one-on-one explanations. Exactly. That's it. No wonder you're my sister. Your brain works so fast on these useless things. The next moment, Li Yiji showed a fanatic expression again, saying paper and pen were already prepared, telling Li Dubuo to quickly tell her everything about the Ignorant Normal Alliance. Hee, but your brother is hungry now. No energy to teach you. Go make me some instant noodles first. With a whoosh, Li Yiji flashed like lightning and ran out. Hee, simple-minded girl, thinking that if Li Yiji and Jiang Zhixiong dated successfully and got married. The next moment, Li Dubuo imagined limitlessly, then I'd be the brother-in-law of the Fire Bear gang's boss. Wouldn't my days in the gang be smooth sailing? Ha 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 ha, I'm such a genius. I'll make my sister the lady boss of the Fire Bear gang. Watch how I create the boss lady plan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bald Uncle had just finished explaining the situation of the Ignorant Normal Alliance, and also told them about his past. In the past, when Bald Uncle was fighting everywhere, he met a man who changed his life. Yes, it was Uncle Shu, after which Bald Uncle followed Uncle Shu and joined the Fire Bear gang. Zhang Zhixiong was stunned to hear this. Uncle, that was something you established with great difficulty, and I said I wanted to disband it. I'm sorry, Uncle. At this time, Bald Uncle told him with tears in his eyes that it was okay. Young master, if the alliance I created can become a sacrifice to help you grow, it's my honor. Seeing this, Uncle Shu said that's enough for today, instructing Spiky Uncle to first send the young master back to his room, then take Song Zhongxi home. After the three left, Uncle Shu immediately became serious, telling the two that he had a good guess about who attacked the young master, but if they continued to pursue it, the situation might be more serious than they imagined. If a confrontation was inevitable, they should strike first. Then Uncle Shu began to call the person he thought of. Meanwhile, at the Firebear Gang's central distribution, Li Shiwan was beating a subordinate for incompetence. With a thud, the subordinate behind him trembled in fear. Seeing this, Li Shiwan asked, "Hey, why are you shaking like that, scared?" Hearing this, the subordinate behind him completely panicked. It was his fault. But his big brother was taking all the responsibility, watching his big brother being beaten by the boss. Just as he staggered to his feet, he bowed and shouted loudly, "Sorry, boss." However, Li Shiwan still gave him a heavy blow. "Hey kid, do you know why you messed up? But he's the one getting beaten," the subordinate tremblingly replied. "Because when a little brother makes a mistake, the big brother takes responsibility. Sorry, big brother." After Li Shiwan exhaled a puff of smoke, he told them to leave first, saying he needed to deal with the aftermath. The scene changes. The subordinate threw all evidence into the sea. Li Shiwan, looking at the endless sea, said, "The aftermath has been taken care of. I wonder what their reaction will be." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket buzzed. "Hello, why are you calling me?" Uncle Shu asked if he had time tomorrow. "Time? Aren't you the one with no time? Aren't you busy taking care of the young master?" At this time, Uncle Shu heard seagull sounds from the other end of the phone. Thinking it was, indeed, Li Shiwan, it seems he was a step too late. Has he already dealt with it? Li Shiwan didn't say much more, saying he had something to do and hung up. Uncle Shu was so angry he almost crushed his phone. Damn it, if they've already dealt with it, even if I turn Li Shiwan's place upside down, I won't find this person. They've outmaneuvered us, but I can't directly go fight them now. For now, I can only observe the situation further. The next morning, Uncle Shu held another meeting, telling the subordinates that the young master was attacked by unidentified individuals, and such a thing absolutely cannot happen a second time, and instructed Scarface Uncle, Bald Uncle, and Spiky Uncle to follow the young master from now on. Zhang Zhixiong felt strange when he woke up early, asked Uncle Shu where the other uncles were. Uncle Shu said he sent them for morning exercise. After learning the reason, Zhang Zhixiong told him he was leaving first. When he went out breathing fresh air, he kept feeling he was a bad person. Then, walking with a manly stride, he swaggered off to school, not forgetting to spit. Meanwhile, the three uncles also closely followed Zhang Zhixiong. This silly boy still hasn't learned how to spit properly. Just at this moment, Zhang Zhixiong saw a familiar figure. After greeting each other, they walked together to school, chatting and laughing, making the three uncles sigh again. People say that even if you have just one true friend in life, it's considered successful. Suddenly, Zhang Zhixiong and Song Zhongxi heard a familiar voice and looked in that direction. Li Yiji, showing off her S-shaped figure, greeted them. "Morning, Zhixiong." Seeing their young master so close with Li Yiji, the three uncles were very pleased. Our young master not only has a true friend but also a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhixiong also met classmate Zhang Yun. After that, what started as one person gradually expanded to four. When Zhang Zhixiong and Zhang Yun were chatting enthusiastically, Zhang Yun accidentally bumped shoulders with a jerk. The jerk immediately glared at Zhang Yun. "Hey kid, not watching where you're walking, you wanna die?" Upon hearing this, all four turned to look at him. At this time, Li Yiji told Zhang Zhixiong he's a member of Ignorant Normal. I think his name is Li Yuan. The jerk heard this and got upset. Not Yuan, it's Yuan Yi. The jerk had no idea that he was about to face Zhang Zhixiong's wrath. Suddenly, Zhang Zhixiong extended his hand with a smile, saying he was very glad to meet him. This move confused the jerk. "So you're Zhang Zhixiong? I came to tell you something. You know Pu Mingjun from Changnan School, right? He has something to tell you. Come with me." Zhang Zhixiong said, "Okay, but aren't you going to shake my hand?" Then the jerk extended his hand, also expressing pleasure in meeting Zhang Zhixiong. The moment they gripped, Zhang Zhixiong smiled lightly. Li Yuanyi, seeing Zhang Zhixiong holding his hand and smiling so eerily, felt very uncomfortable. The next moment, Zhang Zhixiong's eyes sank, instantly gripping his hand tightly, asking him why he came instead of Pu Mingjun if Pu Mingjun had something to say. Meanwhile, Li Yiji and the other two whistled, pretending not to hear or see. Then Zhang Zhixiong didn't ask further, just told him to have Pu Mingjun come talk to him personally. Then came several cracking sounds. Li Yuanyi was in so much pain that saliva sprayed from his mouth. "And go back and tell the ignorant normal people, if they dare to hang around our school gate, I'll deal with everyone I see." At this point, Li Yuanyi seemed to painfully tell Zhang Zhixiong to go talk to Pu Mingjun himself, but was met with another crushing grip from Zhang Zhixiong, followed by a scream of pain. However, Zhang Zhixiong instinctively felt that Li Yuanyi had a point, told him to take him there. But Li Yuanyi, looking at Zhang Zhixiong's nasty face, was filled with hatred. Just then, when Jiang Zhixiang reached out to help him up. Li Yuanyi thought Jiang Zhixiang was going to torture him again, immediately said he would take him, begging Jiang Zhixiang not to grab him. Then he told Li Yizhi and the others, "You heard, right? I'm going to Changnan School." Seeing this, Li Yizhi absolutely disagreed with Jiang Zhixiang going alone, telling him if he wanted to go, to take Song Zhongxi with him. At this time, classmate Zhong Yun told them to calm down, suggesting they give him their phone number first. The three suddenly realized. Li Yizhi tapped his arm and praised, "I didn't expect you to be so smart." However, just as everyone was happily chatting, Li Yuanyi on the side seemed to have thought of something, thinking he should run away quickly. Jiang Zhixiang suddenly shouted for Li Yuanyi to stop, but at this moment, Li Yuanyi just wanted to escape quickly. Jiang Zhixiang hurriedly chased after him. "Hey kid, I told you to wait. I haven't given you my phone number yet." Li Yuanyi ran away as fast as he could, finally understanding what a real scumbag was. But Jiang Zhixiang wouldn't let him go so easily, also chasing closely behind. Chased him all the way to an alley, where he saw 3 people trying to surround Jiang Zhixiang. Seeing this, Li Yuanyi felt very relieved. Thankfully his 2 brothers were still there. However, the 2 brothers were collecting protection fees, asking Li Yuanyi why his hand looked like an octopus. Li Yuanyi anxiously said, "That Jiang Zhixiang guy is a maniac, tell them to quickly call Pu Mingjun." Meanwhile, Shangju saw Jiang Zhixiang and thought he came to rescue him, excitedly calling Jiang Zhixiang to quickly deal with them. Jiang Zhixiang didn't waste words. Regardless of what happened before, he told Shangju to leave first. Seeing this, Shangju became very smug. "Ha ha ha, you bastards better get out of my way. My friend is Jiang Zhixiang." Then the blonde guy prepared for a fight. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhixiang also adopted a fighting stance, while Shangju behind him kept shouting for Jiang Zhixiang to finish them. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the blonde guy said he could make Jiang Zhixiang fall to the ground in 3 seconds. The moment he swung his fist, he didn't expect Jiang Zhixiang to dodge it. Jiang Zhixiang gritted his teeth, slowly charging power in his right hand. With a smack, an uppercut hit him hard on the chin. The blonde guy was hit so hard his eyes went white. Seeing this, the 2 brothers began trembling. "Damn, what's going on? Wasn't he supposed to be useless?" Shangju, hiding in the shadows, was delighted. "Hehe, serves you right, you bastards." At the same time, Li Yizhi and the other 2 had just arrived at the alley. Shangju turned and told them that Zhixiang currently had the upper hand. Hearing this, Li Yizhi almost wanted to pin him down and rub his face on the ground. Hiding is one thing, but you're still grinning stupidly here. On the other side, the blonde guy had just spat out blood and staggered to his feet, saying he didn't get hit because he failed to dodge. "Brothers, let's go together. Hehe, all 3 of you come at once. I still need to go to school." Outside, Song Zhongxi, watching the 3-on-1, felt it was very unfair, so he handed his bag to classmate Zhong Yun, slowly walked into the alley, telling Jiang Zhixiang to finish quickly. But the blonde guy and his group, seeing Song Zhongxi, were startled. At this time, 2 of them said, "Hey, bringing Song Zhongxi is cheating. We transferred schools just to avoid Song Zhongxi." At this moment, the black-haired man prayed for Pu Mingjun to come quickly. The blonde guy was no exception, thinking that before fighting, they must delay time until Pu Mingjun arrived. Just then, Li Yizhi didn't want to wait for them anymore, wanting to call her brother to come deal with them. A rumbling sound came from the street. Yes, it was Pu Mingjun from the Ignorant Normal Alliance. After stopping his bike, he coolly took off his helmet and said, "I wondered why they didn't come back or answer their phones. Turns out something interesting happened. I just asked them to pass a message. Why did you start fighting?" "Jiang Zhixiang, Song Zhongxi, let's talk." Seeing Pu Mingjun, the 3 subordinates thought Jiang Zhixiang and Song Zhongxi were doomed. However, Jiang Zhixiang and Song Zhongxi just glanced at him. Meanwhile, the 2 classmates who saw Pu Mingjun looking so composed were sweating, wondering how formidable he was. And Pu Mingjun, suffering from extreme social confidence, thought he had them under control. He went up and greeted Li Yizhi but was glared at. He still asked Jiang Zhixiang and Song Zhongxi with a smile if they could greet him cordially, but was glared at fiercely by Song Zhongxi, who told him to say whatever he had to say here. Pu Mingjun very confidently said he wasn't here to fight, he had something to say, so please release his friends first. Hearing this, the 3 subordinates were shocked, never expecting their boss to lower his head. At this time, Jiang Zhixiang immediately told him it was fine if he finished dealing with them first. Li Yizhi was even moved by Jiang Zhixiang's words. Just as Pu Mingjun was saying he didn't send them to fight, Jiang Zhixiang wanted to go up and beat him. Fortunately, the strategist Song Zhongxi stopped him, telling Zhixiang to wait and hear what he had to say. Then Pu Mingjun asked everyone except Jiang Zhixiang and Song Zhongxi to step back, saying he had something important to say. Hearing this, Li Yizhi and the other 2 wanted to go up and beat him. Meanwhile, Pu Mingjun's 3 subordinates all said they wouldn't leave, boss. If we leave, you'll be 2 against 1. Pu Mingjun frowned. "I called you to pass a message, not to fight. You're only hindering me by staying here. Quickly go back to school." Then the 3 subordinates left first. Meanwhile, after Li Yizhi and the other 2 had just left, Zhong Yun worriedly asked the 2, "Will Jiang Zhixiang be alright? Should we go back and check?" At this time, Shangju replied, "Jiang Zhixiang is the son of the Fire Bear gang boss. Told them not to worry at all." Li Yizhi was very annoyed hearing this. "Hey, you useless guy, you've been mumbling since the beginning, it's so annoying." "Shangju, why do you only talk about me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" "Li Yizhi, do you think you could beat me in a one-on-one fight?" Upon hearing this, Li Yizhi was instantly so angry that all the arteries in her body burst open. "Shangju, I'm going to beat you to death today." Meanwhile, the three people on the other side, Park Mingjun, got straight to the point and said he wanted to team up with Zhang Zhixong and Song Zhongxi. The two looked at him suspiciously, asking why he would betray the ignorant normal alliance and what he would gain from teaming up with them. But Song Zhongxi thought carefully that teaming up with Park Mingjun help in dealing with the remaining two schools. At this point, Park Mingjun told the two that if they agreed to team up with him, he would tell them. Song Zhongxi replied that they needed some time to consider. Then Park Mingjun left first, telling them to get back to him as soon as possible. The next moment, Zhang Zhixong asked, Song Zhongxi, how could you decide so casually? I intend to deal with all of them. Song Zhongxi replied, to deal with them faster and more easily, we need to consider what conditions are favorable to us. Before leaving, Park Mingjun reminded Zhang Zhixong to stay calm, saying, how will you deal with the ignorant, normal alliance if you get agitated so easily? This made Zhang Zhixong very angry, immediately declaring that he would still beat up Park Mingjun. Even if I team up with you, I will definitely beat you up. Park Mingjun told him that if they teamed up, he wouldn't mind being beaten up. After saying this, Park Mingjun ran away, making Zhang Zhixong extremely frustrated. Zhongxi, I don't like that guy. Why should we team up with someone like him? Song Zhongxi said, let's go to school first, I'll explain on the way. Park Mingjun will definitely be useful. As the two walked and chatted, Zhang Zhixong asked Zhongxi, anyway, can I beat him up in the end? Song Zhongxi replied, yes, you can beat him up. And so the two chatted all the way to school, where the atmosphere was very different from before. In the originally noisy corridor, as soon as they appeared, all the students began to avoid them, and the atmosphere instantly became very quiet. After the students left, they found the latest notice posted on the blackboard. They were shocked to see information about Shen Jingzhe and his gang's punishment. Zhang Zhixong hadn't expected things to be resolved faster than they had imagined. While Shen Jingzhe's gang was being punished, rumors about the two of them quickly spread throughout the school. Have you heard? That Zhang Zhixong is now our school's boss, of course. He's the young master of the Fire Bear gang. As soon as the two entered the classroom, they heard all the students discussing them, and so Zhang Zhixong confusedly became the boss of the second-year students at Jilan School. This rumor quickly spread to farther places. The bosses of the four schools also learned about Zhang Zhixong's intention to deal with the ignorant normal alliance. The rumor spread and spread until it reached places Zhang Zhixong didn't want it to reach. Although Shen Jingzhe's gang was gone, the classroom atmosphere was still as cold as before. Song Zhongxi told him, you probably expected this, right? For them, it's just changing from one object of fear and disgust to another. What? I've become an object of fear and disgust. It's not easy to ruin your kind Zhixong image in such a short time, but isn't this what you were hoping for? Whether you become an object of fear and disgust depends on what you do from now on. Anyway, I'm used to it. But Zhang Zhixong recalled that Song Zhongxi didn't seem to have bullied anyone, though he had always had that image. Just as Zhang Zhixong was lost in thought, Li Yiji pulled his arm, telling him to sit down quickly instead of standing, saying she had something to tell him. Suddenly, Zhang Zhixong was confused, wondering why Yiji was sitting there. The moment Zhang Yun waved to him, he understood. At this point, Li Yiji told him, Li Dubo asked me to tell you about the ignorant normal alliance. This. If you sit next to me and talk to me all the time, I'll definitely learn quickly. Just as Zhang Zhixong pulled out the chair, Li Yiji immediately took out the ignorant normal death note. Zhixong, let's start with Park Mingjun from Changnan School. She guided him through each person's characteristics, starting with Park Mingjun's gang from Changnan School. The first was Changnan School's second-in-command, Jin Zhonghui, known as a mad dog of a man. Next was the leader. His build was about the same level as Song Zhongxi's, self-proclaimed as Changnan's hero. Hearing the word hero, Zhang Zhixong thought he had read too many comics. At this point, Li Yiji continued to tell him to be especially careful of Park Mingjun, because Park Mingjun had taken over the third-year students before the end of his first year's first semester. Also, Park Mingjun had learned Taekwondo and had a rank. He mainly specialized in kicking techniques. This person should be quite difficult for you to deal with, so I've specially prepared methods for you to counter kicking techniques. Just as the two were deeply engaged in conversation, the two students sitting nearby couldn't stand it anymore, grinding their teeth with envy. Shang Ju was inwardly cursing Li Yiji, so disgusting, actually still entangling my friend Zhang Zhixong. After everything was explained, Zhang Zhixong told her that he seemed to know which guy to start dealing with. Li Yiji was very gratified that she could help him. From today on, I'm your teacher. To celebrate, let's go eat stir-fried rice cakes. Zhang Zhixong also patted his chest, insisting that he must treat her. Then the two happily continued to study the characteristics of other school bosses. Suddenly, the classroom door clicked. Han Shuzhen appeared, making Zhang Zhixong very surprised. Meanwhile, Han Shuzhen also looked in his direction, but what she saw was Li Yiji's slight smile. At this moment, she regretted it, as if she had truly lost Zhang Zhixong. Just then, she turned to leave, seemingly thinking of something. She whispered into a classmate's ear. At the same time, the teacher had just walked in, asking them to return to their seats. Han Shuzhen bumped into the teacher's shoulder and walked out, leaving the teacher very confused. Suddenly, Zhang Zhixong stood up abruptly, calling out Han Shuzhen's name. Then, with a dark expression, he opened the door and chased after her. Just as Zhang Zhixong was about to call her, Han Shuzhen suddenly stopped, as if guessing he would chase after her. She turned around and and pitifully asked, "How miserable do you want me to become?" After saying this, she turned and left. Could this be the legendary playing hard to get? As she walked, she said, "Zhixong has really turned bad. You said there was only me? You liar." Then Jiang Zhixong returned to the classroom with a heavy face, completely ignoring what Li Yizhi was saying, thinking that he had wanted to become a bad guy for Han Shuzhen to like him. "But now you call me a liar. I became bad completely for Shuzhen, but from now on, it's not for Shuzhen anymore." Women. Suddenly the school bell rang. At this point, Li Yizhi asked, "Zhixong, if you're feeling sad, we don't have to go eat rice cakes today." Jiang Zhixong nervously told her he was fine. "Let's go eat now." Li Yizhi didn't ask further, thinking that occasionally eating something spicy to release pressure was a good method. Suddenly, Jiang Zhixong stood up abruptly and shouted, "Buddies, let's all go eat stir-fried rice cakes. My treat today." Hearing this, Li Yizhi was stunned, initially thinking Jiang Zhixong had only invited her. The two useless classmates also chimed in. "Since our friend Zhixong is asking us to eat, we must go." Song Zhongxi said, "Ah, you guys, can't you read the room?" At this point, Zhongyun also seemed to realize something, thinking that maybe they shouldn't go. Suddenly, Song Zhongxi and Zhongyun looked at Li Yizhi. Li Yizhi maintained her composure and said, "Why are you looking at me? Let's all go eat." Ha ha ha. The scene shifts. Song Zhongxi and the four at one table, Jiang Zhixong and Li Yizhi at another table, chatting about interesting things. Suddenly, Jiang Zhixong's phone rang. He opened it to see that Uncle Shu was calling him to come back early. After eating, everyone said goodbye at the door. At this point, Li Yizhi said her stomach was full too. "Let's continue studying." Jiang Zhixong scratched his head and told her he had to go home. His uncle wanted him to come home early today. The next moment, Li Yizhi suddenly fell into a pit, thinking she could spend some time alone with Jiang Zhixong. She kept telling herself to hold on, that haste makes waste. Suddenly, Jiang Zhixong said, "Yizhi, I'll go home first. I'll call you tonight." At this moment, Li Yizhi felt like happiness had suddenly arrived. This. "Zhixong, are we meeting tonight?" "Where?" Seeing her like this, Jiang Zhixong scratched his head and said, "If it's not convenient, we can find a quiet study room." The next moment, Li Yizhi immediately said that wasn't necessary. "Our home environment is similar to a study room. You can even meditate at our house without problems." Jiang Zhixong replied with a mischievous smile, "All right, then I'll call you tonight." Afterward, the two said goodbye and mentioned they would see each other later. The next second, Li Yizhi began to show a fangirl-like appearance, tapping on her phone, sending who knows what. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Dubo and Daxian were discussing Shen Jingji's expulsion. At this point, Daxian said the others would probably also be suspended or arranged to do community service. "I don't know what you're thinking. Now that Shen Jingji's gang has been dealt with, what do you plan to do next?" Li Dubo said he wanted to support Jiang Zhixong, thinking that supporting Jiang Zhixong was also supporting his future brother-in-law. Hearing this, Daxian replied that he also approved of supporting Jiang Zhixong. Then Li Dubo told him with a grin that he was going to create a sister-in-law plan, making Daxian very confused. "What do you mean by creating a sister-in-law plan?" Suddenly, Li Dubo's phone buzzed. "Oh, speak of the devil. How did this girl know I was talking about her?" Looking closer, it clearly showed a message from Li Yizhi, telling him to come back later, threatening that if he came back early, he would be dead. Seeing this, Li Dubo became angry. This dead girl. If it weren't for the sister-in-law plan, I wouldn't care if she was my sister or who she was. I would have beaten her up long ago. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhixong had just arrived home when he saw a car at the door. He thought his father had come, wondering what he was here for this time. As soon as he entered the living room, Jiang Zhixong felt an uncomfortable silence. Whenever Father Jiang came, his house would become very quiet. Father Jiang saw him and immediately said, "I hear my pride-worthy son Jiang Zhixong not only took over the entire second year but also fought 1 against 7 truly rapid progress son." Jiang Zhixong replied that it wasn't just him fighting, there was also a friend called Zhang Shi who fought with him. Father Jiang told him that wasn't important. What mattered was that his son had finally taken to fighting, saying it was as if he saw himself when he was young. "Is there anyone among our brothers who can fight 1 against 7 and win without a scratch like you?" Uncle Shu and Uncle Shiwan both sighed. "We were like that when we were young too." Scar Uncle and Bald Uncle were the same. All the underlings also said, "We were like that when we were young too." Father Jiang took a deep drag on his cigarette and continued, "Like father, like son, worthy of being my son, Jiang Hongwo's son. Son, father is really proud of you. You're finally showing filial piety, hehe." Then Father Jiang looked at Li Shiwan and instructed him to bring that gift over. Li Shiwan immediately handed it to Father Jiang. "Here, son, this is a gift from your father." Jiang Zhixong took the gift and asked his father what it was. Father Jiang chuckled and told Jiang Zhixong to open it quickly and see. Click, click as he opened it. Jiang Zhixong was stunned. He never imagined that Father Jiang would give him a dagger. The next moment, as he pulled it out of its sheath, Jiang Zhixong was even more shocked. He clearly saw his own name engraved on the blade. Father Jiang shyly said, "I commissioned the nation's best craftsman to make this knife 2 years ago. I'm very happy to be able to engrave my son's name on it." Suddenly, Jiang Zhixong was sweating profusely. "Father, I don't think I'll need it." The next moment, click went the camera. Father Jiang told him not to move, instructing him to take the knife out again and place it next to his face. Then another click. Father Jiang played with his phone while saying, "Ha ha ha, I can finally use my son's photo as my profile picture. Nearby, Bald Uncle and Uncle Shu looked very gratified. Now the young master is truly on the right track. At this point, Bald Uncle quietly asked, now we can confirm that the young master is the heir, right? However, Li Shiwan next to him glared at them both angrily, thinking, Yang Zaiju, when I was out there struggling with dirty hands, you were here living the good life, as the young master's babysitter. Just you wait. Suddenly, Father Jiang continued, well, now Father has only one expectation for you. That is to continue to progress. Surpass the second year, the third year, set your sights on the whole country, even the whole world. Oh my god, the whole world? Alright, Father, I'll keep trying. Well, the congratulatory gift has been given to you, so I'll be leaving now. Yang Zaiju, I entrust my son to you from now on. Hearing this, Uncle Shu immediately said, boss, you needn't worry. Before leaving, Li Shiwan bumped Uncle Shu's shoulder hard, saying, get out of the way. Damn, Yang Zaiju, you're so happy now. Don't worry, I won't let you off easily. At this point, Li Shiwan bowed to Zhang Zhixing and said, young master, I'll leave first, take care of yourself. With a bang of the door, the underlings all shouted, boss, be careful on the way. After Father Zhang left, Uncle Shu asked, young master, I just want to confirm, the person with a scar on his cheek, is it Li Shiwan? Zhang Zhixing immediately replied, of course not. How could I not recognize Uncle Shiwan? That person's scar is on the other side. Meanwhile, as Father Jiang just sat in the car, he sighed again. That knife has finally been given to Zhixing. I've been waiting for this day for so long, now I can finally relax about the heir matter. At this point, Li Shiwan asked, boss, do you want to contact your other sons? After thinking for a while, Father Jiang told him, there's no need. Zhixing still needs to continue growing. The killing intent in his eyes is not enough yet. Li Shiwan stammered in response, alright boss, thinking that at this rate, that guy Yang Zaiju will climb over my head. The previous plan to eliminate the young master failed. Although I don't dislike the young master, I can't watch Yang Zaiju have smooth sailing. Then he scrolled through his contacts. He sent a message to someone named Huang Daquang, telling him, about what I told you last time, start preparing. The next moment, Li Shiwan had an evil smile. I'm sorry, young master, if you want to blame someone, blame that useless Yang Zaiju. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yiji was diligently cleaning her home's floor. Hee. Zhixing is coming to my house. I can't let him see it dirty. Alright, I need to clean up quickly, then decorate my room a bit. Suddenly, there was a knock at the front door. With a bang, Li Dubo said, brother is back, go make me a bowl of instant noodles. Li Yiji looked at him angrily. Damn, I told you not to come back. What kind of brother are you? Li Dubo was taking off his coat while saying, why should I leave just because you tell me to? Hurry up and make me some instant noodles. The next moment, Li Yiji gave him an international gesture, so annoying. Xiong said he's coming over soon, hurry up and get out of here. With these words, Li Dubo was stunned. What? He turned around and said, sister, what did you just say? I said Zhixing is coming over, that's why I'm cleaning so hard. What instant noodles? I just cleaned all the bowls. Suddenly Li Dubo smiled. Sister, let me help you clean, thinking this was the perfect moment for the sister-in-law plan. Just as Li Yiji was about to say something, with two swift moves, Li Dubo had already put on gloves. So, brother-in-law. Ah, no, Zhang Zhixing, when is he expected to come? Li Yiji told him he would contact her in about 2 hours. Li Dubo chuckled. 2 hours is plenty. Then Li Dubo began racing against time, working hard to clean the house. These wind-like efficient actions showed his skill. Li Dubo was truly giving his all for the sister-in-law plan. Meanwhile, Li Yiji was stunned by his actions. This. In an instant, the whole house was cleaned spotless by Li Dubo. Then Li Dubo sat on the sofa exhausted, looking dim and pale, but his mouth still showed a slight smile. Suddenly, Li Dubo jumped up, telling himself it wasn't time to rest, he needed to disappear quickly. But at this point, Li Yiji told him that Zhixing hadn't contacted her yet, saying she would make noodles for her brother first. Suddenly, speak of the devil, Zhixing called. While behind her, Li Dubo was still asking Li Yiji to cook the noodles a bit harder, but Li Yiji told him he could leave now. At this moment, Li Dubo put on a forced smile, gritting his teeth and telling himself to endure. Then Li Dubo walked out dejectedly, while Li Yiji was speaking gently on the phone with Zhang Zhixing. Just as he reached the door, Li Dubo stopped and glanced at her, thinking, look at her voice when she's talking, but, sister, I support you. For my bright future, go for it. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Zhixing also arrived at her door. The moment he pressed the doorbell, Li Yiji rushed out. Li Yiji asked him to rest in her room first, but Zhang Zhixing said the desk here seemed a bit narrow. Why don't we go to the bed? It's more spacious. Suddenly, Li Yiji began to stutter. What, Zhixing, what are we doing on the bed? Seeing her like this, Zhang Zhixing asked, is it too soft and uncomfortable? Then we can go to the living room. At this moment, Li Yiji started fantasizing again. Is our progress this fast? She immediately took out the Ignorant Normal Alliance's death note. Zhixing, then let's start talking about our school's third-year students today. Let's lie down first. However, Zhang Zhixing just sat on the floor, asking Li Yiji to start quickly. So we're not lying down to talk, but sitting there to talk, alright. At this moment, Li Yiji doubted if she had lost her charm, looking very disappointed. But she still began to explain to Zhixing. First about Zhao and Hao, who ranked second in their school and had his own small gang. Since you've taken over the second year, he'll definitely want to recruit you into his small gang. Also, I've been thinking, when you become the boss of Jilan School, do you want to start dealing with Magic Array School first? Magic Array School has the fewest students, and the boss there, Tao Yuan Xiao, is relatively the weakest. Jiang Zhixiong nodded and said he would listen to her. Let's stop here for today. After seeing him to the door, she shyly asked if he wanted her to send him back on her little donkey. However, Jiang Zhixiong told her again, "No need, I can go back by myself." This made Li Yiji want to punch him, but she still smiled and said, "All right," thinking she must hold back. Jiang Zhixiong is just a straight man. Li Yiji only now realized that Jiang Zhixiong was such a difficult man to deal with. At this point, Jiang Zhixiong was also pondering that tomorrow he needed to go to school to sort out the ranking issue. With Li Yiji's help, he had already figured out in his mind what to do next. Just as Jiang Zhixiong was saying he wanted to be filial to his father, Bald Uncle was already waiting at the door. But the reflection from Bald Uncle's head under the doorway light was so bright that Jiang Zhixiong could barely open his eyes. It must be said that social Bald Uncle standing at the doorway under the light, that reflection was truly dazzling. Jiang Zhixiong, who had sneaked out, panicked. Bald Uncle seriously said, "Young master, I should have told you, if you go out during this period, you need to tell us in advance." So Jiang Zhixiong explained that he went to find Li Yiji to learn about the ignorant normal alliance. Hearing this, Bald Uncle asked him, "Young master, did you meet a girl wearing just these clothes?" Making Jiang Zhixiong confused. "Young master, next time when you go to meet a girl, you must tell me in advance. It's too disrespectful to the other person with such attire." The next second, the two suddenly had a mischievous smile. "Young master, I think you really need me to match clothes for you." Hearing the word match, Jiang Zhixiong's face tightened. Bald Uncle's matching was truly memorable to him. However, early the next morning, Jiang Zhixiong started carrying a small bag. This was definitely social Bald Uncle's matching. Meanwhile, all the underlings were already at the door shouting, "Young master, be careful on the way." After repeated tempering, Jiang Zhixiong finally became a charismatic man. On the other side of the basketball court, Zhao Enhao was shooting baskets. With a thud, two underlings applauded. "Enhao, your swish shot is absolutely amazing." Yes, this person is Zhao Enhao, ranked second in Jilan School's third year. He was waiting for Jiang Zhixiong to arrive. However, Jiang Zhixiong was still on the road learning to spit. At the same time, this scene was just seen by the passing strategist. Song Zhongxi asked him how long he planned to walk like that. But at this point, Jiang Zhixiong felt a sense of achievement from spitting. Suddenly, Song Zhongxi interrupted him. "Zhixiong, you'd better look around first. While you're busy spitting, our school's students all." When Jiang Zhixiong looked back, the surrounding students were all discussing them. "Gosh, why does this person keep spitting? So disgusting." Yeah, I heard they beat up Shen Jingzhe's gang." The next moment, the two had expressionless faces. "Zhixiong, how does it feel to become a bad guy?" Suddenly, Jiang Zhixiong laughed out loud. "So that's it. My image is already bad enough. This is even better. Let's go, Zhongxi." As the two were swaggering towards the classroom, suddenly a yellow-haired guy darted out from the side, telling the two that someone was looking for them, and pointed towards the basketball court. Then the grip duo went directly to the designated location. At this point, Zhao Enhao arrogantly said, "Jiang Zhixiong, welcome to my territory." "Damn, are you stupid? Our school doesn't have any your territory or my territory." At these words, the two underlings beside him angrily said they would finish off Jiang Zhixiong. "Hey, you're too aggressive. I called you here originally to give you some advice, but you're so impolite. So I'll have to treat you impolitely too." Meanwhile, 5 guys outside the court were discussing which side to join. However, on the rooftop, Li Dubo and Daxian were also watching this good show. At this point, Li Dubo asked him, "Daxian, do you think Jiang Zhixiong will follow Zhao Enhao?" Daxian immediately said, "No, it's impossible. How could a tiger be a dog's underling?" While on the other side, Zhao Enhao started provoking Jiang Zhixiong. "I see you still haven't understood the situation." Just as Jiang Zhixiong and Song Zhongxi looked back, those 5 guys outside the court surrounded them. At this point, Jiang Zhixiong directly shouted at them, hey, whoever dares to interfere, I'll beat that person." Zhao Enhao arrogantly said, "Brothers, beat up that guy, Jiang Zhixiong." However, the 5 guys completely ignored his orders. Zhao Enhao and the other 2 were shocked. "What are you guys standing around for? Hurry up and beat that guy." The yellow-haired guy told him, "Don't order us around, big brother. You move first. If you move first, we'll listen to you." This made Zhao Enhao so angry he almost broke his teeth. Then Jiang Zhixiong and Zhao Enhao both stepped forward to begin a one-on-one fight. Zhao Enhao quickly threw the basketball. Just as Jiang Zhixiong caught the basketball, Zhao Enhao suddenly jumped up. His fist locked onto Jiang Zhixiong. Bam! He hit Jiang Zhixiong hard in the face. The 2 underlings secretly rejoiced. In a basketball court fight, of course Enhao is the strongest. At this point, Zhao Enhao started dribbling the basketball again. "Hey, how about it? Jiang Zhixiong, do you want to continue?" Jiang Zhixiong didn't waste words with him. He rushed straight at him, thinking he must close the distance between them in a short time. But Zhao Enhao threw the basketball again. And once again, Jiang Zhixiong was hit. Zhao Enhao's hands were very quick. Jiang Zhixiong took another hard punch. At this moment, Zhao Enhao became even more pleased with himself. Jiang Zhixiong quickly stood up and wiped the blood from his nose. At this time, Zhao Enhao was very cocky, constantly taunting, "Where did that arrogant Jiang Zhixiong go?" The 2 underlings became even more convinced. Enhao started spinning the basketball, indicating this game was about to end. At this point, Zhao Enhao charged forward with the basketball, but Zhao Enhao ran in another direction, making Jiang Zhixiong very puzzled. Suddenly, with a shout of blind pass, the basketball was thrown at Jiang Zhixiong again, giving Jiang Zhixiong another hit. Layup hook punch. Zhang, how does this hit feel? Then Zhang Zhixiong kept retreating but showed no sign of falling down. The next moment, he stopped retreating. Zhao and Hao, do you want to die standing or lying down? The next moment, Zhang Zhixiong used all his grip strength to crush the basketball. Seeing this, Zhao and Hao and the three others were immediately shocked. I can't believe this was crushed by Zhang Zhixiong. Even Song Zhongxi, seeing this scene, was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, Zhang Zhixiong was simply radiating dominance. A real man doesn't waste words. He approached Zhao and Hao with big steps. Suddenly, Zhang Zhixiong's eyes sank. Now it's my turn. You're dead. Zhao and Hao chickened out, immediately saying he surrendered. At this point, Zhao and Hao was thinking of sneaking in an attack, but he never imagined. Zhang Zhixiong put the basketball on his head. Zhang Zhixiong took a deep breath, raised his right fist, bam, and asked if his head was ringing. Just as Zhao and Hao was about to fall, he grabbed his head again and asked him, Zhao and Hao, what's in front of you? Answer me quickly, what do you see? Zhao and Hao mumbled in response that he saw complete darkness. Zhang Zhixiong told him, this is your future. The next moment, no matter how Zhao and Hao begged, what followed was Zhang Zhixiong's forceful clap with both hands, followed by a slap, then another 2 slaps, then 3 more slaps, then 4 more slaps, then directly high-speed dribbling. It must be said that when Zhixiong turned brutal, it was on an epic level. He beat him black and blue, even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. The underlings watching were terrified, feeling fortunate they hadn't helped Zhao and Hao, otherwise their fate would be obvious. At just that moment, Zhao and Hao's right and left hands suddenly rushed out. Seeing this, Song Zhongxi blocked their way. Hey, what are you trying to do? Stay put. At this point, the fat, yellow-haired guy was so angry, unable to fight Song Zhongxi, he could only watch helplessly as his boss was brutalized by Zhang Zhixiong. Suddenly, Zhang Zhixiong turned and asked them, who else wants to fight? This question nearly scared the life out of them. All 5 immediately declared, Brother Xiong, we're not fighting. Seeing this, Zhang Zhixiong picked up his small bag from the ground and told them, very good, your decision is correct. After all, we're from the same school, so I'll deal with you last. Just as the two were leaving, someone called out to them. The yellow-haired guy immediately bowed and said, Brother Xiong, I know you want to deal with the ignorant, normal alliance. Let me help you and Song Zhongxi. At these words, everyone was thunderstruck. Damn, this guy didn't even discuss with us before joining Zhang Zhixiong. Seeing the situation had changed, the others also immediately bowed, saying, Brother Xiong, we're also willing to follow you. At this point, Zhang Zhixiong asked for Song Zhongxi's opinion on whether to accept them. Song Zhongxi thought carefully that with just the 2 of them, it might indeed be difficult. After a brief discussion, the 2 decided to accept them for now. Hey, you guys. Don't think that because you're helping us defeat the ignorant normal alliance, I won't deal with you. Since you're here to help, let's shake hands. The yellow-haired guy immediately agreed and reached out his hand. His companion saw this and shouted that he couldn't do it, telling him this handshake would break his bones. The yellow-haired guy got scared and instantly pulled his hand back. He thought to himself, shaking hands would definitely break my hand, but Zhang Zhixiong was actually taking the initiative to express friendliness. As long as I follow Zhang Zhixiong, I can take down the ignorant normal alliance. Whatever, I'll risk it. So he tremblingly grabbed Zhang Zhixiong's hand. Cold sweat poured down his face. Zhang Zhixiong smiled and said, he already warned you. You're really a ruthless person who doesn't care about your life, so please take care of me from now on. The yellow-haired guy was flattered. Zhang Zhixiong's magnanimity wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. The surrounding brothers were also stunned, saying, he really dared to shake hands with Zhang Zhixiong. Then they hurriedly followed suit, saying, please take care of us. And only then did Zhang Zhixiong leave the court. Song Zhongxi looked on with admiration. Zhang Zhixiong's move of turning enemies into friends was truly impressive. With this kind of vision, he would definitely become a top figure in the underworld in the future. Along the way, the 2 discussed quickly gathering everyone to plan how to take down the ignorant normal alliance. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Daxian and Li Dubo were waiting for him to come fight to the death. Daxian said worriedly, why did you call Zhang Zhixiong here? He's your junior. Li Dubo said, don't worry about it. We have something private to discuss. You leave first. As Daxian left, he said, all right then, take it easy. Don't really start fighting. Li Dubo immediately sent an excited message to Zhang Zhixiong. The show is about to begin. Song Zhongxi frowned when he saw the message. Zhang Zhixiong asked him what was wrong. Song Zhongxi said, Senior Dubo is calling you to the rooftop alone. Can you handle it by yourself? Zhang Zhixiong said confidently. No problem. You go back to the classroom. I'll be right back. So Zhang Zhixiong walked upstairs with an arrogant stride. He thought to himself, as long as I deal with Li Dubo, my position as boss will be secure. He opened the door and greeted Li Dubo. Li Dubo smiled and said, Zhixiong, you can really fight. Defeating Zhao and Hao was so cool. Zhang Zhixiong responded politely, thank you for the compliment. Li Dubo's tone shifted. I called you here to talk about the ignorant normal alliance. Zhang Zhixiong nodded slightly and said, I know. Li Yiji and I are researching how to take it down. Li Dubo teased, you still call her by her full name? Calling her Yiji is much more intimate. Zhang Zhixiong said awkwardly, let's get to the point. Li Dubo said, I'm the boss of the ignorant normal alliance. You want to take down my alliance. That would make me lose face completely. How about a win-win solution instead? Why don't you knock me down and directly take over as the boss of Jilan High School? Zhang Zhixiong said, if I beat you, I can take down that alliance. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Li Dubo quickly waved his hands and said, "No way, I can't actually fight you. I already made a promise with Senior Qishang to help you become the boss. He promised that after it's done, he'll let me join their Fire Bear gang, so I'll pretend to be knocked down by you and announce to the whole school that you won." Jiang Zhixong seemed provoked, saying, "From what you're saying, you think you can beat me." Li Dubo smiled and said, "I think I probably wouldn't lose." Jiang Zhixong said, "This isn't good. I don't hit people who don't fight back." Li Dubo smiled and said, "I knew you'd say that. Plan B activated." Jiang Zhixong got into a defensive stance, alertly asking, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Li Dubo swung a punch at his own face. Jiang Zhixong watched in shock, asking, "Are you okay?" Li Dubo said while hitting himself, "If you won't do it, I'll do it myself." Then he threw dozens of punches at his face with bang 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 sounds. Finally, his nose started bleeding, saying, "That's enough! This looks miserable enough." Jiang Zhixong was dumbfounded. This operation was way too outrageous. Li Dubo shouted, "Jiang Zhixong, you won! You're the new boss of Jilan High School." Jiang Zhixong looked completely confused. Won without even fighting? Then Li Dubo seemed to think of something. He immediately bowed 90 degrees to Jiang Zhixong and said, "Please take care of me from now on." Jiang Zhixong was completely bewildered. After Li Dubo finished speaking, he turned to leave, but Jiang Zhixong quickly stopped him, saying, "Don't you care that the ignorant normal alliance is dissolving?" Li Dubo turned back and said, "I'm a Fire Bear gang member now." Then he left alone, leaving Jiang Zhixong by himself. Jiang Zhixong took a deep breath and said, "Now I have no way back. I'm now the new boss of Jilan High School." On the other side, Zhao Enhao still had a basketball stuck on his head. His subordinate said anxiously, "Get the basketball off quickly. If this continues, someone will die." The basketball was yanked off forcefully, revealing Zhao Enhao's bruised and bald pig-like face. The subordinates exclaimed, "Enhao, how did you become like this? Did Jiang Zhixong beat you bald? Your ears are swollen like dumplings." Zhao Enhao hugged his trembling body and said, "Jiang Zhixong is just too powerful." At the same time, the school hallway exploded with excitement. Li Dubo walked over with a bruised face, instantly igniting the whole place. Li Dubo pretended to shout in frustration, "Ah, damn it! I actually lost this fight." Seeing everyone guessing who beat the boss of Jilan High School, Li Dubo was secretly pleased. "Very good. All eyes are on me." So he shouted loudly, "Ah, the world's #1 Li Dubo lost to Jiang Zhixong." The whole place instantly went silent, then erupted in shocked exclamations. "He lost to Jiang Zhixong? Does this mean the school's boss is now the second-year Jiang Zhixong?" The students completely went wild, pulling out their phones to frantically spread the news. The second-year Jiang Zhixong beat Li Dubo. In the alley, Yongjian saw the message and immediately cursed. "Damn it," he shouted urgently. "We're done for. Mingjun, I heard brother Dubo lost to Jiang Zhixong." Mingjun's lips curved into a smile as he said, "Jiang Zhixong is starting to make his move." At the same time, Jiang Zhixong's attention skyrocketed. Rumors spreading rapidly to nearby schools. Even the red-haired guy from Wuzhen High School was shocked when he saw the message. Li Dubo was actually beaten by Jiang Zhixong. Students from Mozhen High School also received the message and immediately ran to inform Yuan Xiao. Yuan Xiao continued calmly chanting sutras after hearing it, telling them not to run around in this sacred place. On the rooftop, Jiang Zhixong's friend Zhang Yun witnessed all of this and was full of admiration for him. He remembered a few days ago when the underworld uncles escorted Jiang Zhixong to school. Scarface uncle was worried that Jiang Zhixong would get into trouble at school, just as they were all worrying. They saw Zhang Yun walking toward them. They instantly hit it off, thinking they just needed to plant a spy in the young master's class. So the uncles went forward to stop Zhang Yun, saying they wanted to ask him for a favor. From then on, Zhang Yun became a spy, regularly reporting on Jiang Zhixong's situation. While sending messages, he thought, although it seemed like a crime, they were Zhixong's family, so it should be fine. On the other side, Bald Uncle was lifting weights when he saw the message and was instantly overjoyed. He shouted while rushing toward Yang Zishu, "Boss, something happened!" Yang Zishu was also overjoyed after learning about it. He immediately called Father Jiang. Father Jiang laughed uncontrollably after hearing the news. Father Jiang declared domineeringly, "Wahaha, worthy of being my son." At this time, Jiang Zhixong walked dominantly through the hallway after returning from the rooftop. The students all respectfully stood in awe, saying, "This is our school's new boss, Jiang Zhixong." Everyone automatically split into 2 rows to make way for him, their eyes filled with reverence. Jiang Zhixong thought to himself, "Although I'm not used to it, I'm already the boss. For now, I'll continue focusing on my goal." Meanwhile, Li Yiji was still sleeping at home, but was woken up by a phone call. She irritably answered the phone. The voice on the other end said, "Your brother Li Dubo seems to have been beaten by Jiang Zhixong." Li Yiji instantly woke up, eyes wide open, saying, "My brother and Jiang Zhixong got into a fight?" She got up frantically, saying, "Li Dubo clearly said he would help me develop a relationship with Jiang Zhixong. What is he doing now?" She immediately grabbed her phone to call Li Dubo and question him. The voice on the other end said, "I'm eating ramen in front of the school, what's up?" Li Yiji was furious, saying, "What? Ramen? You still have the mood to eat ramen?" Li Dubo said innocently, "Why are you suddenly going crazy?" Li Yiji was furious. He was completely ruining her romantic chances. He was dead. Soon she stormed to the school and immediately saw Li Dubo eating ramen. Li Yiji shouted angrily, "Li Dubo!" Li Dubo turned around and said, "Oh, it's my sister. You came by bike?" Li Yiji was shocked when she saw his face, saying, "Brother, was your face beaten by Jiang Zhixiong?" Li Dubo scratched his head and said, "Yeah, Jiang Zhixiong is pretty strong. I lost." Li Yiji asked urgently, "Is Jiang Zhixiong seriously injured? He must have been hit by you too." Li Dubo said vaguely, "Yeah, I hit him a few times too. But the point is, he's now become the school's boss." The next second, Li Yiji couldn't help but punch him, saying, "You're completely useless." She threw the motorcycle keys at Li Dubo's face, telling him to ride the bike home. She herself ran quickly toward the classroom, her heart full of unease. She worried to herself, if even brother was injured this badly, Jiang Zhixiong must be much worse. The more she thought, the more panicked she became. What if Jiang Zhixiong was seriously injured? At this time, the Jiang Zhixiong she was thinking about was washing his face in the bathroom, and silently decided not to tell his family about becoming boss yet. He thought to himself, he needed to make a firm decision first, then report his plan to his family. Jiang Zhixiong sighed, looking at his torn uniform. This tough battle had ruined his uniform. He threw his sleeve aside, clenched his fists with full momentum, saying, "From now on, I'm the boss of Jilan High School." Walking out of the bathroom, he saw Li Yiji running frantically and immediately called out to stop her. Li Yiji heard the sound and stopped. Turning around to see Jiang Zhixiong, her eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up. Jiang Zhixiong said with a confused expression, "Class has been going on for so long, where are you rushing to?" Li Yiji couldn't hold back anymore, tears directly falling down. Jiang Zhixiong said hastily in panic, "Why are you crying? I'm sorry, it's my fault." Li Yiji didn't speak and directly threw herself into his arms. Jiang Zhixiong became even more at a loss. Li Yiji sobbed accusingly, "Do you know how scared I was that you'd be seriously injured? Thank goodness you're safe." After speaking, she hugged Jiang Zhixiong tightly and cried hard. The helpless Jiang Zhixiong could only let her hug him and kept apologizing. Li Yiji said, "Why do you keep apologizing? At a time like this, you just need to hold me tight." Jiang Zhixiong stuttered nervously, saying, "I got it, Li Yiji. I'll hold you." So the two embraced tightly. The air seemed to be filled with awkward yet ambiguous pink bubbles. Back in the classroom, the two who had calmed down finally felt awkward. Li Yiji sneaked glances at Jiang Zhixiong, shouting inside, "Why did I do such a thing? I was too forward." Jiang Zhixiong also sneaked glances at Li Yiji. Just like that, their eyes met, and instantly looked away, simultaneously lamenting inside, "This atmosphere is too awkward." Even the classmates nearby looked confused. What were these two doing? At this time, Jiang Zhixiong's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up his phone and saw the sender was Han Shuzhen. He immediately got up and left the classroom. Jiang Zhixiong walked quickly toward the school gate, full of questions. Why would Shuzhen contact him? At the school gate, he saw Han Shuzhen and hurried forward to greet her. Han Shuzhen, with injuries on her face, forced a smile and said, "Hi Zhixiong, long time no see." Jiang Zhixiong came over with concern, saying, "You look different from before. What happened?" Han Shuzhen's eyes dimmed as she said, "Yeah, a lot of bad things happened these past few days," Jiang Zhixiong said gently. "Shuzhen, if you're in trouble, feel free to tell me." Han Shuzhen burst into tears, saying, "Actually, my dad is sick. The doctor said he can probably only live for another month." Jiang Zhixiong said in shock, "Uncle is sick. Calm down first and tell me slowly." Not far away, Daxian was the first to notice Jiang Zhixiong. Li Dubo beside him said, "Is that the young master? Who is he talking to?" Daxian said quietly, "What's the situation? Is this a breakup scene or a confession scene?" Li Dubo watched through gritted teeth. "This pisses me off. This girl dares to compete with my sister for him." Here Jiang Zhixiong was still comforting Han Shuzhen, asking if she had calmed down a bit now. Han Shuzhen wiped her tears and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Zhixiong. You really are a very kind person." Jiang Zhixiong was going crazy inside. Even at a time like this, she still thinks I'm kind? He patted his chest, saying, "I just became the school boss, and I'm also the heir to an underworld family. I'm super bad." Han Shuzhen didn't take it seriously, saying, "I got it. Let's talk while we walk." The two started walking. Jiang Zhixiong asked, puzzled, "Didn't you cut off contact with uncle?" Han Shuzhen said, "Yeah, I only found out after the hospital notified me, but knowing dad is going to die, I really can't be indifferent." Jiang Zhixiong comforted her gently. "It's normal to care. He's your father after all," Han Shuzhen said gratefully. "Thank you, Zhixiong. You're still so gentle. It would be great if you were willing to be my boyfriend." Jiang Zhixiong was instantly shocked, saying, "Isn't your boyfriend Shen Jingzhe?" Han Shuzhen smiled bitterly. "Jingzhe has already gone to prison." She moved closer to Jiang Zhixiong, her eyes earnest, saying, "Zhixiong, you'll agree, right?" At this time, a motorcycle sped over. After stopping steadily, Park Mingjun shouted, "Oh, it's Jiang Zhixiong." Park Mingjun took off his helmet and laughed. "Hey, Jiang Zhixiong, I came to find you. You became the school boss? I really have good judgment." Jiang Zhixiong replied, "Yeah, I have something to do right now. Let's talk in detail another day." Park Mingjun said cheerfully. Okay, then give me your phone number today. Then he handed over his phone for him to save the number. At this time, he asked, is this beautiful lady next to you your girlfriend? Zhang Zhixiong and Han Shuzhen said simultaneously, we're just friends. After speaking, Zhang Zhixiong handed him back his phone, telling him to leave quickly. Park Mingjun didn't listen, instead asking Han Shuzhen for her name. Han Shuzhen told him her name helplessly. Park Mingjun immediately got excited, saying, you're my ideal girlfriend type. If you don't have a boyfriend, would you consider me? This operation shocked both of them. Park Mingjun continued, can you give me your number? Hearing this, Han Shuzhen became even more flustered, while Zhang Zhixiong gritted his teeth. Seeing no response, Park Mingjun said awkwardly, it's okay if you don't give it. I caused you trouble. Han Shuzhen hurriedly shook her head, saying, no, I'm not troubled at all. Park Mingjun's eyes lit up as he handed over his phone, saying, then let's slowly get to know each other starting today. But Zhang Zhixiong suddenly grabbed his hand holding the phone, gritting his teeth as he reminded, Park Mingjun, can't you see Shuzhen is very uncomfortable? Park Mingjun smiled, calm down, I was proactive because I fell for her at first sight. Hearing this, Zhang Zhixiong increased his grip strength. Park Mingjun winced in pain, saying, I already apologized, let go. But Zhang Zhixiong's hand strength kept increasing, gripping tightly without letting go. Park Mingjun finally lost his temper, saying, I don't want to fight you, but my temper isn't that good either. If you don't let go within 3 seconds, I'll take it as you wanting to fight me. Park Mingjun started counting down, but Zhang Zhixiong remained unmoved, showing no sign of letting go. Park Mingjun couldn't take it anymore and directly kicked toward Zhang Zhixiong. Han Shuzhen shouted in panic, stop, I don't want you to fight over me. Only then did Zhang Zhixiong let go. The two apologized to her somewhat awkwardly for letting her see such a scene. Zhang Zhixiong also apologized to Park Mingjun. Park Mingjun waved his hand, saying, I apologize too, being too forward made her uncomfortable, sorry. Then he said goodbye to Zhang Zhixiong. Park Mingjun put on his helmet and suddenly remembered, saying, congrats on becoming boss, I'm throwing you a celebration party. Zhang Zhixiong said in surprise, the celebration party won't involve drinking alcohol, right? He started getting nervous. Park Mingjun's tone changed, saying, but can't you really give me Shuzhen's contact info? Zhang Zhixiong's expression instantly changed after hearing this. The pressure around him dropped sharply, looking ready to fight. Park Mingjun got scared and quickly backed down, saying, I was joking. Why are you so angry? Then he rode off on his motorcycle, watching his departing figure. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Han Shuzhen turned her head, saying, so what you said was true? You really became the boss? Zhang Zhixiong spread his hands, saying, of course it's true. Why would I lie to you about something like this? Han Shuzhen sighed. Zhixiong, you've really changed so much. Hearing this, Zhang Zhixiong said, have I changed? Then I'll change even more in the future, because I have other goals besides you. Han Shuzhen bit her lip, saying, okay, you can do anything well anyway. She walked forward with slight disappointment, saying, hearing you have other goals besides me makes me a bit sad. But can you walk me home today? Zhang Zhixiong couldn't bear to refuse and said, sure. Before long, they arrived at Han Shuzhen's front door. Zhang Zhixiong smiled. We haven't chatted in so long. We arrived quickly while chatting. Han Shuzhen sighed. We've been friends for 10 years and still have endless things to talk about. It's really amazing. Then she turned with sincere eyes, saying, you still haven't answered my question. Zhang Zhixiong hesitated, unable to give an answer. Han Shuzhen gathered her courage and continued, just as you've liked me for 10 years. How about I keep liking you for 10 years too? Seeing Zhang Zhixiong not speaking, she persistently asked, even that won't work? Zhang Zhixiong said, that would be very tiring. Don't think of such things too lightly. Han Shuzhen said, aggrieved. I already gathered so much courage, but you can't even accept me having a one-sided crush on you. If you keep dodging, it's no fun. Zhang Zhixiong suppressed his anger. Feelings aren't something to be talked about for fun. Han Shuzhen was speechless and frowned after hearing this. Zhang Zhixiong saw her reaction and could only turn to leave, unwilling to be entangled further. But Han Shuzhen hurriedly grabbed his hand, saying, Zhixiong, if you leave like this, what am I supposed to do? Zhang Zhixiong said coldly, Shuzhen, go back and rest first. Han Shuzhen said sadly, how can you be so cold to me? You're not the Zhixiong I know. Jerk. Zhang Zhixiong said, you're calling me a jerk, then I succeeded. I heard you say you like bad guys, so I desperately tried to become bad. But after I became bad, you changed your mind and said you liked the originally kind me. So now I want to take back my feelings for you. After hearing this, Han Shuzhen got so emotional she directly knelt down, begging him not to leave. Zhang Zhixiong closed his eyes tightly and told her he now has other goals. Han Shuzhen cried painfully, no, your goal can only be me forever. I'm really tired today. Please stay with me, Zhixiong. Zhang Zhixiong directly refused. I'm sorry, Shuzhen, let go. Han Shuzhen felt completely hopeless after hearing this, tears continuously pouring from her eyes. She finally let go of the hand grabbing Zhang Zhixiong's arm, kneeling on the ground watching Zhang Zhixiong leave without looking back. She cried out loud, Zhixiong, do you want me to stop making you feel guilty? Then I'll make you come confess to me personally. Not far away, Park Mingjun and Li Dubo had already seen all of this. Li Dubo said, only by doing this can Zhang Zhixiong be worthy of being my brother-in-law. On the other side, Park Mingjun returned to the alley again. He showed his deformed wrist, saying, Zhang Zhixiong's grip strength is simply monster level. Good good thing we didn't fight. I need to find a chance to thank Xu Zhen. At this time, other subordinates gathered around, asking why he suddenly went to Jilan High School. Yongjian noticed his wrist, asking, "What's with this hand mark?" Bearded guy exclaimed. "Mingjun, don't tell me you were also beaten by Zhang Zhixiong?" Park Mingjun explained, "It was Zhang Zhixiong who did it, but I wasn't beaten by him." Yongjian said angrily, "This is being beaten. We'll go get revenge on him right now." Park Mingjun said, "No need, and I also want to join forces with Zhang Zhixiong to finish off the ignorant normal alliance." Glasses guy said, puzzled, "Mingjun, don't you always avoid doing things that aren't beneficial to you?" Bearded guy guessed, could it be Mingjun was threatened by Zhang Zhixiong? Yongjian pressed, "Tell us honestly, why do you want to join forces with Zhang Zhixiong?" Park Mingjun stood up with a smile, saying, "Once you meet Zhang Zhixiong, you'll understand why." Yongjian urged irritably, "Stop being mysterious. Quickly tell us the actual reason." Park Mingjun said, "He's very different, has extraordinary bearing, he's a good person." Yongjian lit a cigarette while saying disdainfully, "He's just arrogant, relying on his underworld background." Park Mingjun said, "I want to help Zhang Zhixiong hold a celebration party for becoming Jilan High School's boss." Yongjian said, confused, "What? A celebration party? Why should we help him hold one?" Glasses guy analyzed, "Joining forces with Jilan could indeed possibly take down the alliance." Park Mingjun said excitedly, "Exactly, I knew you'd agree." But Yongjian spoke up in opposition, saying, "I can accept joining forces with Zhang Zhixiong to finish the alliance, but why hold a celebration party? This makes it look like we're proactively submitting to them, damn it." Park Mingjun reassured, "It's not about submitting. Holding a party is to make everyone closer. Plus, he's the son of the Firebear gang boss," Yongjian said disdainfully. "Whether it's firebears or dogs, it's none of my business." After speaking, he proposed quitting. Park Mingjun continued trying to dissuade him, but Yongjian still firmly left. However, he had barely walked a few steps when he saw two beauties walking toward him. These were actually those two goddesses. Yongjian went crazy inside. Damn, why didn't anyone say Kaiyun would come? Now I can't take it back. When Kaiyun said at this time, "You wanted to see us for something?" Park Mingjun enthusiastically said they planned to hold a party and wanted to invite them. When Kaiyun said, "Who are you holding this party for? Let me hear first before deciding," Park Mingjun excitedly announced, "This party is a celebration for Jilan's new boss, Zhang Zhixiong." Hearing this, Kui Yinhe was dumbfounded, saying, "You've already met Zhang Zhixiong." When Kaiyun pulled out a cigarette, saying, "Looks like the man worthy of me has finally appeared." In the end, both agreed to go. Park Mingjun was overjoyed. This celebration party will be very interesting. On the other side, Zhang Zhixiong was still moving forward. He thought to himself, "Can't look back, can't be soft-hearted anymore." That was really close. I almost got caught off guard by Park Mingjun's kick. Looks like I must accept Li Yiji's designed personal training. Need to get back to school quickly. At the school gate, he saw Li Dubo. Li Dubo greeted him. "You're back, young master," Zhang Zhixiong said awkwardly. "What are you doing? This makes me very uncomfortable." Li Dubo said seriously, "I'll serve you for a lifetime from now on. So of course I need to start with how I address you," Zhang Zhixiong said helplessly. "But please don't call me that at school." Li Dubo readily agreed. "In that case, I'll call you Zhixiong at school from now on." Zhang Zhixiong breathed a sigh of relief, then asked why he was here. Li Dubo said, "I'll just say it directly. Zhixiong, do you have a girlfriend?" Being asked this by a man, Zhang Zhixiong was immediately startled but still answered no. After hearing this, Li Dubo grabbed Zhang Zhixiong's arm, saying, "Then what do you think of Yiji?" Zhang Zhixiong was stunned, saying, "Li Yiji is pretty good, she's a very good friend." Li Dubo praised strongly, "Yiji is a great girl. She has more good points than you imagine. She's a great girl. Repeat after me." Zhang Zhixiong stammered in agreement. "She's a great girl." Only then was Li Dubo satisfied as he left, saying, "Good, remember that." Zhang Zhixiong was completely confused. Why did he suddenly act like that? Can't figure it out. Whatever, Zhang Zhixiong simply stopped thinking about it. Better just go back to the classroom. In the classroom, Li Yiji was full of distress, thinking, "It's Han Shuzhen. So what exactly is he doing with Han Shuzhen now? Why hasn't he come back?" At this time, Zhang Zhixiong finally pushed open the classroom door and walked in. Li Yiji immediately looked up, glaring at him. Zhang Zhixiong felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at, pulled over a chair and sat down, asking her what was wrong. Li Yiji questioned with an icy tone, "Where did you just go?" Zhang Zhixiong answered somewhat flustered. "Something suddenly came up that I had to deal with." Li Yiji pressed, "So where exactly did you go? Are you unwilling to tell me?" She turned her head, her tone carrying a hint of grievance, saying, "If you don't want to say it, forget it." Zhang Zhixiong looked at Li Yiji's profile. A thought flashed through his mind. Was Li Yiji always this beautiful? Zhang Zhixiong asked cautiously, "Li Yiji, did I do something wrong? I'm sorry." Li Yiji sighed helplessly. "Why are you apologizing again?" Zhang Zhixiong said. "Suddenly saying this to you seems a bit strange." Li Yiji got annoyed hearing this, saying, "You want to apologize to me again, don't you?" But Zhang Zhixiong said, "You're very beautiful today." Li Yiji was instantly stunned, eyes wide in surprise, then stood up saying, "What? Really? You said I'm beautiful?" Zhang Zhixiong nodded, saying, "Yeah, I think you're beautiful. It's the truth." At this time, the homeroom teacher couldn't take it anymore and exploded in anger. "Li Yiji, go stand at the back." Li Yiji instructed Zhang Zhixiong, "I'm leaving first. Explain it clearly to me later." After speaking, she happily stood up. "Li Yiji, Yiji, being punished to stand, was secretly shy, thinking, do I now have hope of becoming his girlfriend? Was that just now him confessing to me? Finally, the dismissal bell rang. Li Yiji was thrilled. Now I'll go find Jiang Zhixiong and ask clearly. But the homeroom teacher suddenly appeared, telling her to follow him to the office. Li Yiji said reluctantly, Teacher, can I go later? The homeroom teacher got angry seeing this. Come to the office with me immediately. Jiang Zhixiong also spoke up to persuade, telling her to go with the teacher first. Li Yiji had no choice but to comply. After Li Yiji left, Zhang Yun came over and asked Jiang Zhixiong, didn't you like Xu Zhen for 10 years? What's the situation now? Jiang Zhixiong said in a heavy tone, Zhang Yun, don't talk about Xu Zhen anymore from now on. Zhang Yun realized, asking, you didn't just go see Xu Zhen, did you? Jiang Zhixiong said bitterly, I'll tell you after I sort out my thoughts. Zhang Yun suggested, when you're troubled, you should play games. How about we go to a PC cafe after class? Jiang Zhixiong's eyes lit up, saying, sure. Zhang Yun suddenly hesitated, remembering he had English class today. So he said, why don't you ask Li Yiji if she can take you to play? Her game rank is very high. Jiang Zhixiong was shocked she's that good. In the office, the homeroom teacher sternly warned Li Yiji not to make noise during class anymore. Li Yiji responded obediently, okay. The homeroom teacher said, puzzled, why aren't you talking back? Li Yiji smiled, saying, why would I talk back to you? Other teachers were all dumbfounded hearing this. Oh my god, Li Yiji actually didn't talk back. The homeroom teacher saw she was rarely this obedient, so he just let her go back. Li Yiji left the office delighted. Not talking back really made the teacher let me go immediately. She said excitedly again, my name is Li Yiji. The girl Jiang Zhixiong sincerely finds beautiful is me. Li Yiji came to the classroom with her carefully prepared pose, shouting, Jiang Zhixiong. Jiang Zhixiong immediately went up to her saying, Li Yiji, I've been waiting for you. Li Yiji's heart was incredibly excited, thinking he wanted to kiss her, so she immediately shyly puckered her lips, waiting for him to kiss her. But in the next second, Jiang Zhixiong didn't lean in to kiss her. Li Ji got so angry that she started cursing at him directly, but Jiang Zhixiong was actually praising her for being amazing at the game. Li Ji looked completely confused after hearing this. Jiang Zhixiong continued to flatter her, you're so amazing, can you please carry me? I'm begging you. Li Ji said embarrassedly, I'm not that good actually. Jiang Zhixiong retorted, that's not true, you're super amazing. Ji, you're really good at so many things. Li Ji blushed and said, I haven't been playing games much lately, but if I played seriously, I'd rank up quickly. Jiang Zhixiong immediately bowed 90 degrees, asking her to teach him her secrets. Li Ji said, but if I have to teach you how to deal with the ignorant normal alliance and teach you how to play games, shouldn't you pay me? Jiang Zhixiong readily agreed. Sure, I'll go back and tell uncle to give you proper compensation. Li Ji said, no need, just fulfill one wish for me and that's enough. Jiang Zhixiong immediately grabbed her hand excitedly, saying no problem. Then he shouted, classmates, who wants to go to the internet cafe together? Everyone raised their hands frantically, saying they could form a full team of 5. Song Zhongxi came over and smacked each of them on the head. However, Jiang Zhixiong still obliviously asked Song Zhongxi if he wanted to go to the internet cafe together, so Jiang Zhixiong also got punched. In the end, only Jiang Zhixiong and Li Ji went to the internet cafe. In the game, Jiang Zhixiong's character died again. Jiang Zhixiong looked at Li Ji and said, Ji, you're really amazing. Li Ji said helplessly, you got killed by minions and you're still smiling. Jiang Zhixiong said hurriedly, sorry, they were too strong. Let me try seriously once more. Not long after, he died again. Jiang Zhixiong was helpless. Seeing this, Li Ji stood up to patiently guide him. She moved closer to Jiang Zhixiong, reaching over to control his mouse, preparing to teach him hands-on. Realizing their hands had touched, both their faces started turning red, then they immediately separated shyly. Li Ji covered up the awkwardness, telling him to start by practicing last-hitting minions slowly. At this moment, 2 thugs walked over and saw Li Ji. These 2 were Song Renhao and Jin Zongmin. The 2 came over to greet Li Ji. Jin Zongmin noticed Jiang Zhixiong beside her and asked, is the guy next to you your boyfriend? Li Ji broke out in cold sweat, saying he wasn't her boyfriend. Song Renhao said with a sleazy smile, a beautiful girl like you should only be matched with someone like me. Jin Zongmin chimed in, yeah, you two look more compatible. Song Renhao looked at Jiang Zhixiong threateningly, is this student's butt glued to the chair or something? Looks like you don't know who I am. Jiang Zhixiong asked puzzled, who are you? Jin Zongmin said disdainfully, really annoying, I'm the ace of Fire Bear Gang Jin Zongmin. Jiang Zhixiong looked blank, I didn't know that, so he picked up his phone to ask Bald Uncle, telling them to come over. Song Renhao yelled angrily, telling him to hang up the phone quickly. Jiang Zhixiong hung up the phone expressionlessly. Song Renhao said furiously, since you hung up, at least greet us properly. Jin Zongmin clenched his fist threateningly, when greeting elders you should stand up or you'll get beaten badly. Jiang Zhixiong stood up to confront them, saying, I'm standing now. Jin Zongmin was shocked to see this. When sitting you couldn't tell, but his physique was so robust. Look at those upright broad shoulders, those thick solid arms full of power, plus the scar on his cheek and sharp eyes full of killing intent. It was simply chilling. Jin Zongmin steadied himself and said, from your your uniform, you're from Jilan High School, are you good at fighting? Jiang Zhixong said calmly. Does whether I can fight matter to you? Jin Zongmin suddenly extended an invitation. Drop out of school and join our truancy clan. Heroes have the instinct to recognize their own kind. I can sense the same vibe from you as us. But in the next second, Jin Zongmin's hair was grabbed forcefully, then yanked backward hard. Jin Zongmin struggled angrily, but was still forced to tilt his head back, showing a pained expression. Bald Uncle looked down menacingly and asked, then what kind of vibe do I give off, you little punk? Answer me or I'll tear your scalp off. Jin Zongmin called to Song Renhao for help. Help me quick. Song Renhao trembled in fear, saying, look over there. How can I help you? Turned out there were 4 gang uncles standing across from him, with overwhelming imposing presence. Jin Zongmin turned his head with difficulty and was scared out of his wits when he saw the 4 of them. The uncle said furiously, you piece of trash, dare to call yourself Fire Bear Gang's ace? Do you believe we'll dig out your eyeballs right now? Song Renhao asked in panic. Who the hell are you guys? Jiang Zhixong walked over slowly and asked, are these 2 our people? Bald Uncle responded respectfully, young master, Fire Bear Gang doesn't have such trash. The 2 were instantly terrified upon hearing young master and Fire Bear Gang. Bald Uncle said with a smile, young master, we'll teach them a lesson. You continue your date. Jiang Zhixong scratched his head awkwardly, saying, I'm not on a date. Bald Uncle dragged Jin Zongmin away by his hair, saying, now let's all go to your place for a nice talk. After the group left, Jiang Zhixong let out a long sigh of relief, finally sent them all away. He turned to Li Ji and said, all right, let's continue playing. Not long after, the uncles arrived at the truancy clan's secret base. They immediately slapped Jin Zongmin, then forcefully squeezed his face. Spiky Uncle raised his hand demanding who was backing him. Jin Zongmin said he didn't know. Spiky Uncle said, not knowing won't do, you'll get beaten. In the next second, his palm struck down hard, directly deforming Jin Zongmin's face. Song Renhao was so scared he wet himself. He muttered to himself, better just tell the truth, we're dead either way. Scarface Uncle said, what are you muttering about? You definitely know something. Song Renhao cried out in fear, no, I really don't know anything. Scarface Uncle showed no mercy, slapping him directly. He said coldly, if you can provide intel, we'll spare your lives. Since you know nothing, we can only eliminate you. Song Renhao immediately shouted urgently, if you need intel, I can give it to you. Jin Zongmin quickly tried to stop him. No, you absolutely can't tell. Spiky Uncle said, Fatso, don't open your mouth so wide or your jaw will dislocate. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcibly manipulated Jin Zongmin's jaw, dislocating it. But Jin Zongmin still didn't give up, saying he absolutely couldn't tell. Seeing this, Spiky Uncle threw a heavy punch at Jin Zongmin's jaw. Jin Zongmin instantly lost consciousness from the blow, collapsed on the ground, completely knocked out. Seeing this, Song Renhao quickly handed over a business card with trembling hands. Scarface Uncle reached out to take it and became serious upon seeing the name on the card. Then he immediately handed it to Bald Uncle, saying, you might need to see this yourself. Bald Uncle saw the name on the card and shouted in shock, Yin Can Yu? There's no one with this name in the organization. Bald Uncle looked at Song Renhao, saying, you're part of the truancy clan, right? Song Renhao was startled, saying, ah, yes. Bald Uncle crushed the business card in his hand and demanded, how many people are in your clan in total? Song Renhao swallowed and answered, 5 people in total. Bald Uncle's face showed anger, saying, I need to confirm the real identities of the remaining 3 people one by one. Bald Uncle gathered everyone, saying there was something important to discuss. This guy called Yin Can Yu must be the one claiming to be Fire Bear Gang. We must catch all these bastards. Everyone responded in unison, yes, boss, let's do that. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. The remaining truancy clan members had tracked them down. The uncles had already set up an ambush, just waiting for them to walk into the trap. Seeing Blue Hair walk in, the uncles immediately launched an attack, instantly subduing Blue Hair. Then 2 girls also walked over. Bald Uncle didn't expect there to be girls in the truancy clan, so he told the ambushing uncles not to attack. He would talk. The 2 girls walked in. Bald Uncle immediately appeared with a smile. Hello, 2 young ladies. Want to chat? After speaking, to appear more gentle, he even winked. But the 2 girls were still scared out of their wits. They turned and ran toward the door. The other uncles immediately chased after them, not wanting to let them escape. Bald Uncle said angrily, damn it, they actually ignored my wink. He kicked the subdued Blue Hair and said, hey, get up. I have a few questions for you. If you don't answer honestly, it's a dead end. At this time, the uncles chasing the girls quickly returned, saying, they got away because they called us perverts in front of passersby. But one girl dropped her slipper, we picked it up. Since we couldn't catch them, there's no choice but to extract intel from these 2 guys. Bald Uncle walked over with the slipper, saying, make them kneel in a row. The 3 were forced to kneel in a line, each trembling. Bald Uncle walked in front of them with the slipper, saying, don't make a sound. In the next second, he directly whipped their faces with the slipper furiously, with full force. Seeing this, Blue Hair said, if we tell you about Yin Kan Yu, can you guarantee our safety? Bald Uncle readily agreed. Okay, speak. Blue Hair said, actually, we've never seen Yin Kan Yu's real face either. The one who gave us the business cards was Senior Park Wu-Jang. He said he could get us into Fire Bear Gang. Bald Uncle was speechless, saying, are you sure Park Wu-Jang is really from Fire Bear Gang? Blue Hair responded affirmatively. He said Yin Kan Yu was his senior, also from Fire Bear Gang. Bald Uncle pressed, "Oh, which school does Park Woo-jang attend?" Blue Hair hesitated for a moment, then said, "Woojin School." Bald Uncle immediately told him to hand over Park Woo-jang's contact information. Blue Hair quickly responded, "I can give you his contact info." Bald Uncle ordered, "Jinho, go search for his phone." Spiky Uncle quickly found the phone, saying, "Boss, found it." Bald Uncle took out money, saying, "Well done, take this money to buy yourself a new phone." He put down the money and instructed Blue Hair, "Change your phone number after you leave. We'll keep this phone and number." Bald Uncle was full of confidence. With the phone and slipper, he could find the imposter and the one who attacked the young master. Scarface Uncle suddenly said, "Boss, Brother Zaichu is calling us. We need to go right away." Bald Uncle nodded, then arranged for Spiky Uncle to stay behind. Bald Uncle suddenly remembered something, handing a hair clipper to Spiky Uncle. Genho took it with an evil smile, saying, "I'll make good use of it." After instructing everything, Bald Uncle led his underlings away from there. Only Spiky Uncle and 3 Truancy clan members remained at the scene. Genho turned on the clipper, looking at the 3 with cold eyes, his lips curling into a cold smile. On the other side, Jiang Zhixiong and Li Ji had already completed their training, and Jiang Zhixiong had made tremendous progress. So Li Ji continued to suggest, "Then let's now research the ultimate tactics to take down Park Mingjun." Jiang Zhixiong immediately agreed. "Sure, I've been wanting to teach him a lesson." Li Ji suddenly asked, "Zhixiong, besides playing games, do you have other hobbies?" Jiang Zhixiong blinked blankly, saying, "Are you asking what else I like?" Li Ji said, "Yeah, like interests and stuff. I love cooking." Jiang Zhixiong lowered his head, murmuring, "Interests, dreams." He recalled the past. His interest was giving the uncle's shoulder and back massages, and cleaning up street garbage, escorting elderly people across the street. These were all good deeds within his power. The reason he persisted in doing good deeds was to become a truly kind person. But if someone asked him about his dream now, his answer would definitely be to inherit from Dad. No, to surpass Dad. He would become the strongest boss in Fire Bear Gang history. Seeing his state was off, Li Ji asked with concern, "Zhixiong, are you okay?" Jiang Zhixiong said domineeringly, "My dream is to become Fire Bear Gang's boss." After hearing this, Li Ji's heart instantly skipped a beat, her heart pounding wildly. She started blushing and fidgeting, saying, "What the heck?" Suddenly acting cool. Jiang Zhixiong scratched his head with a silly smile. "Really? I don't think I'm cool." Li Ji tentatively asked softly, "Jiang Zhixiong, have I helped at all on your path to your dream?" Jiang Zhixiong nodded vigorously. "Of course. You've helped me so much. Thinking about it carefully, it's all thanks to you. I'm really grateful." At this time, Jiang Zhixiong answered a phone call nearby. After hanging up, he turned to Li Ji with a serious expression, saying, Ji." Li Ji turned back puzzled, saying, You calling me?" Jiang Zhixiong said apologetically, "We'll have to research tactics next time. There's an emergency at home." Li Ji said generously, "It's fine. We can meet up again next time." Jiang Zhixiong pointed to the right, saying, "I'm going this way. I'll head off first." After saying goodbye, Jiang Zhixiong strode away. On the way back, Jiang Zhixiong saw an old grandma carrying goods ahead. He started struggling internally, should I help? But during this time, I've become super fierce. The old grandma recognized him at once, happily greeting him. "Zhixiong's here. How have you been lately?" Jiang Zhixiong was shocked. Grandma is actually so happy to greet me. He closed his eyes tightly, thinking, "Damn it, this makes me want to help even more." But in the end, he still smiled and went forward to greet her. "Long time no see, Grandma. Let me help you carry things." The old grandma nodded gratefully, saying, "Really? Then I'll trouble you." Jiang Zhixiong helped while apologizing. "Grandma, I'm sorry for just leaving last time. Is your back injury any better?" The old grandma smiled and responded, "Same as before. But Zhixiong, what's been going on with you lately? You have injuries on your face. Have you been fighting often?" Jiang Zhixiong was at a loss for words. He asked dejectedly, "Grandma, do you also think I've become bad?" The old grandma nodded honestly. "Yeah, you look quite fierce. Appearances can really deceive." Jiang Zhixiong said dejectedly, "That's right, you're correct." The old grandma changed her tone. "But you know, what matters most in a person isn't appearance." Jiang Zhixiong asked curiously, "What's more important than appearance?" The old grandma said, "Since ancient times, the good and evil in one's heart has been far more important than appearance. You can tell what someone's heart is like by looking at their eyes. I can tell from your eyes that you're still a good child, not a bad person at all." Hearing this, Jiang Zhixiong's eyes started to well up. He said tearfully, "Thank you, Grandma." The old grandma comforted, "The harder something is, the more effort you need. That's what makes life meaningful." After helping out, Jiang Zhixiong felt refreshed all over. His steps became lighter. He sincerely exclaimed, "Helping Grandma made me so happy. I'm super blessed right now. I really can't give up helping others. This sense of fulfillment can't be replaced by anything." After returning home, he shouted, "I'm home. Is anyone here?" But the house was unusually quiet. His heart raced. He had a bad feeling. He walked cautiously toward the living room and saw Father Jiang sitting domineeringly on the sofa, saying, "Come over here, son." Jiang Zhixiong thought, sure enough, it's Dad's doing. Father Jiang laughed and praised, "Boss of Jilan High School, you handled it so quickly, worthy of being my son." Jiang Zhixiong broke out in cold sweat, thinking, "I didn't say I became boss. How does Dad know? Could it be Uncle Qishiang who snitched?" Father Jiang urged, "Son, don't just stand there. Come here, Dad has an amazing gift for you." Jiang Zhixiong was wary. "It's not going to be something dangerous like a knife again, is it?" Father Jiang saw through his thoughts, saying, "Looking at your expression, are you worried about something. Don't worry, this time it's definitely a big gift. Zaishu, bring up the treasure. Zaishu responded deeply, yes boss. Jiang Zhixong's insides churned. Father Jiang announced passionately, Fire Bear Gang Iron Law, the heir must raise a battle bear. Hearing this, Jiang Zhixong was petrified on the spot. Father Jiang continued introducing, this is your coronation gift for becoming boss of Fire Bear. The Fire Bear also let out an adorable sound right on cue. Jiang Zhixong thanked him stiffly, thank you dad. The Fire Bear made another adorable sound extremely cute. Zaishu put down the Fire Bear and instructed, young master, don't be fooled by its cute appearance, it's the king of beasts. Jiang Zhixong was dumbfounded, so this is what a fire bear looks like. Then he hugged the fire bear and exclaimed, so cute, fluffy, so healing. Father Jiang said, I knew my son would like it. The love for animals runs in the family. From now on, it's our family member, your little brother. I even gave it a name. Jiang Zhixong asked curiously, what name? Father Jiang said, since the surname is Jiang, it's Jiang Yixong. Jiang Zhixong looked at the fire bear and said, silly, Yixong, let's get along well from now on. Seeing this, Scarface Uncle said, boss, Jiang Yixong is the young master's little brother. So what should we call it? Bald Uncle matter-of-factly replied, need you ask? Since it's the boss's son and young master's brother, of course it's also our family, so we must call it young master. That's the rule. The underlings awkwardly laughed along, ha ha. That's true, we were confused. Bald Uncle frowned. You've been getting lax lately. Learn more from Brother Zaishu. Brother Zaishu served the boss for 10 years and took care of the young master for 8 years. They watched him tear open the package in his hand. He obsequiously offered the food, saying, second young master, please enjoy. This is specially made food. Come eat it slowly here. Jiang Yixong immediately ran over upon seeing this. Zaishu watched Jiang Yixong eat, happily asking, is it good, young master? You're eating so happily. Zaishu continued, boss, leave second young master to me to serve. You go chat with young master. Father Jiang nodded. Zaishu is always so considerate, but just call it Yixong. The underlings immediately responded excitedly with thanks. Yes, boss. Before Father Jiang and the others could leave, they swarmed toward Jiang Yixong, surrounding it completely, constantly praising, Yixong is so cute, want to pet it, too adorable. Jiang Yixong looked up puzzled, and saw a group of fierce-looking people surrounding it with creepy smiles, instantly too scared to move. At this time, father and son came to the rooftop. Father Jiang looked at Jiang Zhixong's wound and asked, the injury on your face was from fighting the school boss, right? Jiang Zhixong nodded, yes, dad. Father Jiang gazed into the distance and sighed, the weather is slowly getting warmer, son. At this time, his voice started choking up, I'm really so happy. As he spoke, tears flowed from his eyes. Jiang Zhixong asked in shock, dad, why are you crying? Father Jiang said, my son is so outstanding. Speaking, he hugged Jiang Zhixong tightly, saying, I used to think you were worthless, but you actually became school boss. You've brought me such honor. To be honest, I used to think you were a rebellious, unfilial son. He recounted all the stupid things Jiang Zhixong had done over the past 10 years, making Jiang Zhixong mortified. Father Jiang was finally relieved now, saying, but that's all in the past. You're a filial child. Jiang Zhixong laughed awkwardly, ha 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 ha, okay, dad. Father Jiang said, I've already started looking forward to it so much, son. Your next step is to dominate the entire region, right? I'm already eagerly anticipating my proud son, the world's #1 filial son. Jiang Zhixong's scalp tingled under this earnest gaze, saying he would work hard. After speaking, Father Jiang suggested, all right, let's go downstairs. Don't keep everyone waiting. So father and son went downstairs. Zaishu quickly came forward with the underlings to greet them, finished chatting with young master, boss. Father Jiang smiled and responded, yeah, we had a passionate father-son talk. The underlings were deeply moved hearing this. A passionate father-son conversation. So touching. Everyone bowed, saying, congratulations, boss. Young master is truly exceptional talent. Father Jiang laughed. Not that exaggerated. This is just the beginning of my son's filial piety. Am I right, son? Jiang Zhixong nodded helplessly. Yes, dad. Father Jiang then left, saying, I have business to attend to. Zaishu, come out with me. The underlings bowed in farewell. Please go carefully, boss. On the road, Zaishu said puzzled, boss, why didn't Shiwan come with you today? Father Jiang said seriously, Zaishu, you know about that guy Kim Minwoo under Shiwan, right? Zaishu nodded. Yes, I know, boss. Father Jiang pulled out a cigarette gravely. I heard someone recently saw him at the underground arena. Zaishu said, shocked. The underground arena, isn't that Danryong gang's territory? Father Jiang said, I thought he was brought in by Shiwan, so I didn't pay much attention. But he's been doing things lately that make me uneasy. Need to investigate. Zaishu, you're in charge of investigating Kim Minwoo's background. Zaishu accepted solemnly. Yes, sir, boss. Father Jiang patted his shoulder and sighed, thinking about it. I always assign you difficult tasks. Speaking, he took out a stack of money. Although your contributions can't be measured in money, please accept this. Zaishu respectfully accepted it, saying, yes, boss. Father Jiang instructed, use this to eat something good with the brothers. After speaking, Father Jiang waved goodbye. Zaishu quickly said, boss, let me see you back. It's my duty. Father Jiang declined. I haven't walked outside in the wind for a long time. You go back. Zaishu watched Father Jiang's back, thinking, Whenever the boss has worries, he habitually walks alone. Zaishu remembered something, deciding to use this money to buy things for the young master and brothers. He started counting the money. He counted in shock. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions. Is this 100 million? He said in disbelief, boss, you're too generous. At this moment, at the Truancy clan's secret base, all 3 Truancy clan members had their heads shaved bald, looking miserable. Spiky Uncle made a call. Boss, I've already extracted important intel from them. I'll bring this key intel back to help you, boss. I guarantee not to disappoint your expectations. In the villa, the uncles were still madly petting Jiang Yixiong. Zaishu came over saying, everyone prepare for the gathering. The boss gave enormous funding. Everyone cheered in response. Yes, we'll prepare right away. Zaishu added, while preparing the gathering, take turns coming to my room, Qishang first. Bald Uncle said, yes. The two then went upstairs. In Zaishu's office, Zaishu gestured for him to sit casually. He had important matters to discuss. Bald Uncle responded respectfully, please sit first, I'll make coffee. While making coffee, he muttered to himself, better not tell the boss about that matter yet. Bald Uncle brought over coffee, saying, boss, let's chat about business while drinking. Zaishu took the coffee and sighed. The boss really cares about the brothers. Bald Uncle agreed, I think so too, he's been coming to the house more frequently lately. Zaishu analyzed. Looks like the expectations placed on young master have greatly affected the boss. Then he changed his tone, but the boss coming often isn't necessarily a good thing. This means he doesn't trust the brothers in other places. Bald Uncle said, shocked. You mean? Zaishu nodded gravely. The boss is now starting to suspect Shiwan. Bald Uncle said incredulously, but isn't brother Shiwan the boss's confidant? Zaishu said, currently can't see anything from Shiwan, but he has a subordinate named Kim Minwoo. Bald Uncle responded, I know this person. Zaishu clenched his fist. I heard Kim Minwoo has been frequently going in and out of the underground arena lately. Bald Uncle was shocked, saying, the underground arena is territory managed by Danryong gang. Then I'll just capture Kim Minwoo and dispose of him. Zaishu immediately said, can't kill him, we still need to find out if Shiwan knows about these things. Bald Uncle stood up solemnly. I understand, boss, please rest assured and leave it to me. I swear I will definitely find out what he's up to. Zaishu refused again. No. Bald Uncle said urgently, boss, I'm the most suitable person. Zaishu said no. Many people in both Firebear gang and Danryong gang know you. We absolutely cannot be exposed. Bald Uncle trembled all over anxiously. Then what should I do? Zaishu said, arrange someone smart you trust, who hasn't shown their face to either side to infiltrate. Bald Uncle started pondering who to find. Suddenly his eyes lit up saying, ah, I have a perfect candidate. Bald Uncle guaranteed confidently. Leave it to me, boss. Zaishu instructed. You go back first, then tell Tycoon to come up. After Bald Uncle responded, he immediately left, closing the door. He thought, brother Zaishu has really been too exhausted lately. Now the organization is in great crisis. I must do everything in my power. As soon as Bald Uncle went downstairs, he saw Spiky Uncle shouting excitedly, boss, I'm back. Bald Uncle nodded. Genho, you worked hard this time. Then he told Tycoon to go to brother Zaishu's room. After instructing, he started exchanging information he just learned with Genho. Bald Uncle asked, what's that photo you sent earlier? Genho explained, this photo is of Yin Kan Yu and the Truancy clan together. So now we just need to find those 2 escaped female students to find him. On the other side, the gathering was almost ready. Jiang Yixiong wanted to help but was stopped by the uncles. Young master, really no need for your help. Just stay beside and keep Jiang Yixiong company. Jiang Yixiong said helplessly, alright, then I'll go play with it. Jiang Yixiong was currently lying on the sofa napping, its belly round and super cute. Jiang Yixiong's eyes sparkled. Ah, that belly, want to touch it so bad. At this moment, a phone sound suddenly rang. Jiang Yixiong started panicking. This would wake Jiang Yixiong. Unfortunately, it was too late. Jiang Yixiong had already opened its eyes. Jiang Yixiong apologized guiltily to Jiang Yixiong. But since it was already awake, let's video call then. So he pointed his phone at Jiang Yixiong saying, Zhang Yun, look, this is our new family member. On the other end of the video, Zhang Yun exclaimed, wow, it's really super cute. The Pomeranian is too adorable. As soon as he said this, all the uncles froze. They surrounded him menacingly to explain, this is a bear. After speaking, they greeted him through gritted teeth. Hello, student Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun responded nervously. Hello. Then the uncles kept emphasizing, it's a bear, really a bear. Zhang Yun was helpless. What is this uncle doing? But could only go along. So he cooperatively said, shocked, it's actually a bear. Only then did the uncles happily say, correct. It's a fire bear. Zhang Yun laughed awkwardly. Can I come to your house to see it next time? Jiang Yixiong readily agreed. Of course, Yixiong will welcome you too. Zhang Yun suddenly remembered the main business, saying, Yixiong, I'm calling because I want to ask you a favor. I have plans with female classmates tomorrow. There are 3 of them and only 2 of us. Can you come with me? Jiang Yixiong paused, saying, sure, I'll go with you. After speaking, he hung up the video call. Bald Uncle and Genho came over puzzled. Why is everyone gathered around young master? Aren't you preparing for the gathering? Why are you here? The uncles excitedly shouted, Brother Qishang, the point isn't the gathering right now. Young master is going on a 3-on-3 group date tomorrow. Jiang Yixiong quickly explained, it's just simply meeting with cram school classmates. But Bald Uncle immediately stepped forward saying, young master, let's go to the dressing room right now. Jiang Zhixiang hurriedly explained, this really just a group date. But bald uncle wouldn't take no for an answer, saying, head to the dressing room right now. Jiang Zhixiang helplessly followed him, saying, Uncle, I don't need to dress up specially, do I? Bald uncle responded sternly, young master, the group date is important, and dressing up is the key. However, there's something more important than dressing up that needs to be confirmed right now. Jiang Zhixiang asked in confusion, what is it? Why so serious? Bald uncle took out some photos and asked, young master, do you recognize any of these people? Jiang Zhixiang examined them carefully, saying, these two are the ones I ran into at the internet cafe before, but I don't recognize this long-haired one or the blue-haired one at all. As he spoke, he scrutinized them closely, then suddenly exclaimed, huh? Wait a minute. Bald uncle pressed nervously, what is it? Did young master discover something? Jiang Zhixiang pointed at a black short-haired man in the photo, saying, I remember this guy. Bald uncle asked repeatedly, could he be Yin Kanyu? Jiang Zhixiang said, Yin Kanyu? I don't know that name. But the thug who specifically came after me that I mentioned before, it was him. Bald uncle said in shock, this guy was the one who attacked you. Jiang Zhixiang nodded firmly, saying, yes, he was the one who attacked me. Bald uncle frowned. This made things seem to get complicated. If the long-haired one was Yin Kanyu, they just needed to investigate Shi Yuan and the Danryong gang. But if the one with the scar was Yin Kanyu and had connections to Shi Yuan, then they could confirm the attack was done by insiders of the Fire Bear gang, or even Shi Yuan's conspiracy. His head hurt from thinking, damn it. He thought it was just small-time thugs causing trouble, never expected it to run this deep. His brain couldn't come up with any solution. Jiang Zhixiang saw this and asked him what was wrong. Bald uncle thought to himself, young master will be busy enough later. Can't let him worry about this too. So he changed the subject, saying, haha, I suddenly remembered what happened the day you were attacked. What was the name of that kid who fought with you? Jiang Zhixiang responded, ah, you mean Shen Jingzhe. Bald uncle nodded, saying, that's right, Shen Jingzhe, got it. Then he immediately switched gears, saying, now let's officially create the 3-on-3 group date outfit. Young master must have an overwhelming presence. Jiang Zhixiang looked confused. Did a group date also require an overwhelming presence? The next day at the meeting spot, Zhong Yun and Junmin had both arrived early. Zhong Yun praised Junmin for looking super handsome today. Junmin said proudly, of course, a 3-on-3 date, how could I embarrass myself? How about it? Don't I look totally like a celebrity? Zhong Yun nodded, saying, yeah, super handsome. Junmin worried, will Zhixiang really come? Zhong Yun reassured him, don't worry, Zhixiang personally said he'd come. The surroundings suddenly became noisy, Zhong Yun said in confusion, huh? Why did it suddenly get so loud? He looked into the distance, saying, could that person be Zhixiang? Sure enough, Zhang Zhixiang made a dashing entrance, big gold chain with a suit, presence completely maxed out. Zhong Yun and Junmin were instantly dumbfounded. This outfit was way too exaggerated. Zhang Zhixiang came over to them, saying, brothers, I'm here. Haven't the girls arrived yet? Junmin quickly pulled him aside, saying, Zhixiang, come into the alley with me first. Then he said anxiously, even if you're in the underworld, you can't dress like this. Zhang Zhixiang scratched his head, saying, right, I also think it's a bit exaggerated. Junmin roared, you'd better change clothes or the girls will be scared away. Zhang Zhixiang said, you want me to change my clothes? Junmin said firmly, of course, the ones we're meeting are all model students. They hate the underworld style the most. Jiang Zhixiang said apologetically, sorry, I didn't think that much about it. So they went to a clothing store to change outfits. Jiang Zhixiang took off his suit and asked Zhong Yun, how about it? Is this better now? Zhong Yun answered, not bad, then put the accessories in your bag. Jiang Zhixiang immediately did so. Finally, the two returned to the meeting spot. Junmin looked them over, very satisfied, saying, this works. The girls are almost here too. Zhixiang, you've been too famous lately. When you introduce yourself later, use a different name. Jiang Zhixiang nodded. Then the three finally set off. At the date location, Junmin suggested again, Zhixiang, from now on call yourself Jiang Dongju. Remember, Jiang Zhixiang said, don't worry, I'm now Jiang Dongju, a second-year student at Xilan High School. Junmin pointed into the distance, saying, oh, they're here. Get ready. He excitedly waved and shouted, Kaiyun, over here. Come quick. The girls came over and greeted them. Hi. At this point, the 3-on-3 date participants had finally assembled. Zhong Yun began introducing Jiang Zhixiang as their friend Jiang Dongju. Jiang Zhixiang immediately greeted them cheerfully. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Dongju. The two girls next to them both introduced themselves as Yunji and Kim Yunji. Jiang Zhixiang turned to the girl in the middle, saying, hello there, classmate in the middle. The girl looked annoyed, seeming unwilling to respond. Jiang Zhixiang greeted again. Hey, I'm Jiang Dongju! And you are. Only then did the girl get a clear look at his face and physique, her heart racing wildly. Look at those calloused hands, like bear paws, and those bulging veins on his arms. Was he really friends with these losers? It was so incongruous. It was like a predator mixed in among herbivores, so her cheeks flushed as she began introducing herself. Hello, I'm Wen Kaiyun. She asked, should we go to a cafe and sit down first? Junmin looked shocked at this. How did Kaiyun become so proactive? This was completely different from the cold Kaiyun before. He couldn't believe it. She actually showed such a gentle expression, but not to him. It was to Jiang Zhixiang. He was about to die of anger. He looked around and found that except for him, Everyone else was getting along so well. Yoonji had automatically paired up with Jong Yoon, and the prettiest Kai-yoon had gone straight to Jang Jikseong. These two pairs' interactions were so sweet. Watching made Junmin grit his teeth. How did things turn out this way? Yoonji said at this moment, let's follow them too. Don't just stand here. Junmin sighed helplessly, saying, sigh, let's go. What rotten luck. Everyone arrived at the coffee shop. When Kai-yeon only talked with Jang Jikseong, Junmin was raging inside. This is making me so angry. Everyone moved to KTV. The girls excitedly danced. Among them, when Kai-yeon's dancing was the most beautiful. Jang Jikseong praised repeatedly, wow, you guys are amazing. Leaving Junmin alone on the side, he thought. Kai-yeon said she didn't like going out to play. But why is she dancing for Jikseong? And her expression is so cheerful. Outside the KTV, Eunji teased Kai-yeon. You originally didn't want to come. How did you change your mind? When Kai-yeon responded, weren't you the one who said being alone with Jang Yeon was awkward and asked me to come? Eunji continued teasing, you're being so obvious now, you like Jang Dongju, right? When Kai-yeon said obsessively, I felt it from the first glance, his passionate life force. He's the one I've been looking for. After it ended, Junmin plucked leaves while muttering repeatedly, does Kai-yeon like Jikseong or me? Finally he wailed in despair, Kai-yeon likes Jikseong. Junmin was going crazy with jealousy. How dare Jang Jikseong steal my woman? Jang Jikseong sensed something was off, so he said, Jang Yeon, is Junmin okay? Jang Yeon shook his head helplessly, saying, I'm not sure either. At this moment the girls walked over. When Kai-yeon came over to greet Jang Jikseong, saying she had to go to a tutoring session. Then she held out her phone, asking him for his contact information. Junmin, caught in the middle, wailed internally. Even I didn't get Wen Kai-yeon's number, yet Jikseong got it so easily. Damn it. Then the girls started saying goodbye to them and left. But Eunji reluctantly moved closer to Jong Yoon, saying she wanted to go shopping with him a bit more. Junmin's eyes widened in anger, thinking, damn it, even Jong Yoon betrayed me. So the group waved goodbye again. At this moment, Jang Jikseong's phone suddenly vibrated. He received a party invitation message from Park Mingjun. He made up his mind to go find Song Jongshi right away to go together. Junmin stood up and lamented, never thought Jong Yoon would betray us, so sad. Then let's two single guys go play games together. Jang Jikseong apologetically declined, I have plans tonight, can't go with you. Junmin asked unhappily, what plans could be more important than going to the internet cafe with me? Jang Jikseong explained, Park Mingjun from Changyan High School is throwing me a celebration party. Junmin started being sarcastic, not only did you get Kai-yeon's number, you also get to go to a party. Your friend is sad and wants to hang out with you, but you actually refuse. Jang Jikseong hurriedly apologized, sorry Junmin, I'll definitely play games with you next time. Then he turned and left, saying, see you at school Junmin, leaving Junmin to collapse and shout, damn it, I'm so miserable. Soon Jang Jikseong arrived outside Song Jongshi's house. Song Jongshi appeared with a baseball bat, saying, you're here. Why didn't you call me? Jang Jikseong explained, it was better to just wait for you here. Jang Jikseong looked at the bat and said, we're going to a party. Why are you bringing that? Song Jongshi responded seriously, suspicious people sending strange invitations. Better to bring this for safety. Jang Jikseong said in confusion, they said themselves they're throwing a celebration party. They probably don't have bad intentions. Song Jongshi said, whether I'm overthinking it or not, we'll know when we go. Where's the party location? Jang Jikseong read out the address, Binson Apartments, Unit 201. Song Jongshi became suspicious, saying, they're throwing a party in an apartment. Then I didn't bring my bat for nothing, let's go. The two arrived downstairs at the apartment building. Jang Jikseong observed the surroundings, then said, seems you were right to bring the bat, the atmosphere here feels off. The two walked upstairs side by side. Song Jongshi asked with concern, how's your mental state right now? Jang Jikseong responded, it's alright. The two arrived at the door. Jang Jikseong was just about to raise his hand to ring the doorbell, but was stopped by Song Jongshi. Wait, don't ring the bell yet. Then he swung the bat, saying, okay, ring it, I'm ready. Jang Jikseong took a deep breath, then rang the doorbell. After pressing the doorbell, Park Mingjun's voice came through, they're here. Go open the door for the boss. A girl roared angrily, don't boss me around. Jang Jikseong said in surprise, sounds like there's a girl inside. Song Jongshi said alertly, don't let your guard down. This could be a trap. However, when the door opened, a girl who had just finished bathing appeared. It was actually Wen Kai-yeon. Wen Kai-yeon said with a guilty expression, Jang Dongju, how did you know about this place? Jang Jikseong stood there stunned. Did I come to the wrong place? Something's not right. At this moment, Park Mingjun's shout came from inside. Hurry up and come in, don't stand at the door. Song Jongshi signaled him to go in first. Jang Jikseong nodded in agreement. However, Jang Jikseong's heart wasn't calm right now, because he discovered that Wen Kai-yeon without glasses looked like Shujin. Song Jongshi noticed something was off and turned to ask him, are you okay? Jang Jikseong came back to his senses, saying, it's nothing. Let's go in quickly. Park Mingjun said warmly, welcome. This is our secret base. Come on over. Everyone get to know each other first. Let's all get along well from now on. Everyone started greeting each other. The atmosphere was quite lively. Jang Jikseong greeted them somewhat stiffly, feeling the smoke smell inside was really too strong. The room was filled with smoke. The smell seemed to have accumulated for a long time, choking and uncomfortable. Empty beer cans were piled all over the floor, and cigarette butts stacked like a mountain. Even more outrageous were gambling tools. this was simply a nest of delinquent students. Jiang Zhixiong complained internally. Alcohol, tobacco, and gambling all present. They were way too rebellious. Park Mingjun said, "Don't just stand there, make yourself at home, relax." Jiang Zhixiong asked, "Park Mingjun, are we having the party here?" Park Mingjun said proudly, "Yeah, isn't it great? The AC is powerful, and if it gets stuffy, we can go to the rooftop. The room's already crowded. You guys sit down quickly, I'll introduce you to my friends. Everyone came specially to congratulate you." Jiang Zhixiong felt somewhat embarrassed, saying, "It's really not that big a deal." Park Mingjun pointed at someone and said, "This is Kui Chenmu, an elite from Changnan School. This is the goddess of Changnan School, the million-view dancer Kui Yinhe. And this is the blonde witch of Changnan School, Wen Kaiyun." Park Mingjun said with a smile, "This one everyone should know, Jilan Song Zhongxi. And today's main character is Jilan's new boss Jiang Zhixiong." Wen Kaiyun said in shock after hearing this, "What? He's not Jiang Dongju, he's Jiang Zhixiong." Park Mingjun turned to Wen Kaiyun and asked, "Kaiyun, you've already met Zhixiong." Both responded vaguely, "We met by chance, just acquaintances who nodded to each other." Park Mingjun laughed, "Is that so? Then you're already friends." He called for everyone to sit down, then took out several bottles of beer. Park Mingjun stood up and raised his glass, saying, "Come on, let's toast to Jiang Zhixiong becoming Jilan's boss." Everyone responded, "Cheers." The atmosphere instantly became lively. Park Mingjun said the alcohol wasn't poisoned, telling them to drink without worry. Then he drank first, saying, "See, the drink is really fine." Seeing this, the two had no choice but to drink. After just a little, Jiang Zhixiong started coughing from the choking. The taste was really strange. At this moment, Kui Yinhe suddenly came over to greet, "Hey Song Zhongxi, it's really been a long time," making Song Zhongxi look bewildered, just feeling she was very close to him. Park Mingjun laughed at this. Changnan and Jilan's relationship really is inseparable, right, Jiang Zhixiong? Jiang Zhixiong responded saying, "I guess so. After all, the two schools are close, and interactions between high schools are frequent." He reflected silently. He'd never drunk beer with friends before. Only with his uncles, it felt somewhat uncomfortable. At this moment, Wen Kaiyun suddenly moved closer, saying, "Hey, Jiang Zhixiong, why did you lie to me before?" Deliberately hiding your identity. Jiang Zhixiong hurriedly explained, "I was afraid you'd be scared if you knew I was Jiang Zhixiong, that's why I lied." He backed away a bit, saying, "But you're also way too close to me." Wen Kaiyun not only didn't back away but moved even closer, saying, "So what? Don't you like it?" Jiang Zhixiong was scared and immediately moved away from her, saying, "No, that's not what I meant." After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone's minds started getting unclear. Jiang Zhixiong even fell asleep while sitting. Park Mingjun saw this, stood up and cleared his throat, saying, "All right, while everyone's in a good mood, let's get to the main topic." Jiang Zhixiong became slightly more alert, asking, "What thing?" Park Mingjun said, "You remember what you said in the auditorium, right? About taking down the ignorant normal alliance. And I threw this party to get Changyan and Jilan to form an alliance, to take down the ignorant normal alliance together. Jiang Zhixiong, Song Zhongxi, team up with us from Changyan." Jiang Zhixiong said in shock, "You said you want to team up with us? Did I hear that right?" At this moment, Song Zhongxi pulled him away, saying, "Let's go outside for some fresh air. We'll come back later." Park Mingjun watched them leave, saying, "Take your time talking." After the two left the room, Park Mingjun realized belatedly, "Damn it, did I say something wrong?" Everyone responded, "Yes." That night, the two left the apartment and came to the rooftop. Jiang Zhixiong sighed, "I really got a shock just now, completely sobered up. I'm a bit confused. They clearly said it was non-alcoholic. How did I actually get drunk?" Song Zhongxi said, "We drank real beer. You really did get drunk." Jiang Zhixiong said in shock, "That was beer with alcohol? We got tricked." Song Zhongxi reminded, "That's right, don't drink any more later." Jiang Zhixiong suddenly understood, so that was real beer. Song Zhongxi said, "Originally, I wanted to pretend to be drunk to test Park Mingjun's intentions, but now it seems his purpose really is to form an alliance." Jiang Zhixiong said angrily after hearing, "He befriended me to achieve a goal? That's too much." Song Zhongxi analyzed calmly, "But his proposal isn't bad for us. Just the two of us is too hard. If we ally with them, taking down the ignorant normal alliance will be easier." Jiang Zhixiong nodded, saying, "That's true." Song Zhongxi continued stating his position, "But no matter what decision you want to make, I'll follow you, because Zilan High School's boss is you, Jiang Zhixiong." In the apartment, Park Mingjun was still restless, worried they didn't want to ally. At this moment, he heard the sound of the door opening. It was Jiang Zhixiong and Song Zhongxi coming back. Park Mingjun quickly walked forward to inquire. Jiang Zhixiong didn't speak, just extended his hand to show agreement. Park Mingjun immediately shook hands excitedly, then announced loudly, "From today on, Changyan and Jilan officially form an alliance." Jiang Zhixiong responded politely, "Please take care of us, Park Mingjun." Park Mingjun said with determined eyes, "Then our first target is Mozhen High School. Let's start eliminating them." Everyone was shocked after hearing what? Taking action this soon. Song Zhongxi thought, Mozhen High School has the fewest people in the ignorant normal alliance. We really could easily take them down. Jiang Zhixiong nodded in agreement. "All right, then let's eliminate Mozhen High School first." Park Mingjun said, "We'll contact you again after making a detailed plan. Had a great time today." Jiang Zhixiong responded, We'll also help draft a plan. See you next time. Then they said goodbye to everyone and left. When Kaiyun suddenly spoke up saying she'd also go out for a bit, she chased out the door and called to Zhang Zhixong, saying she wanted to talk with him. Zhang Zhixong stopped somewhat unexpectedly and asked what she wanted. Song Zhongxi tactfully left, saying, "You two talk? I'll wait for you downstairs." Zhang Zhixong nodded, saying, "Got it? I'll come find you after we talk." After Song Zhongxi left, Wen Kaiyun said with obsessed eyes, "Never thought Jiang Dongju was Jilan's boss. Zhang Zhixong, no wonder you attracted me." Zhang Zhixong responded awkwardly, "Haha, is that so? But what did you want to talk to me about?" Wen Kaiyun said nervously, "To protect my image at school and cram school, you have to keep this secret for me." Zhang Zhixong solemnly promised, "I'll definitely keep it secret for you. Don't worry." Wen Kaiyun moved closer happily, saying, "Thank you, Zhang Zhixong." Her eyes burning, she asked, "You'll still meet with me later, right?" Zhang Zhixong saw this and backed away, saying, "Don't you have my number? And you're too close to me." However, the next second Wen Kaiyun took the initiative to kiss Zhang Zhixong. Zhang Zhixong's face instantly turned red. Wen Kaiyun whispered in his ear, "You're mine now." Zhang Zhixong's brain went completely blank, his cheeks burning red, completely at a loss. He could only mechanically turn around, saying he had to go first. Then he left with matching hands and feet, completely flustered. Wen Kaiyun gazed at his retreating figure and murmured softly, "Zhang Zhixong, you can't escape." Going downstairs, Zhang Zhixong was still touching his face in a daze, his mind full of the kiss just now. He thought in shock, so that was my first kiss. On the other side, Song Zhongxi, who was waiting for him, was muttering, "Wen Kaiyun's appearance will probably give Li Ji a big headache." Turning his head, he saw Zhang Zhixong running toward him wildly. He asked in confusion, "Why are you running so fast? What happened? Why is your face so red?" Hearing this, Zhang Zhixong's face got even redder, immediately changing the subject. "Let's go back quickly." Song Zhongxi pointed the way. "You're running in the wrong direction." Zhang Zhixong immediately turned around and urged, "Let's go quickly." On the way home, Zhang Zhixong sighed. So much happened today. He secretly decided he absolutely couldn't tell his uncles about the first kiss. He returned to the villa and found the lights were still on. He tiptoed in, wanting to quietly return to his room. At this moment, singing suddenly came through. Bald Uncle sang, "He's the precious young master everyone loves." Uncle Scar continued, "He's the charming mad dog." Zhang Zhixong sighed helplessly. That song again. Bald Uncle suddenly smelled something. He suddenly shouted, "Stop!" The singing stopped abruptly. Bald Uncle sniffed, saying, "Young master has the smell of alcohol, actually has alcohol smell. Young master, blow on me, let me smell." Zhang Zhixong had no choice but to comply. Taking a deep breath, then blowing hard, Bald Uncle exclaimed, "Blood alcohol concentration 0.03. He shouted with tears of joy. Young master tried drinking alcohol by himself. The other uncles gathered around excitedly saying, "Really? Young master, let me toast you." Zhang Zhixong hurriedly explained, "Someone tricked me saying it was a non-alcoholic drink, that's why I drank it." Bald Uncle changed his tone. "However, young master, I have a question I want to ask you." Zhang Zhixong got nervous, thinking, could they have discovered something? Bald Uncle said in confusion, "Young master has the smell of smoke, but your breath doesn't have smoke mixed in." Zhang Zhixong hurriedly explained, "I didn't smoke, it's the smoke smell from other people smoking that got on me." Bald Uncle suddenly cried after hearing this. Zhang Zhixong saw this and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Bald Uncle sighed again. Young master successfully inhaled secondhand smoke. The other uncles also shed tears of joy after hearing. Everyone cheered and rushed over saying, "Young master finally became a real bad guy. Come pour the drinks." Before long, everyone had already drunk a lot. Bald Uncle looked at Zhang Zhixong's outfit, puzzled why the snakeskin suit he carefully designed was gone. Zhang Zhixong held the little bear and explained, "Because the weather was hot, I gave it to a friend to keep." Bald Uncle smiled and instructed, "As long as you can get it back, it's fine. We'll tidy up the bottles tomorrow." Zhang Zhixong thanked him, then placed Zhang Yixong on the sofa. Then Zhang Zhixong walked into his room and immediately fell onto the bed. Thinking he had school the next day, he planned to rest early. When he picked up his phone, he received a message. The sender was Wen Kaiyun. Zhang Zhixong fell into hesitation, not knowing how to reply. The sudden kiss flashed through his mind. His cheeks instantly flushed bright red. The phone suddenly rang again, seeing Li Ji's incoming call display. He was puzzled why she would call him at this time. After answering, Li Ji's angry roar came through, demanding why he hadn't replied to messages for 4 hours. Zhang Zhixong hurriedly explained he was busy and didn't notice, asking if there was something important. He thought to himself, he should be able to tell Li Ji about forming an alliance with Changnan. Li Ji suggested, "When should we study this strategy for dealing with Park Mingjun together? I'm fully prepared." Zhang Zhixong looked troubled, saying, "No need to target Park Mingjun anymore." Li Ji asked in confusion why. Zhang Zhixong answered, "I've already formed an alliance with Park Mingjun, and the people from Changnan High School even threw a celebration party for me and Song Zhongxi." Li Ji asked who the participants were. Zhang Zhixong listed truthfully, Park Mingjun, Kui Chenmu, Kui Yinhe, and Wen Kaiyun. Li Ji heard Wen Kaiyun's name. Her tone instantly became displeased. How is that crazy woman there too? Zhang Zhixiong said they would first cooperate to take down Mozhen High School. After speaking, he said goodbye to her and hung up. On the other side, Li Ji was very upset, worried that Wen Kaiyun really fell for Zhang Zhixiong. On this side, Zhang Zhixiong thought Li Ji was unhappy because she wasn't invited. He made a firm resolution that in the future when holding any party, he must invite Li Ji to participate. In the training room, Bald Uncle was deep in thought. The enemy targeting young master still hasn't been identified. The enemy will definitely wait in the shadows for a chance to strike young master. At this moment, Genhao came to visit. He opened by asking if he was troubled about the girl who escaped. Bald Uncle stood up saying tomorrow they'd take action to confirm the attacker's clues from the girl. Uncle Genhao praised the brilliant strategy, immediately volunteering to offer assistance. The next morning at the prison, the guard's voice came, 0758, someone's here to see you. Shen Jingjae was full of confusion, not expecting someone to visit the prison after so long. He followed the guard into the interrogation room, constantly rubbing his wrists red from the handcuffs. Shen Jingjae came to the window and sat down, assuming an arrogant posture. However, seeing Bald Uncle on the other side of the glass, he was scared out of his wits. His chest even hurt sharply from a physiological reaction. He mistakenly thought his chest was under attack, shouting in panic that the other wanted to kill him. The guard saw through his act at a glance, reminding him the wall was blocking and telling him to stop acting. Shen Jingjae heard there was a wall and suddenly understood. Right, now this Baldy couldn't touch a hair on his head. So relying on legal protection, he regained his arrogant attitude. He provoked, Baldy, since you're here, send me some money. Bald Uncle ignored his clamoring, instead teasing that his hair was more than before. Shen Jingjae heard this. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated, his expression instantly panicked. Bald Uncle took out a razor, releasing harsh words. If you dare touch a hair on young master's head, I'll chase you to hell to shave you bald. Shen Jingjae was scared, his heart pounding wildly, thinking, did he come specially to shave my head? He cursed silently, completely unable to understand what the other was up to. Shen Jingjae suddenly turned to look at the guard, thinking, I have legal protection, and the guard is here backing me up. So he deliberately provoked, Stinky octopus, are you here to deliver food? Bald Uncle heard him call him octopus and instantly became furious. Shen Jingjae continued being extremely arrogant and clamoring wildly, if you dare, come in and hit me, shave me bald like you. Shen Jingjae saw Bald Uncle stand up and provoked again. What do you want to do? I'm so scared. Can an octopus drill through holes? Do you want to pass through glass too? He laughed convulsively, wildly provoking. If you dare, come in, stinky baldy stinky octopus. Bald Uncle's fury rose again, saying, I originally just wanted to ask a few questions, then go back. Shen Jingjae continued mocking with a smiling face. What questions? Is it an octopus recipe? Bald Uncle's killing intent revealed, preparing to throw a punch, saying, you're still laughing now, laugh all you want? Shen Jingjae pointed at the glass mocking wildly. This is bulletproof glass. The next second, Bald Uncle fiercely smashed his fist toward the glass with a loud bang. Shen Jingjae trembled all over, thinking, is this Baldy crazy? The guard saw this, stood up, and sternly rebuked. What are you doing? Don't make a disturbance. Do you want to be locked in here and eat prison food? Bald Uncle grinned an evil smile at this, while Shen Jingjae's face turned deathly pale. Bald Uncle said, that's right, I came to prison today. Shen Jingjae was terrified. If Bald Uncle came in, he would definitely die today. Bald Uncle sneered and said, I'm in the underworld, why would I be afraid of prison? Shen Jingjae screamed internally. Could this Baldy want to force his way into prison? Bald Uncle coldly smiled and threw out his trump card, saying, you think there aren't Fire Bear Gang people in this prison? Shen Jingjae was instantly dumbfounded hearing this. Bald Uncle took out his phone and showed a photo, saying, I'll give you a chance to live. Quickly tell me his name. What's the name of this thug who attacked young master? Shen Jingjae said, trembling. Just saying the name is enough. Bald Uncle responded, yeah. Shen Jingjae hurriedly said, his name is Park Wujang. Bald Uncle thought to himself after hearing, so the one who attacked young master wasn't Yin Kanyu. After getting the answer, he turned and left. After leaving the prison, Bald Uncle started planning. Now he needed to check out the Danryong gang's arena. At this moment, Genhao also finished and came to join him. Bald Uncle smoked and asked, did you handle what I asked you to do? Genhao responded, I've already arranged for the brothers in prison to get to work on it. We'll definitely make him remember it for life. Bald Uncle said with satisfaction. Very good. No time to waste. Let's go back now. So the two rushed back to the villa. A new storm was about to slowly unfold. Bald Uncle picked up the blue-haired guy's phone again to make a call, but still no one answered. Genhao suggested, if that's the case, then let's go directly after the parents. Bald Uncle immediately understood, saying, this move is absolutely brilliant. The Bald Uncle flipped through his phone contacts and exploded with rage. He said, that unfilial son actually didn't save his parents' phone numbers. This broken phone is useless. What should we do now? At that moment, Genho spotted the slippers those two girls left behind last time. Inspiration struck instantly as he said, Big bro, I've got an amazing idea. The Bald Uncle raised his eyebrows and pressed, what idea? Uncle Genho excitedly said, he saw on TV last time that a bear's sense of smell is 100 times better than a dog's. Our Fire Bear gang has a fire bear, doesn't it? The Bald Uncle instantly understood. Have Yixiong smell the slippers, then track down those two girls. Great idea. No time to waste. Let's move immediately. Uncle Genho suddenly said, Big bro, wait a moment, there's an issue to consider. The bald uncle turned back and urged, what is it? Time is extremely tight right now. Uncle Genho worried, fire bears are fierce beasts. Will it obediently listen to us? The bald uncle had an epiphany. Oh right, we need to win Yixong over first. Immediately, he pulled out a super enormous salmon to tempt Yixong. The scent of this premium salmon instantly made Yixong drool. The bald uncle watched Yixong eating happily and said, eat up quickly Yixong, we have a task for you. Super simple, just smell and find someone. Yixong finished the salmon, patted its belly, and showed an extremely satisfied expression. Uncle Genho excitedly shouted, big bro, Yixong is satisfied, let's try it now. Then the bald uncle held up the slipper and said, Yixong, smell this quickly. Do you detect a familiar scent? Yixong moved closer to the slipper and sniffed hard, its nose twitching as if locking onto a target. Then its eyes instantly became determined, its whole body radiating signals that it already knew. The bald uncle shouted with wild joy. Yixong's eyes changed, it found a clue. So the two quickly led Yixong away, Yixong wearing its muzzle looking imposing. The next second, the bald uncle set off with Yixong, relying on Yixong's sense of smell to track. The bald uncle watched the hardworking Yixong and said, you really smelled it, didn't you? Yixong, you're amazing. Yixong suddenly stretched out its paw pointing in one direction. The bald uncle sprinted wildly following Yixong, Yixong leading the way with the target ahead. In prison, Shen Jingje showering cursed furiously in his mind. Bastard. That damn octopus actually chased me to prison. The more he thought about, the more frustrated he became. Those guys never visited. What kind of friends were they? At that moment, two tattooed men arranged by Genho walked straight toward Shen Jingje. One of the tattooed men approached and asked, hey, are you Shen Jingje? Shen Jingje looked completely confused, thinking, what do these two guys want with me? The tattooed man stared at his chest and said, 4 holes? That's right, you're Shen Jingje. The tattooed man grinned wickedly and said, my hand can't reach my back, help me scrub it. Shen Jingje was both scared and angry, saying, why should I scrub your back? The tattooed man held up soap and said, there are many inexplicable things in this world. Of course, most things still have reasons for happening. Shen Jingje instantly caught on. Damn it! These are people arranged by that bald bastard. Judging by this situation, tonight wouldn't go well for him. On the other side, Yixong had already stopped. The bald uncle shouted with delight, did you find the person, Yixong? Looking in the direction Yixong indicated, they actually found an old grandmother. The grandmother kindly asked, you're Yixong's uncle, right? What do you need from me? The bald uncle smiled. Hello, grandmother. Nothing really. I was just passing by to check. I'll go now. But Yixong didn't budge, stubbornly refusing to move from that spot. The bald uncle's heart trembled. Could the end of the clue be this place? He tentatively said, grandmother, could I look at your cart? After the grandmother readily agreed, the bald uncle immediately rummaged through it, frantically pawing through the cart's miscellaneous items. Then he suddenly pulled out the other slipper belonging to that girl. The bald uncle urgently pressed, grandmother, where did you find this slipper? The grandmother recalled, I picked it up on the road a few days ago, just one. The bald uncle said, can I take this slipper with me? The grandmother smiled and agreed. The bald uncle was overjoyed, bowing in thanks. Thank you so much, grandmother. In the villa, the bald uncle sighed. Looks like we still can't find the person herself, although our Yixong has already tried very hard. He suddenly wondered, bear's sense of smell is 7 times better than a dog's. Could it be that Yixong stayed home too long and lost all its wild nature? His eyes instantly became determined. Then I must preserve Yixong's wild nature. Once the wildness returns, Yixong will definitely be able to sniff out the target. At the classroom on the other end, Junmin was still upset about the failed date last time. He couldn't express how much he regretted bringing Jiang Yixong along. Zhongyun noticed something was wrong and leaned over with concern to inquire. Junmin, what's wrong? You look listless. Junmin suppressed his rage, thinking, how could I possibly be fine? At that moment outside school, Jiang Yixong was waiting for Song Zhongxi, who walked briskly toward him. Greeting him, hey Jiang Yixong. Jiang Yixong raised his eyebrows in surprise. You actually changed your hairstyle. Song Zhongxi scratched his head saying, yeah, someone said combing my bangs up would look better. Jiang Yixong sincerely praised, it does look pretty good, more handsome than before. By the way, how about coming to my house after school? Song Zhongxi readily agreed. Sure, it's been a while since we greeted the uncles. Jiang Yixong excitedly said, our house has a fire bear. Song Zhongxi was instantly stunned, puzzled. A fire bear? Jiang Yixong nodded vigorously. Yeah, its name is Jiang Yixong. Soon the two arrived at the classroom. At that moment, Li Ji also came, her eyes carrying a hint of seriousness. She patted Jiang Yixong's shoulder, saying, Jiang Yixong, come out for a moment. Jiang Yixong followed her out with a confused expression, asking, what's the matter? Li Ji sighed lightly, continuing to walk forward, saying, come with me to the rooftop to talk. In the corner, Junmin ground his teeth in anger. Jiang Yixong, you clearly have a good relationship with Jia. Why do you pursue Wen Kaiyun? On the rooftop, the atmosphere between Jiang Yixong and Li Ji was somewhat delicate. Jiang Yixong apologized first. Ji, I'm sorry, next time I'll definitely bring you along. Li Ji looked completely puzzled, then asked, why did you suddenly form an alliance with Changnan? Tell me quickly. Jiang Yixong instantly panicked, saying, what do you want me to say? Li Ji said, about the alliance at the celebration party, tell me quickly. Hearing this, Jiang Yixong once again recalled Wen Kaiyun Jun's kiss. Instantly his face turned completely red, nervously sweating profusely, his eyes wandering, not daring to look at Li Ji. Li Ji frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so nervous?" Jiang Zhixiong immediately fumbled to cover up, "I'm not nervous, nothing happened." Then he quickly changed the subject. Song Zhongxi also agreed, "That's why I formed an alliance with Park Mingjun." Li Ji muttered to herself, "He's definitely hiding something from me. I need to ask Song Zhongxi." So before she finished speaking, she turned to leave, making Jiang Zhixiong even more flustered. He wailed internally. So Ji really wanted to go to that gathering. Thinking this way, he blamed himself even more. Li Ji walked ahead, sighing helplessly. Jiang Zhixiong suddenly took out his phone and called after her, "Ji, wait a moment!" Li Ji turned back, raising her eyebrows. "What?" She saw Jiang Zhixiong pull out a photo of Yixiong and hand it to Li Ji, saying, "Come to my house after school, my family raised a fire bear." Li Ji looked at the photo with a shocked expression. A fire bear? She leaned closer to see Yixiong's appearance clearly. Instantly she shouted excitedly, "This is too cute!" She nodded frantically, saying, "I want to go." Jiang Zhixiong breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Good thing you like it, let's go together then." After school, all three were super excited, running straight toward Jiang Zhixiong's house to see the fire bear. However, when they arrived at the villa, they discovered Yixiong was gone. Jiang Zhixiong urgently shouted, "Where did Yixiong go?" Geno quickly explained, "Brother Qixiang took it to Fire Bear Mountain for special training to exercise it." At the same time, on Fire Bear Mountain, the bald uncle was slowly moving forward with Yixiong. When an elderly man walked toward them, he curiously looked at Yixiong in the bald uncle's arms. Smiling, he struck up conversation, "Your dog is so cute, the pet cafe is on the other side, don't walk into the mountain." The bald uncle responded, "We're going the right way, we're not going to a cafe." After speaking, the bald uncle bid him farewell and left. He walked deeper into the mountain while thinking, "This trip isn't for me, it's for Yixiong." When they reached flat ground, the bald uncle put Yixiong down, letting it walk on its own. From now on, it needed to find its wild nature. So one person and one bear continued forward together. The bald uncle smiled and asked, "Doesn't it feel great to come out and experience nature?" Yixiong made a happy sound after hearing this. The bald uncle looked at the sky and said, "We need to reach the shelter before sunset, then make a fire and cook." Yixiong made excited squeaking sounds upon hearing this. Soon the sunset slowly descended, and the sky gradually darkened. But the bald uncle still hadn't found the shelter. He scratched his head, muttering, "The young master's childhood training ground should be nearby." He looked around. All the old markers were gone. At that moment, Yixiong suddenly sniffed the ground, its nose twitching as it locked onto a direction. It patted the bald uncle's leg with its paw, pointing forward. The bald uncle was instantly overjoyed. "Did nature awaken your sense of smell? Then Yixiong, you lead the way." Yixiong nodded vigorously. Night quietly fell, and a thin mist gradually rose in the mountain forest. The bald uncle looked at the cave ahead, excitedly shouting, "Found it! This is the place! Being back in nature is different. Your sense of smell really became sharper." Yixiong made another happy squeaking sound. The bald uncle walked toward the cave, sighing, "This place is still the same. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed." He pulled out equipment from his bag, saying, "Need to make a fire before it gets completely dark." Then he took out a lighter, aimed at the firewood and shouted, "Fire!" Blazing flames instantly ignited. He dusted off his hands and stood up, saying, "The fire is ready, let's go find food." However, Yixiong was huddled in a corner, trembling, not daring to go out. The bald uncle picked up the trembling Yixiong and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you hungry or afraid of the dark? Then you rest here, I'll go find food." But as soon as he walked out of the cave, he encountered a wild boar heading their way. The boar's eyes gleamed viciously, staring deadly in his direction as it approached. The bald uncle had an epiphany, so Yixiong was trembling because it was afraid of this guy. Then he unconsciously drooled, saying, "I just happen to need food. This is a feast delivered to my door." The bald uncle taunted the boar, "What? Want to spar with me? Meeting me is your bad luck." Just like that, one person and one boar began their standoff. The boar attacked first, suddenly leaping up, opening its mouth wide as it lunged at the bald uncle. The bald uncle's reaction was also super fast, instantly jumping up. Then, on all fours, crawling forward, staring at the prey like a beast. The boar instantly panicked seeing this. It didn't expect this human would use this move. The bald uncle took the opportunity to quickly crawl over, closing in on the boar. The boar became furious with humiliation, letting out a piercing shriek as it charged at him. In a flash, one person and one boar collided head-to-head with a bang. The boar's head was instantly hit with severe pain. The bald uncle clearly had the upper hand, saying, "Still won't admit defeat even like this?" He suddenly reached out, firmly grabbing the bristles on top of the boar's head. The boar struggled desperately, letting out pitiful squeals but couldn't break free. The bald uncle sneered, "You better just surrender." As soon as he finished speaking, he again used his head to slam hard into the boar's head. The boar's forehead instantly bled, making it squeal in pain. The bald uncle also sustained some minor scratches. But that boar was obviously in much more pain than him, currently lying on the ground holding its head crying. crying. The bald uncle shouted toward the cave. "See that, Yixiong? This is a real man's fight!" Yixiong peeked from the cave entrance, looking at the bald uncle with eyes full of admiration. The bald uncle laughed proudly. "Tonight's dinner will be wild boar meat." Just as he was about to go forward, suddenly a sharp pain came from his forehead. Then his legs went weak, and he collapsed, sitting on the ground. The boar seized the opportunity and quickly fled deep into the forest. The bald uncle shouted angrily, "Stop right there, damn boar!" He struggled to get up but could only watch helplessly as the boar escaped into the distance. Yixiong ran over, nuzzling his arm, eyes full of worry. The bald uncle looked at Yixiong apologetically. "Sorry, Yixiong, I let the boar get away." In the cave, he pulled out a tuna-flavored can for Yixiong to eat. Yixiong ate very happily. The bald uncle gazed at it, sighing. "Yixiong, this place holds memories of me and the young master. The days of special training here still feel like yesterday. I never imagined the young master could grow to what he is now. A few years ago, he was still clamoring about doing good deeds in the forest. Back then, he ran off when no one was watching to pick up trash in the mountains and encountered a wild boar. At that time, I didn't hesitate to face the boar head on. Although I was scared, I knew if I fell, the young master would be in danger, so I successfully defeated the wild boar. After winning, the young master begged me not to kill that boar, so I let it go. Then he touched his forehead scar, saying, 'This is the medal I earned protecting the young master.' The soft-hearted young master back then has now become the school boss. It's really great." At that moment, a certain beast's low growl came from outside the cave, shaking the surrounding tree leaves until they rustled down. Yixiong shuddered in fright. It turned out to be that wild boar from before coming back for them. The bald uncle also noticed the boar at the cave entrance, and beside it was an even larger boar. Yixiong seemed to sense something, its whole body trembling uncontrollably. Then a giant boar slowly emerged from the cave entrance, its face carved with several fierce scars. Seeing this, the old scar on the bald uncle's forehead faintly transmitted a sharp pain. He immediately stood up and sternly rebuked, telling that damn boar to get lost quickly. But the boar just drooled, then let out a piercing roar. The bald uncle stared at the bald patch on its head, full of doubt, finding it familiar. The missing tusk, the grayish fur, and that bald spot on its head. The bald uncle pulled out the tusk it had dropped back then, and exclaimed in amazement, "Just a short time apart, and it's grown this big." That giant boar saw the tusk and instantly let out an angry growl. The bald uncle's heart tightened. He quickly spoke, trying to ease the atmosphere, reminding the boar that he had spared its life back then. But these words were completely useless. The giant boar immediately erupted with an earth-shaking, furious roar. The roar was extremely intimidating. The deafening sound exploded within the cave. The bald uncle's forehead instantly broke out in sweat. This guy simply refused to communicate properly. He gritted his teeth, thinking if he easily backed down, Yixiong would be in danger. He turned to look at the trembling Yixiong beside him, his eyes instantly becoming determined. Although he was afraid, he absolutely couldn't let anyone threaten Yixiong, so his eyes revealed a fierce light, full of killing intent, saying, "Damn boar, today I will definitely slaughter you." The next second, he crouched down, lowering his stance, calculating in his mind that he must first lure this beast outside. Immediately, his whole body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Without a word, he charged straight at that giant boar. He nimbly dodged around the boar and sprinted toward the open area ahead. The giant boar was indeed completely enraged, furiously turning to chase after him. The bald uncle's lips curved upward. "Good damn boar, follow me quickly." He suddenly braked hard, stopping steadily in the center of the clearing, battle ready. The bald uncle stared at the charging boar, shouting in a deep voice, "You stupid pig!" The giant boar came charging at him, carrying a foul wind. The bald uncle sneered and rushed to meet it, thinking to himself, "It wants to fight directly?" He used all four limbs to lower his center of gravity, like a crouching beast fiercely charging at the boar. One person and one boar collided with a thunderous crash. The deafening sound instantly exploded through the forest. The giant boar grunted in pain, its body swaying slightly, yet it still stood firm without falling. But the bald uncle's head was bleeding non-stop. This collision's pain was 10 times stronger than the last. The giant boar, seeing this, leaped up again. The bald uncle immediately used all his strength to block this deadly impact. A tremendous bang shook heaven and earth, but the next second he was instantly sent flying far away. The bald uncle crashed heavily to the ground, severe pain assaulting his whole body, his bones nearly falling apart. The giant boar pressed forward step by step, its blood-red eyes full of intense hatred. The bald uncle cursed "damn it" under his breath, struggling to get up, but his whole body was powerless. The giant boar pursued its victory, using its head to ram him flying again. Yixiong, hiding nearby, saw everything clearly, tears streaming down in anxiety. Meanwhile, the small boar suddenly darted out, blocking its path, baring its teeth with a ferocious expression. The small boar let out fierce cries, clearly ready to fight Yixiong to the end. On the other side, the bald uncle struggled to his feet, thinking, "Now I must use the forbidden technique I normally can't use." The giant boar let out another earth-shaking roar, opening its bloody maw and charging over. At this critical moment, the bald uncle touched his forehead scar, a fierce flash appearing in his eyes. He roared, activating his ultimate technique. Red Walnut. The giant boar instantly sensed danger, abruptly stopping with a look of alarm. It didn't dare show the slightest negligence, leaping up again, roaring as it charged at the bald uncle. The bald uncle held his breath and gathered his strength, all his power converging at the top of his head. The next second, he shot out like a cannonball, charging straight at the giant boar. The red light atop his head growing ever more dazzling, carrying thunderous momentum as it slammed into the boar. The giant boar looked utterly shocked, completely not expecting his speed to be this fast. The instant they collided, the world seemed to fall silent for a moment. The giant boar's head instantly split open, blood spilling out. The bald uncle collapsed, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, while the boar staggered backward repeatedly. The scar on his forehead kept bleeding, his nose also seeping bright red blood. The next second, the bald uncle's vision went black. He lost consciousness completely. With a bang, he fell heavily to the ground, utterly passing out. The giant boar looked at him lying there, standing in place, not daring to advance another step. After a moment, it drooled greedily again, its eyes fixed deadly on the bald uncle. Yixiong looked at the unconscious bald uncle, anxiously pacing in circles, but was blocked by the small boar. Yixiong was thoroughly enraged, revealing its sharp claws. It suddenly charged over, opening its claws to attack the small boar. The small boar was clawed and fell to the ground, its wound bleeding profusely. Yixiong couldn't care about anything else, quickly running toward the bald uncle's direction. Seeing the giant boar about to deal a death blow to the bald uncle, it shot forward like an arrow, charging at the boar, then leaped high into the air. The giant boar stared in shock at this little creature. Yixiong revealed its sharp fangs, carrying unstoppable momentum, frantically ramming into the giant boar. The giant boar's flesh instantly tore open. Yixiong's head was struck and bled, yet it remained conscious. The giant boar could no longer hold on, crashing to the ground with a thunderous fall, completely lifeless. Finally, Yixiong ran crying to the bald uncle's side, desperately shaking his body. It exhausted all its strength, the next second losing consciousness and collapsing on top of the uncle. The next morning, after all the commotion, Fire Bear Mountain returned to its usual tranquility. Yixiong's head was carefully bandaged, currently sleeping soundly on the side. At that moment, an enticing aroma drifted into its nostrils. It drowsily opened its eyes. Yixiong got up and looked over, seeing the bald uncle crouching nearby, tending the fire and roasting meat. On the campfire hung roasted wild boar, its golden crispy skin releasing an aromatic scent. The bald uncle smiled and waved to it, calling it to come quickly and try the roasted meat. Yixiong looked at the roasted meat, drooling, making excited squeaking sounds. The bald uncle pulled out a wild boar tusk necklace, smiling as he said it was a commemorative gift for Yixiong. Yixiong stared at the necklace around its neck, moved to tears. The bald uncle had already packed his bags. They would head down the mountain after eating the roasted meat. When the sun was about to set, one person and one bear finally returned to the villa travel-worn. Jiang Yixiong immediately greeted them cheerfully upon seeing them. He caught sight of the bandage on Yixiong's head at a glance, hastily asking what had happened. The bald uncle proudly said, "Yixiong, unwrap the bandage and show the young master." Yixiong immediately understood, promptly unwrapping the bandage on its head. A scar matching the bald uncle's was prominently revealed, its small face full of unconcealed pride. Jiang Yixiong's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing this, his face full of shock. On the other side, in a Changyan High School alley, Park Mingjun was gathering forces, plotting something big. Yongjian complained with displeasure, "Why do we have to team up with Jilan High School?" Park Mingjun raised his eyebrows, asking back, "Didn't you tell me to decide for myself before?" Yongjian said, "Even if I reluctantly accept it, the other brothers will be unhappy." Park Mingjun turned to inquire, "Will the juniors be unhappy hearing about the cooperation?" He shook his head, saying, "I've already informed everyone, no one has any objections." Park Mingjun laughed in praise, "Very good. Then in 1 week we'll first strike at Mozhen High School. First arrange to meet with Jiang Yixiong. Let both sides get to know each other. During this time, no fighting, especially don't provoke anyone from Jilan High School." Everyone responded in unison, telling him to rest assured. Beard Guy felt very displeased after hearing this. Yongjian was also complaining internally, extremely unconvinced. At the same time at Jilan High School, the blonde guys who became Jiang Yixiong's underlings were huddled together, whispering. Someone asked doubtfully, "Can Jiang Yixiong really take down that alliance?" Blonde responded, "Of course he can. After all, Jiang Yixiong is so strong." Everyone expressed agreement, saying, "What you're saying makes total sense." Someone continued persuading, "So rather than making enemies now, it's better to form an alliance and stand on the same side as him." At that moment, Li Changju said uneasily, "Can Jiang Yixiong guarantee our safety?" Just then, Jiang Yixiong and Song Zhongxi arrived. Jiang Yixiong said, "You don't need to worry. If anyone causes trouble, I'll fix them with my fists." Blonde couldn't wait to ask, "Why did you call us here? What's the important matter?" Jiang Yixiong announced excitedly, "Starting now, we're cooperating with Changyan High School. Together we'll deal with that trash from Mozhen High School." Everyone hearing this instantly showed extremely shocked expressions. Song Zhongxi issued the order, "In 1 week we attack Mozhen High School." Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. After explaining everything, Jiang Yixiong emphasized before leaving, "No fighting before the operation, and you can't get injured either." Song Zhongxi also said, "Also, Li Changju, come here." Li Changju instantly panicked. Song Zhongxi smiled and asked, "Why haven't you come to training recently?" "Tonight. Be there on time." Li Changju answered, trembling, "I understand. I'll definitely be there on time." Song Zhongxi said to everyone else, "Everyone else also come train together this week," Blonde said with a stunned expression. "He can't be joking about having everyone exercise, right?" Li Changju said with cold sweat streaming. "He's already given the order. Anyway, I'm definitely going." Everyone sighed. If we don't go, we're finished. In the school's recreation area, Jong-yun looked at the gloomy Junmin, asking with concern what was wrong. Junmin took off his glasses full of resentment and answered, "You're asking even though you know, right?" Jong-yun looked completely bewildered, saying, "What do you mean by that?" Junmin shouted excitedly, "You clearly know I like Kai-yun. Why didn't you stop Jang Jikshong?" Jong-yun wanted to explain, feeling wronged, but Junmin interrupted. "Now quickly arrange another meeting with the girls and don't invite Jang Jikshong." Jong-yun said helplessly, "If you want to do that, then go tell him yourself." Junmin instantly chickened out, saying, "But I'm not close with him. So you help me tell Jang Jikshong not to let him show up. I'm begging you, you must help me." Jong-yun finally compromised, saying, "I'll try to tell him for you." At that moment, Li Ji suddenly appeared, interrupting, "No need for all that trouble. I heard everything you just said. Just do what I say and we can achieve a win-win situation." Meanwhile, at Chengyun High School, when Kai-yun in class wondered why Jang Jikshong still hadn't contacted her proactively. At that moment, a message came through. Opening it, she discovered it was an invitation from Jang Jikshong. The message indicated he wanted to have another meal gathering with her like last time. When Kai-yun felt secretly delighted seeing the message. So after school, she invited 2 other people to go on the date. However, what they saw were those 2 ugly guys from last time. Everyone wondered why Jang Jikshong wasn't there. Jong-yun hastily explained that Jikshong had something today, so they called someone else to come. Someone else? Kui-yin-hye started anticipating whether it would be Song Jong-shi. However, the next second, an even uglier guy appeared before them. The girls instantly lost control of their expressions, saying, "Damn it, I really want to punch him." That guy introduced himself as Shang-ju, saying he came to find a girlfriend today. Hearing this, everyone's disgust toward him reached its peak. Junmin was secretly gloating from the side. Perfect, the girls' expressions are super disgusted, time for me to shine. So he immediately acted magnanimous, saying, "Classmates, let's hurry and go eat." Kui-yin-hye asked disdainfully, "Are you treating?" Junmin showed off his bank card, boasting, of course. Seeing this, Kui-yin-hye quietly inquired, "Is this guy really rich?" When Kai-yun responded, "I'm not sure either, I just know he's Jikshong's friend." Kui-yin-hye's eyes lit up, saying, "Then let's eat something expensive, he's treating anyway." But just as she was going to suggest eating steak, Junmin loudly interrupted, saying they should eat soup and rice. The girls were speechless hearing this. Shang-ju quickly stopped him. "Junmin, who has a group date with girls and gets soup and rice? Girls should like spicy stir-fried rice cakes and Italian pasta, right?" The girls silently cursed after hearing this. These 2 probably both have problems. After speaking, Shang-ju directly led the way, saying, "I know a super great place." The girls started consoling themselves. "Just think of it as a free meal. Leave quickly after eating." At that moment, Yoonji came over, suggesting to Jong-yun they go see a movie together after the meal. Junmin, watching this scene, cursed internally. He's having it way too good. At the rice cake shop, Shang-ju was grimacing from the spiciness, his eating manner extremely unsightly. He wailed with a mournful face, "Oh my god, this is way too spicy." Kui-yin-hye across from him was very angry, "Damn it, I really want to kill this guy." When Kai-yun forcibly endured, "Must be patient. He's Jang Jikshong's friend after all." Junmin looked at the girl's expressions, smiling extremely smugly, thinking, Shang-ju is really amazing. Now he just needed to display his own charm to Kai-yun. However, Shang-ju next to him suddenly poked him, saying quietly he needed to pee. Junmin looked completely confused. "What?" Shang-ju emphasized again, "I need to pee." Junmin got so scared he directly spat out water, spraying it directly onto Wen Kai-yun's face across from him. Junmin instantly panicked, saying, "Kai-yun, I'm sorry." It's all because Shang-ju suddenly said something weird. Kui-yin-hye angrily roared, "Are you crazy?" Spraying water on someone's face. Junmin clasped his hands together, frantically bowing an apology. However, Shang-ju beside him kept tugging at him. Junmin exploded in rage. "Go by yourself. It's all your fault I sprayed water on Kai-yun's face," Shang-ju said aggrievedly. "But the bathroom here is outside. I'm scared to go alone." Junmin said angrily, "Damn it, this is really so annoying." So he helplessly indicated he needed to go to the bathroom with him and would sincerely apologize when he returned. After the 2 left, Kui-yin-hye inquired, "Kai-yun, are you okay? Want to go to the powder room?" When Kai-yun forced composure, gritting her teeth, saying, "I'm fine." Outside the store, Junmin urged Shang-ju to hurry up and follow him. Shang-ju defended himself pitifully, saying he was afraid that walking too fast would make him accidentally pee. Junmin cursed inwardly. He originally brought Shang-ju along to avoid being overshadowed by Jang Jikshong, but ended up getting screwed over instead. Shang-ju grabbed him from behind, asking him to slow down and not leave him alone. Junmin said impatiently, "I'm not your mom. Why should I accompany you to the bathroom?" After hearing this, Shang-ju instantly looked pitifully vulnerable. Junmin suddenly realized that Shang-ju didn't have a mom, and a trace of guilt rose in his heart. Shang-ju looked so wrong that tears welled up in his eyes. Junmin quickly apologized, saying, "I got too worked up, hurry and go to the bathroom." While enduring it, he sighed, silently telling himself to hold back and not get angry. Soon they arrived at the bathroom. Junmin told him to go while he waited there. Shang-ju quickly nodded his thanks, then ran toward the bathroom. Junmin mentally calculated how he should apologize to Kai-yun later. However, just as Shang-ju was about to reach the bathroom, he saw someone blocking the way. He cursed inwardly, "Why does it have to be them?" Youngjan sat in front of the bathroom and saw Shang-ju approaching, asking what he wanted to do. Shang-ju stuttered urgently, I need to use the bathroom. Please let me through," Youngjan said provocatively. "Do you even know me? don't you know to say please when asking someone to move? Shangju couldn't hold back anymore and retorted, you just need to stop blocking the bathroom entrance smoking. Youngjan sneered and said, if you don't like it, go somewhere else. Shangju heard this and roared angrily, I'm Zhang Jixong's friend. If you don't want to get beaten up, all of you better move. Youngjan mocked, oh, so you're Zhang Jixong's friend. Did he tell you to be this arrogant? Then call Zhang Jixong over and I'll let you use the bathroom. Bearded guy quietly reminded Youngjan. At this moment, Mingjun said not to mess with students from Zhelan High School. Youngjan said, I don't intend to mess with him now either. Bearded guy stopped trying to persuade him and just sighed helplessly. Shangju really couldn't hold it anymore. He covered his crotch and begged them to let him through. He was about to pee himself. Youngjan remained unmoved, telling him to either bring Zhang Jixong or piss his pants. Shangju gritted his teeth angrily and said, I'll remember you. I'm telling on you to Jixong. Hearing this, Yongjian's anger flared up. He immediately raised his fist and said, change of plans. Bearded guy quickly tried to stop Kim Youngjan, saying, if you do this, Mingjun won't be happy. Youngjan had already lost patience and punched Shangju hard in the stomach. Shangju screamed. His body convulsed as he said, I can't hold it anymore. Youngjan looked at Shangju's expression and found his face hilarious right now. On the other side, Junmin waited impatiently. He turned around to check on the situation. Seeing this, he stood there completely shocked. Damn it. What was that puddle of yellow liquid at Shangju's feet? And what was with that perverted expression of enjoyment on his face? Youngjian's foot also stepped in the liquid under Shangju's feet. The overwhelming stench made him say in shock, damn, is this piss? After Shangju came to his senses, he sat down in the urine in shame and cried. Junmin was dumbfounded. He actually pissed his pants. Youngjian mocked from above, are you even a man? You actually pissed your pants. That's hilarious. He lifted his foot and saw that his shoe sole had gotten his piss on it. So he disgustedly stepped on his head and cursed, so filthy. Since it's your piss, I'll wipe it on you. Junmin watched, furious. That was too much. Bearded guy quickly advised, Youngjian, aren't you going too far? Youngjian said nonchalantly, he made me step in piss. What's wrong with what I'm doing? Then he suddenly turned his head. His gaze locked onto Junmin hiding nearby. He asked menacingly, who are you? Are you this kid's friend? Junmin immediately played dumb, scratching his head and saying, I don't know him. We're not friends. Shangju heard this and shouted in disbelief, Junmin, he cried and pleaded, Junmin, help me. I pissed my pants. Youngjan sneered when he heard this. You actually lied and wanted to abandon your friend who's crying because he pissed himself. With that, he walked toward Junmin. He raised his hand, preparing to slap him, saying, a despicable guy like you really deserves to be taught a lesson. Junmin trembled all over in fear, then suddenly shouted Zhang Jixong's name. Youngjan's movement paused when he heard the name. His eyes became even more fierce as he asked, are you also Zhang Jixong's friend? Junmin quickly said, that's right. Keep acting tough and Jixong will beat you up badly. Youngjan said angrily, I can't take it anymore, these two idiots. Shangju continued to provoke him, saying, so what if you can't take it? Try touching us. Youngjian completely lost it and punched Shangju hard in the face. Shangju's nose instantly started bleeding. He fell heavily to the ground, landing right in his own puddle of urine. Junmin was terrified when he saw this, thinking, he actually hit him? I'm done for now. Youngjan soon walked toward him and raised his fist. He punched him hard in the face. Junmin was dazed by the punch, his whole body staggering backward. Youngjan roared, what I hate most are guys who betray their friends. Then he landed another punch on Junmin's face. Junmin's nose instantly gushed blood as he fell backward. Youngjian withdrew his fist, satisfied, and said, let's go. Not worth wasting time on these two cowards. Bearded guy was a bit worried and said, won't making such a big scene cause problems? But they did provoke us first. Mingjun will understand, right? After the two walked away, Shangju lay in the urine and said, I'm definitely going to tell Zhang Jixong about this. At the stir-fried rice cake shop, Kuyine complained, why aren't those two back yet? Beside her, Wen Kaiyun looked at her phone frantically and said, I'm really fed up. She dialed Jiang Jixong's number and said angrily, standing me up was bad enough, and now you won't even contact me. At another coffee shop, Zhang Jixong's phone rang again. He was about to answer the call, but was stopped by Li Ji across from him. Zhang Jixong asked in confusion why. Li Ji said decisively, just don't answer it. Zhang Jixong nodded and said, okay, I won't answer, but you have to give me a reason. Li Ji said, simply because I don't want you to answer. She gloated inwardly, Wen Kaiyun must be furious right now. Zhang Jixong said, since you put it that way, I'll listen to you. Outside the other bathroom, Junmin barely stood up and threatened, those two guys are dead. He turned to look at Shangju and asked, Shangju, are you okay? Shangju lay in the urine and wailed, not okay at all. I've never been this miserable in my life. I'm going to kill that person. I want revenge, Junmin echoed. I absolutely won't forgive them either. Then Zhang Jixong's phone rang again. Li Ji frowned and said, still not giving up? Don't answer. Zhang Jixong held up his phone and said, it's not Wen Kaiyun. It's Junmin calling. Li Ji thought for a moment and said, then answer it and put it on speaker. Zhang Jixong nodded and then answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Junmin screamed, Jixong, Changyan's Yongjian beat us up! Zhang Jixong quickly asked, how did you suddenly get beaten? Explain it slowly and clearly. Junmin shouted excitedly, I mentioned your name and still got beaten. Shangju cried beside him. Yongjian punched my stomach and made me accidentally piss my pants. Jixiong, you have to help us get revenge. Jiang Jixiong responded in a deep voice, I understand. I'll handle it. After hanging up, his aura turned heavy. He said through gritted teeth, that bastard beat them. Because Shangju and Junmin are my friends. Li Ji said, I suspected their motives when they suddenly proposed joining forces. Jiang Jixiong gripped his phone angrily. Park Mingjun, I really want to beat you up right now. Just then, his phone rang. Park Mingjun's name flashed on the screen. Li Ji glanced at the incoming call and asked who was calling at this time. Jiang Jixiong answered the call and said in a deep voice, Park Mingjun. Park Mingjun's voice came through the phone. Jiang Jixiong, I'm sorry. As soon as I heard what Yongjin told me, I immediately called you. This is our fault. Jiang Jixiong sneered and said, Is that so? Park Mingjun proposed a solution. I'll come to your school after dismissal tomorrow to apologize in person. Jiang Jixiong said calmly. All right, then come to our school tomorrow. After hanging up, Park Mingjun sighed. Then he directly ordered Youngjan to go with him tomorrow to apologize. Youngjan looked completely unwilling and said, But they provoked us first. Park Mingjun sighed helplessly. Youngjin, you can't let the alliance fall apart like this. Can't you just be patient for once? Youngjin was scared by his expression and had to agree to obediently go apologize. On the other side at the coffee shop, Li Ji asked Jiang Jixiong curiously, what did Park Mingjun say on the phone? Jiang Jixiong answered truthfully. He said he's coming to our school tomorrow to apologize in person. Li Ji immediately stood up and urged, if that's the case, we don't have time to stay here. We need to hurry and practice tactics specifically for dealing with Park Mingjun. Jiang Jixiong said in confusion, he's already coming to apologize in person. There's no need to prepare tactics, right? Li Ji said, what if he's deliberately trying to make you lower your guard and brings people to fight? Jiang Jixiong was even more alarmed at these words. Li Ji continued, just prepare according to what I say. Jiang Jixiong suddenly thought of something and said, shouldn't we also tell Zhangxi about this? Li Ji agreed. The next day, outside Jilan High School's entrance, voices were noisy and lively. Song Zhangxi stood holding a stick, his face full of vigilance as he stared toward the school gate. Li Ji also came to the school gate with an aggressive manner. Her expression was grim. Jiang Jixiong saw Li Ji approaching and said, why do you look so serious? Li Ji's expression was fierce as she said, if Wen Kaiyun also comes, I'll have a showdown with her. Just then, Jiang Jixiong walked over with a serious expression and strong presence. He said to the two, since everyone's here, let's go meet those guys from Changnan High School together. So the three walked toward the school gate with overwhelming momentum, shocking everyone present. On the street, two motorcycles were heading toward Jilan High School. Yongjin rode his motorcycle and complained, so annoying. Really don't want to come to Jilan to apologize. After the three parked their motorcycles, several people looked around and sighed with relief. Fortunately, we didn't see Senior. Park Mingjun reminded the two that now Jilan's boss wasn't Senior, but Jiang Jixiong. If we form an alliance with Jiang Jixiong, they won't dare touch us. At this moment, Jiang Jixiong's voice came, you're here. Park Mingjun looked up and said, Jiang Jixiong, we're here to apologize. His attitude was sincere, just like he said on the phone yesterday, coming to apologize in person. Jiang Jixiong's eyes were calm as he said, I hope your apology is sincere. Park Mingjun immediately asked the two behind him, are you ready? After hearing this, the two immediately knelt down and admitted their mistake. This wasn't ordered by Mingjun. We caused trouble on our own. But this doesn't mean I have no responsibility. After saying this, Park Mingjun also knelt down with a thud. He said that he proposed the alliance but caused this mess, and he was truly sorry. Jiang Jixiong's expression was serious as he told everyone to honestly explain what happened. After they finished speaking, Jiang Jixiong found that what they said matched what Shangju and Junmin said. So he extended his hand toward Park Mingjun, signaling him to stand up first. He said they wouldn't disband the alliance. Jiang Jixiong's words instantly delighted Park Mingjun. Bearded Guy and Youngjian also looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Then Youngjian also stood up, saying flattering words to Jiang Jixiong. Jiang Jixiong raised an eyebrow and asked Youngjian in confusion why he suddenly stood up. Youngjian looked confused and had to kneel down again. Jiang Jixiong's tone became heavier as he reminded him that someone was still waiting for his formal apology. Youngjian said in confusion, he's not here. How am I supposed to apologize? At this moment, two figures tremblingly emerged from the side and roared, how could we not be here? The two said through gritted teeth, we were afraid of getting beaten again, so we've been hiding in the dark. Jiang Jixiong called them over, saying, brothers, they're here to apologize. Shangju saw someone backing him up and immediately glared at Youngjian, saying, you better apologize properly. Youngjian felt his anger flare up again at his cheap attitude, but he had to endure it and apologized to him reluctantly. Junmin said unsatisfied, like a man. Louder, you pighead. Youngjian suppressed his anger and apologized again. At this moment, Shangju suddenly appeared behind him. He pulled his ear hard and said, your apology is so insincere. Are you sincere? Then you should also piss your pants for me to see. Can't piss? Want me to kick your stomach to help you? Youngjian trembled with anger, his teeth grinding loudly, his fury about to erupt. Shangju was still provoking, shaking like this. Have you already pissed yourself? Bearded Guy saw his state was off and quickly tried to stop him. Youngjian, you must hold back. Yongjian suddenly stood up, and Shangju beside him was immediately startled. Although he was scared, he still provoked, "Do you want to hit someone again?" But Yongjian just took out his wallet. He took out all the money inside. He handed it to him and said, "Consider it compensation for your medical treatment and medicine." Park Mingjun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he made Yongjian bring cash. Jiang Zhexiong watched this scene with a satisfied expression, but Shangju gritted his teeth angrily and said, "You think you can get rid of me with this little money? I don't want your stinking money. I want you to piss your pants too." Yongjian's anger flared up again when he heard this, completely not expecting the other party to make such a demand. Li Ji complained from the side, "Is he sick? Why does he love watching people piss their pants so much?" Yongjian trembled with anger, veins bulging on his face. Park Mingjun thought helplessly, Yongjian's patience has probably reached its limit. At this moment, Shangju was still shouting at Yongjian, telling him to hurry up and piss his pants. Jiang Zixiong really couldn't watch anymore and prepared to mediate. He came over and proposed a solution. Let Shangju also kick Yongjian in the stomach once, and they'd be even. Shangju's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, "Great, let me personally beat him until he pisses himself." He kept swinging his fists, asking Yongjian viciously if he was ready. Jiang Zixiong looked at Park Mingjun, asking if he agreed to this mediation plan. Park Mingjun hesitated for a moment, then nodded, then asked Yongjian if he could accept it. Yongjian reluctantly agreed, "Sure, it's indeed reasonable." Junmin suddenly jumped out from the crowd and said, "And me! He hit me too." Yongjian had to stand straight and let them go ahead, saying he absolutely wouldn't fight back. Junmin immediately clenched his fists and got into position, ordering Yongjian to stand properly. The next second, he swung his fist hard, roaring, "Go to hell, pig head!" The punch landed solidly on Yongjian's stomach. He instantly bent over and curled up. His whole body shook violently. The severe pain left him unable to speak for a long time. Shangju rubbed his hands together eagerly on the side and said, "Now, it's finally my turn." He gathered all his strength and punched Yongjian hard in the stomach. Unfortunately, Shangju's strength was too weak. Hitting Yongjian felt like tickling. No effect. Yongjian couldn't help but suppress a laugh. Shangju was instantly enraged and said, "Are you mocking my attack? You hit me twice. I still have one more left." Shangju again gathered all his strength and charged at Yongjian. He swung his fist with all his might, even letting out a roar. Unexpectedly, the punch suddenly went off target and hit Yongjian hard in the crotch. Yongjian's features twisted in pain. This move left everyone around dumbfounded. Park Mingjun and Bearded Guy both wailed, "This is really bad now." Shangju still wasn't satisfied and said, "That punch doesn't count. My foot slipped just now. I want to punch again. This time I definitely won't miss." Yongjian clutched his crotch and roared in pain, "I really can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him." Shangju was still shouting. Jiang Zixiong quickly stepped forward and grabbed him. Shangju turned to ask Jiang Zixiong for help. "Zixiong, don't just stand there watching. Help me." Jiang Zixiong tried to persuade him. Shangju, the agreed number of times is used up. "Calm down." Shangju protested unwillingly. "How can I calm down? My foot clearly slipped just now." Jiang Zixiong's expression darkened as he emphasized his tone, telling him to calm down. Shangju looked at him in disbelief and said, "How can you do this to me? Help me punch him once, please." Jiang Zixiong heard this, and his hand gripping the other's shoulder unconsciously tightened. Shangju let out a miserable scream of pain. He collapsed to the ground, shaking all over from the pain, tears and snot flowing non-stop. Jiang Zixiong quickly apologized guiltily. "I'm sorry, Shangju. I accidentally used too much force just now." He extended his hand to help him up, asking with concern if he could still stand, but Shangju was terrified by his extended hand. He immediately got up and fled in panic, shouting, "Jiang Zixiong, you're also a bad person." After saying this, he cried while running away again. Yongjian watched Shangju escape and muttered to himself, "That little brat runs pretty fast." Jiang Zixiong extended his hand to Yongjian at this moment, praising him for being able to hold back from fighting. It really wasn't simple. Yongjian's impression of Jiang Zixiong changed. He didn't expect his personality to be so straightforward. He took the initiative to shake Jiang Zixiong's hand. The atmosphere between the two gradually eased. Song Zhongxi and Li Ji sighed that although the process was shocking, at least they didn't fight. Park Mingjun also breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, he was worried Yongjian would go berserk and beat up the other party, but fortunately he held back. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Everyone turned around, their expressions changing drastically, unable to believe that Senior had come. Senior said in a cold tone, "If you still have a conscience, you shouldn't have stepped foot here. And we're at different schools. Why are you calling me Senior?" Jiang Zixiong was about to explain. Senior said, "Jiang Zixiong, this has nothing to do with you." Yongjian said fearfully, "I knew we'd run into Senior." Park Mingjun forced himself to stay calm and said, "Let's observe the situation first. Maybe we can take this chance to clear up years of misunderstanding." Li Ji quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Senior, you can't fight. I'll call Li Dubo." Song Zhongxi looked on in confusion. "Why is everyone so nervous?" Li Ji sighed and shook her head. "Sigh. It's a long story. Some things happened before." Senior approached the two and said, "Are you tired of living? Came here specifically to die?" Park Mingjun trembled all over, not knowing how to respond. He said, "Li Dubo clearly said he'd put in a good word for us." He sneered and raised his hand. "Since when did you start believing what Li Dubo says?" Then he directly punched Park Mingjun in the face. Park Mingjun's face instantly instantly swelled and bruised, too painful to speak. Everyone around was stunned. He just started hitting without saying a word. Youngjin trembled all over and said, "Damn it." Park Mingjun endured the severe pain and knelt on the ground begging, "Senior, please let me say a few words first." He struggled to get up, continuing to plead for just 5 minutes. He looked down and said, "Is this the attitude of someone asking for forgiveness?" With that, he raised his fist again. He punched Park Mingjun hard in the face. Park Mingjun's cheeks swelled red, and his consciousness began to blur. Song Jiangxi was stunned. Park Mingjun was actually beaten like this. Youngjin and Bearded Guy were so scared they trembled all over. This was really bad. He sneered and said, "If you dare come to Jilan, you should be prepared to get beaten." Park Mingjun struggled to his feet when he heard this. Then he cried out loudly, "Senior, please listen to my explanation." Senior frowned and swung his fist again, saying, "Why should I listen to your explanation?" Park Mingjun urgently defended himself. "That was really an accident. Please believe me." Senior sneered and swung his fist, saying, "An accident? You've lived quite comfortably with that excuse." Zhang Zixiong really couldn't watch anymore. He quickly stepped forward and pushed Park Mingjun aside. Senior's fist landed solidly on Zhang Zixiong's face. Seeing this, Park Mingjun was extremely surprised. Zhang Zixiong was punched in the face but still stood firmly without moving. Everyone around was shocked and said, "He can actually withstand Senior's punch." Senior said in a deep voice, "Zhang Zixiong, I told you to move aside. What are you doing?" Zhang Zixiong said, "Park Mingjun has begged you to listen to his explanation. Why are you still hitting him?" Senior said impatiently, "This has nothing to do with you. Move aside now." Zhang Zixiong said, "How is it unrelated? They came to apologize to me." Senior seemed to hear a joke and said, "Apologize? That's hilarious." Zhang Zixiong, "Do you dare believe what these scumbags say? Even if they apologize, do you think it would be sincere?" Zhang Zixiong said, "Honestly, it might indeed not be a heartfelt apology, but at least you should hear them out before judging." Senior's pupils constricted in anger when he heard this, his whole body trembling. Zhang Zixiong continued, "So please hear Park Mingjun's explanation before hitting him. If you're unwilling to listen, then stop hitting him, because they came here today specifically to find me." Park Mingjun looked at Zhang Zixiong, his eyes full of emotion, unable to speak. Youngjan stood to the side, watching the scene before him in complete shock. Senior remained silent when he heard this. He fell into memories. Li Dubo had once advised him to let Park Mingjun and Youngjan go. He knew clearly in his heart that it was just an accident. Moreover, Jixian's condition was also gradually improving. Li Dubo mentioned their past friendship. Senior used to care for those two brothers more than anyone. Li Dubo specifically instructed, if the other party sincerely apologizes, you must listen to their explanation. He repeatedly emphasized that next time they meet, they must calm down and talk properly. Senior thought to this point and wondered, is this also part of Li Dubo's plan? Jiang Zexong stepped forward at this moment and said, regardless of past grievances, you should at least hear the other party out. Senior sneered and said, I admit, I've never seriously listened to their explanation. Park Mingjun and Youngjian saw an opportunity. They immediately knelt down and shouted, Senior, that incident was an accident. We'll explain everything clearly. Senior was silent for a moment, then turned around, saying he wasn't in the mood to talk about this right now. Park Mingjun looked disappointed. They still couldn't clear up the misunderstanding today. Senior suddenly asked if their phone numbers had changed. Park Mingjun and Youngjan were both overjoyed and quickly responded they hadn't changed, begging him to definitely contact them. Senior nodded, promising he would call, then left. After closing the door, Senior thought to himself, he knew very clearly that incident was an accident. Perhaps he just needed someone to blame. Senior sincerely sighed. Jiang Zixiong is really someone who can move people's hearts. He praised Jiang Zixiong. Although young, his eyes, actions, and words all had power. Maybe he really could destroy the ignorant normal alliance. Meanwhile, at Mojin High School, the entire campus was enveloped in the sound of Buddhist chanting rising and falling. On the surface it looked peaceful and serene, but in essence it gave off an inexplicably discordant feeling. Students devoutly worshipped Buddha with synchronized movements. Their boss, Tao Yuan, personally led the chanting of sutras, his expression solemn and focused. At this moment the master came over and said, everyone has worked hard. Go back to your classrooms, to rest. Tao Yuan respectfully responded, yes master, I'll take my classmates back to class shortly. The master smiled and nodded, saying, then I'll leave this matter to student Tao Yuan. In a corner of the campus, Pa Chun smoked while asking, who's the boss of Jilan High School now? Li Meijum took a drag and said, it's Jiang Zixiong, and he said he wants to completely destroy the ignorant normal alliance. Pa Chun lowered his voice and said, Jiang Zixiong's family is with the Fire Bear Gang. Park Pong said, the Fire Bear Gang and the Danryong Gang are in a cold war. If Tao Yuan gets involved, it'll be even harder to handle. Li Meijum sighed in agreement. More than just hard to handle. These are the sons of two major organizations facing off. Tao Yuan happened to walk over and said, do you think my dad would get involved in kids' squabbles? Several people quickly greeted him. Tao Yuan finished worshipping Buddha. We were just talking about Jiang Zixiong. Tao Yuan directly analyzed the situation. Jilan High School now only has Jiang Zixiong and Song Zhongxi. They would never fight the alliance with just two people. Park Pong looked worried. But recently, there are rumors that Park Mingjun approached Jiang Zhixiong. Tao Yuan got angry instantly when he heard this. "You're talking about Park Mingjun?" He turned around angrily and walked off, wanting to find the other party and get to the bottom of it. So he immediately set off to find the master for guidance. In the director's office, the master was shirtless. He lifted dumbbells while talking on the phone. Now more than half of Mojin High School's students would be absorbed into the Tanryong gang. And currently no one knows about Mojin High School's background. At this moment, a knock sounded at the door. It was Tao Yuan outside. The master hurriedly put on clothes to cover his tattoos all over his body. He opened the door and asked with a smile, "Tao Yuan, what's up?" Tao Yuan put his hands together and bowed, saying, "I have troubles in my heart and humbly request master's guidance." The master stepped aside to let him through, indicating he should come in and explain in detail. In a small Changyan alley, Park Mingjun excitedly shouted, "Next time we must treat Jiang Zhixiong to a big meal. We can finally completely clear up the misunderstanding with Senior. Don't you think so?" Yongzhan frowned anxiously and just hummed in response. Park Mingjun sensed something was wrong and asked, "Why do you look so bad? I thought you'd be the happiest." Yongzhan looked guilty and said, "If Jiang Zhixiong hadn't stepped in just now, we would have been beaten to a pulp. I must find a chance to repay him properly in the future." Park Mingjun consoled him, "Why are you worrying about such a small thing? It's simple. We'll help Jiang Zhixiong with whatever he wants to do." Yongzhan's eyes became determined when he heard this. "Good. I've decided to help Jiang Zhixiong crush the ignorant Normal Alliance." Park Mingjun shouted excitedly, "Excellent. The day of the decisive battle is near." Bearded Guy immediately followed along, and the atmosphere was harmonious. On the other side at the judo hall, Song Zhangxi picked up a junior. He threw him hard to the ground. Blonde and others on the side said fearfully, "He doesn't want to train at all, he wants to beat us up." "Damn, even such a big guy can be easily thrown by him," Song Zhangxi said in a deep voice at this moment. "Even if there's only 1 week left, you still have to train. Real combat triggers your body's instinctive reactions, so start now." He turned and instructed Li Changju to lead everyone in training together. Li Changju immediately complied and began arranging each person's training. During training, the students secretly marveled that Song Zhangxi's training methods were really awesome. His training focused on practical combat skills, which were very useful. Everyone's confidence instantly doubled. They all looked forward to beating the people from Mojin High School to a pulp. In the evening, Jiang Zhixiong was discussing battle strategies with Li Ji. Jiang Zhixiong said, "Those guys from Mojin High School all carry special weapons." Jia responded, "That's why we must make plans in advance." Jiang Zhixiong said, "Right, I really appreciate your help." Jia pouted and complained, "Why do you only thank me every time? If you really want to thank me, go see a movie with me." Jiang Zhixiong readily agreed. "Sure, we'll finish quickly tomorrow, then I'll go with you." Jia's eyes lit up instantly when she heard this and asked, "Really?" Then she immediately took out her phone and excitedly checked tomorrow's movie releases. Jiang Zhixiong was equally excited and said, "I'll invite my brothers to come along too." Jia rejected this without thinking. Then she immediately stood up and quickly walked to Jiang Zhixiong's side. She sat down in front of him, and the atmosphere instantly became somewhat subtle. She looked directly at Jiang Zhixiong and said shyly, "But I only want to go alone with you."